Well, a very, very good morning to everybody out there. Good morning on the banking. How are you over there? Fresh as a daisy, aren't they? Look at that.
I know I'm fresh as a trampled daisy this morning, but there we go.
Good morning on the grandstands. How are you this morning? All good? Welcome. Right, day 2 of 3 here at the Festival of Power Unlocked. We are a couple of minutes away from continuing our qualifying with round 4 of
We got it all in yesterday.
We got it all in
We
yesterday.
got it all in.
Really, really good day yesterday. Some fantastic runs. A couple of incidents which we will go over as well. But basically, everybody was really on it yesterday. Some cracking runs, some fantastic moments. And we managed to breathe some nitro fumes in as well, which was rather good. Yeah.
It was, well, actually, we all did, didn't we?
Yeah,
it was great. The other one, no one really notices is C12 because it smells like bubble gum.
Oh, it's
lovely,
isn't it?
Down there. Anyway, so morning. The most VIP of VIPs up there, aren't you? I think this morning. Yeah, you got it.
Button Senior and Junior over there.
That's right.
Good morning to you.
Anyway, everybody, welcome to Sandsport Raceway. First of all, thank you very, very much indeed for making this your venue of choice. We are sold out today, possibly because of government restrictions than anything else.
Yeah.
However, we're here, we're having fun, and government restrictions or not, it's still going to be a great day.
Which reminds me, Dragstalgia, 2 weeks' time, likely to sell out. If you haven't got your tickets yet, you need to get them pretty sharp. These folks. Don't miss out on Dragstalgia. It's going to be a fantastic event, and we'd hate you to think, oh, I didn't come because I can get my tickets in time, because that will sell out.
That happened this weekend with some people, didn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Really unfortunately. I mean, the thing was, this was supposed to be the first event that was unlimited, hence the unlocked title, and the government decided, well, no, maybe not. We're not giving you the keys just yet.
Just a quick reminder on COVID restrictions. The rule of 6 still applies, so go around into the pits, but you can't enter pit bays. One-way systems on the banking, one-way systems on the grandstands. The rest of it you pretty much know. Face masks if you go indoors, i.e. the pod shop, etc. Right, this is qualifying. Round number 4 for Pro ET, and this is Vic Parsons. Certainly one to watch. Very, very good racer indeed. He's currently in the number 13 spot, and it's fresh, crisp air this morning. Look at the difference. 10.15 he dials. He went 10.24 yesterday.
Everyone's got lower dials this morning. I've noticed that.
Let's see. Oh, 10.40.
With a 4. Okay, if you wonder what we're talking about, and this is your first time drag racing, if you look at the scoreboards at the finish line, the big gantry up there, you'll see some numbers come up in just a moment. 10.36 for the little dragster in the STP lane, and 8.83 for the blue Jester's Dyna Camaro in the Auto Glim lane of Simon Goff. That's their predicted times. They're going to try and run as close to that time as they possibly can. They've all had 3 qualifying runs yesterday. They've got another 3 today. What have we said wrong?
Nothing, but I've just had the text message of text messages, and I'll read it to you in a little while, but it's absolutely fantastic.
From?
It's regarding Louis Davis.
Excellent. So Simon Goff was number 1 for most of yesterday, I think until the last session actually. 8.83 is quicker than Charles yesterday. 8.90 with a 1. What's Tom Kay going to do? 11.89.
Yeah, he's had that the wiggle again. Not as pronounced, but it was enough to him to back out of it. That's right, he's going to take the first exit. The top crew were just opening the gate for him, and through he goes. So Bob Molden then. Wheel the Peugeot 205. Going alongside James Forster. With support from ML Howe Fencing, local fencing contractor. And that's the one thing we do in drag racing, the family. As I say, everybody here, we pretty much class as family. And if you want to support drag racing, support the companies that support drag racing.
Indeed.
It really works. So if you're in the Northamptonshire area, get in touch with ML Howe Fencing if you want fencing. It's as simple as that.
Very quickly, good morning to V. Buzz Killington down there near my hometown in Hastings. And the FFR team and Sonic Attack, looking forward to seeing him at Dragsdown in a couple of weeks' time.
Bob looking at the 960, gets the 56, and at 998 and the 940 for James. So no help for either of them.
Well, James kept going quicker and quicker yesterday. That was obviously something amiss. I had a quick wander down the pairing lanes, only because I went and got coffee. I wasn't doing anything journalistic, but everyone's dial-ins this morning have come down a little bit.
Tumbled.
I did actually talk to John Turner and I said, well done, mate, on making it to day 2. And he didn't hit me because he couldn't. He was strapped in the car. But I said, so hopefully, hopefully you haven't had any breakfast this morning, so it will go into the 9s. He said, no, I had a really big breakfast this morning, so it's going to run 11. And then, well, fair enough.
Well, let's just see. 10:09 is the dial-in for the Greenfish Barracuda. Dave Fulton having a good weekend, especially in Supergas. He nicked the #1 spot from his brother in the last session.
Flat, 10:38 for John Turner. He might want to cut down on the bacon butties in the morning. He's still number 31, actually. Thing is, though, the car's consistent. Yeah, wrong class.
No, he's dropped down a class. He's actually pulled out of Super Pro and gone into Pro ET. So this is Mark Manning.
He's not qualified then?
Yeah, so this will be his first run.
And that makes 34 cars, so 2 people are not going to be in.
Well, don't forget we know Tig and Kath are out.
Fair enough,
and I did see Tig and Kath last night. Habit, unfortunately, did get wounded yesterday. The sump did split. It did spit out its contents, but they had a very good diaper on the car and it stopped any fluid from getting on the racetrack whatsoever. So there's proof that diapers work. But they'll be back. So Brian Huxley looking for 960. Mark Manning dialing in 9.19.
That's what happens. You run 990 twice.
Lee Huxley driving back to the pits. Not quite sure why, but he's still the #1 qualifier. It's going to be tough to beat him, but nevertheless, he's not taking this run.
I bet you know now Mark Manning's dropped down a class, he'll run an 8. However, you can run 8s in both classes. You can't run 9s in both classes, can you? No. I think that's probably
it. You can like dial 899, run 902, but it's not what you want. You can't dial in a 9.
Okay, so Alfie Ratton and Ronnie Mercer. Alfie with the immaculately turned out Corolla from Romford in the STP lane, 9.49. 11.19 for Ronnie Mercer. Taking a bit of a weekend off, as we worked out yesterday. Ran 11.2 numerous times yesterday.
That is a very, very soft one.
52 for Alfie. Look at that again for Ronnie Mercer. 11.25.
Yeah. But it's only a 184.60 for. What are you guys doing? Really confusing us.
Having a relaxing time. Well, Mark Huxley is on the bump currently. That's Mark down there in the can-do.
Well, he keeps breaking out. Now, he went 23 on a 24 on his last run yesterday. He's wound it back to a 20. Has he pulled it back enough? Will it go in the teens?
These are the best conditions. Yeah. And the other thing is, look at the windmills.
Oh, it's a massive tailwind today.
It's not a big tailwind, but it's enough where, you know, they're normally faced with a headwind.
Well, I don't think Mark Huxley has got a lot of... so he said, watching the sail on the back of his car. There we go, 10.15. Oh, a personal best for Mark Huxley.
And a 9.45 for Chris Newsom takes him up to number 19 spot in the other lane.
Didn't wind it back far enough. Oh dear. He'll be giggling and get frustrated at the same time when he gets back to the pits. But 10.15, what a number.
So Nova Scotia down there in the Auto Glim lane. Supergas car running 9.68. Now, what's quite peculiar about a lot of the 90 classes is all the cars in them can run quite a bit quicker. For a simple reason that on a day where the weather's really hot, there's not much air, the car won't make as much horsepower. So they need to dial in the throttle stop to make sure it runs the correct number. Alan Schofield, having the weekend of his life in drag racing so far.
An absolute blast. The team are loving it. We'll let him off for that bad reaction time, because most of the others have been pretty good.
881 breaks out by 600ths of a second. That could have been his quickest run, actually.
Yeah.
960 for Brett.
Yeah, well, Alan's gone 151 miles an hour. I think that's the first time he's done that in that car.
It's always nice to see new people, new people in existing cars, if you like.
Yeah.
And it's always nice when we get this a lot, actually, in drag racing, where people people start racing and go, "Wow, this is really good fun."
Yeah.
Well, what did you think we all did it for? Are we out here just to spend our kids' inheritance and that's it? Is that it, really?
Yeah.
Anyway, it is good fun.
Jeff hasn't adjusted his dialing. He dialed in 940 yesterday. If the car hooks and goes, it has a potential going in the 92s here. Good looking run, arrow straight. 932 wasn't far off the 92s, but there we go, 800ths of a second again. This is what the great air conditions and the tailwind is doing. It's roughly nearly a tenth.
It's quite a bit. How far away are you from getting Bruce out?
I'd go home and get it and dial in 1079.
It'd be worth it. I tell you what, it would be worth it, mate.
I would dial 1079. It wouldn't matter if I break out.
Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. 977 in the Auto Glim Lane. 9.80 for Will Clark. Now, Will was only in that car can run 980, but he was only in the 10s yesterday.
Yeah.
One of those little junior comp dragsters with a motorbike engine in there. Very, very, very consistent. Very successful as well, actually.
Well, fair to say the tailwind will help Dave more than it will help Will.
Yeah, being a slightly slab at back end. The car, obviously. Again, that's one of the quicker dial-ins I've seen from Dave as well. More like it from Pearl too. 980 with a 9. Dave Cherritt stays at number 18. Will Clark breaks out by 5 measly stinking thousandths of a second. Finally, it runs what it's supposed to run. Goes a little bit too quick.
All right, Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda dialing in 1073, and we've got John Giles sticking with the Supergas dialing of 9.90. The thing is, though, he doesn't have to run 90 here. He can dial in wherever he wants, but they set that car up to run 990. 1065 for Simon Innes. Great run, but way under index. Dialing, sorry, and 976, way under once again for John Giles. So everybody's breaking out. Let's see how John Bean gets on. 1001 against the Purple Express, dialing in 1128. Now then, somebody, I think, may have got it spot on here.
You've done it. We couldn't clear it yesterday.
So the box is not working for it.
Don't know.
And did the screen go
John
back
Bean
up?
has run in the 9s with the Mustang. This will be an opportunity to see if it will run a 9 again, although probably doesn't want it. He wants a 1001.
Okay, so
But Tom Watkins, I think 1128 is a fantastic shout for that truck. Well, John won't do a 1001.
Double steps on the line at 2 seconds. Goes 1120.
Whoa, 1121. That is an outstanding run for the Purple Express pickup. That was way quicker than we thought.
Even Sammy looked surprised out
Yeah,
there.
definitely. I mean, he's running 1134s yesterday, 21. And look at his light, 01.
Mate, it's cool air tailwind. It's just that kind of day. Okay, so Nick Mugridge. What was really interesting as well. I mean, we both do this, but you can always glean stuff from Facebook, not nick it, obviously. What Nick said was he said he was struggling a bit performance-wise with the car. He reckoned the reason was the racetrack was so good, holding it back basically.
Yeah.
When it's that sticky, that can happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
STP lane for the little junior top car.
Oh, Chloe 007 red, really going for the light there.
So Nick's 23, Chloe's 20 at the moment. And 65, way too quick. They both break out. All of a sudden, everybody gets their performance back.
Butch doesn't care less. 965, that's PB for Chloe there. Wow.
If you notice, that's what I noticed when I walked past as well. Ollie has dialed it down to...
No, that's not enough.
That's not enough?
No.
You don't think?
No. Don't think it's enough. It should have been a 16, I think. But, hey, the guys tune the car. They know what they're doing. But I've just got... I don't know. May have got it spot on. Let's see. It's 925 for Mason Griffiths with the appliance. A guy with little track time, but looks like he's been doing it for years.
Well, it's a really good race, whatever it works out to be.
Oh, it was that much.
Excellent
that
stuff. Just a slight breakout for Ollie.
Even bigger breakout for Mason, 19 on 25. This is Ollie's 60 foot there, 133. That was on the back wheels, not the front.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It must do, I suppose.
It was. You can see the front wheels are still in the air. Because he's normally like 125 on the front wheels.
Okay.
And 133, that shows it was on the back,
so
especially when he was
the length of the car is 0.8 of a second.
0.08.
0.08 of a second, sorry, not 0.8, yeah.
Roughly.
Okay, Al Medley, 1071 with the old timer in the STP lane. Having lots of fun this weekend as well. 954 goes 952 for Amy. Al breaks out as well with the 1060.
Oh dear.
I don't think anyone's been the right side of the number yet.
Alright, it's supposed to be Gary Carr. Looks like I can't think of Nick standing in front of anybody else at the moment. Yep, it is Gary Carr.
883.
Good shout. Good shout.
Think?
Yeah. He went 884 yesterday. Oh God, if he goes 879. But I had a very brief chat last night with Gary. He said 884, and I said, "You ain't going to lift, were you? It doesn't matter what he's doing. He takes it all the way through. He will not lift."
Yeah, but the thing is, as I always say, winter is short, summer is long.
Yeah.
What's the point if it's a qualifying run and it's a good one, or you're on a good run? Just do it.
Lovely. 129, 60 foot. Arrow straight. 879. What do we reckon?
83 with a 0. He's your new number one qualifier as well. What's the number? 8. Oh, go on.
883.00. Bang on. That is even better for the perfect ET. Wow. But the money's already gone.
Already gone.
Oh, phenomenal run. 153 miles an hour. Spot on. Gary Carr, number one. And that can't be beaten.
No, that's impossible. Well, actually, even down to... There's more numbers after that, but we just don't see them. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Anyway, 883.00 on an 883 dial-in. 153 miles an hour. Gary Carr makes it... Well, I just think the tow wagon throwing a rod is a distant memory now.
Oh, it is now. Oh, fantastic. What a run. We celebrate with everybody when they put in a good run, and we commiserate with everybody if they have a mishap. But that was outstanding.
Well, we've both done it too, and we know how painful it is when it goes right and when it goes wrong. So we're about to go in Super Pro, hence we're having a little bit of track prep out there before. This is our quickest bracket class.
We got it back.
Yeah,
hey,
he needs a wizard's at this bloke, honestly. Thank you very much indeed, Barney. Top man. It's all right. We have our screen restored up here so we can actually call people when they're supposed to be here as opposed to just guessing.
Right, now then, today, a little bit different to yesterday, as we've got more things going on.
The Live Action Arena.
Live Action Arena is back.
First time since 2019.
2019, yeah. It's been a long time, so get to see some car crashing again from the monster trucks. It's just so good to have the whole show back over there.
I know my kids are looking forward to it. They don't know they're looking forward to it, but they are. Otherwise, we're having words.
Yeah, but no, it's. I mean, by the way, there is a one-way queuing system. Sorry, one-way entry and entry system for the Live Action Arena. So please be aware of that one. Just trying to look for the instruction on that one.
It'll be there. I can't read that, so you're going to have to, I'm afraid. Come on, you've had your eyes fixed. I haven't yet.
Oh, yeah, that was funny enough. 2 people messaged me after we were briefly discussing that yesterday.
Yeah.
And, you know, how was it and everything. If you are thinking about having lens replacement surgery, I know this is probably for older people because youngsters, their eyesight's are pretty good, but I had it done November last year. And honestly, it was the best thing I've ever had done. Never needed glasses ever again. Eyesight is really good. I just need to remember where I put things.
Nice. Well, no, it's nice to know it's the best thing you've ever done, really, because I'm sure your wife will be having a word about your wedding day.
Well, yeah, I mean, with regards to looking after myself.
Oh, right, okay,
yeah, I mean, it was a strange sensation. Obviously, they numb your eyeballs and everything. I'm sorry for those who are a little bit squeamish, but they take your natural lenses out and put replacement ones in. And honestly, it's like somebody had removed the net curtains from my eyes in the fog, and it's just fantastic. Now I can read close up, I can see distance.
Is that what it was? Like,
it
was fog in front of
it was like blurred. I mean, I could be driving the car, then look down at the dials, and I couldn't see a thing. I couldn't see what speed. I couldn't read the radio.
Honestly, officer.
Yeah. So then I had varifocal glasses so that I could, you know, just moving around. But now, eyes are fantastic.
Obviously, it's not racing related, but was it something that just deteriorated over time and they fixed what had deteriorated?
Basically,
is that it,
yeah. But just phenomenal. If you're thinking about having it done, I know those are a couple of people that messaged me about it. Do it. Yes, it cost a few quid, but my goodness me, it's
your eyesight, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's your eyesight.
Yeah. Okay, we're on with qualifying for Super Pro. We interrupt our health announcements to bring you some racing.
Colin, yeah.
Qualifying session number 4 for Super Pro ET. Mr. Ron Bartlett, ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure this morning. With the gorgeous Little Red Anglia. I know he always wants to say a big thank you to all of his crew, especially Simon, who works his backside off to help Ron out. 8:22, I think, is the quickest dial I've ever seen.
Yeah, you ran 29 yesterday. Just a quickie on Live Action Arena before I forget. 11 o'clock and 2:30 today. One-way system in place to view the Live Action Arena. Accessed along the path on the top of the bank and signed from there. So quite simple.
Also, super gas into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have super gas into the pairing lanes, please?
Right, well, Ron was one of those that yesterday ran on his number, 8:29 with an 8. Obviously, the nearer you can get to your dialing with 00, which Gary Carr just did in Pro ET, will get you higher up. Bob Doyle, he's in the number 15 spot at the moment. Let's say all of them dialing in quicker than yesterday. Good looking runs, a pair.
Slightly slower from Ron. 8:35. That'll be John Tevenham. Yeah.
Yeah, by process of elimination, the longer the burnout, the fewer people it can be.
That's how clouds are made, kids. Honestly. When you see it, next time you get up and look out in the morning, you walk into school and you see a little cloud go past, you know that JT's doing burnout somewhere not far from your house. Anyway, the crew killer popped down there facing the wall, which is always a good start for an Anglia. Taking on Tom Atkinson. 8:88 for Tom, 8:98 for JT. Actually, JT's out-qualified Tom at the moment.
Yeah.
I can't think. What you asked me this yesterday. Why would I have possibly named that the Crew Killer? Honestly, you see those barriers in the middle of the racetrack?
Yeah.
They're to protect people from him. So Tom Dole's an 888. I still reckon they're going to go quicker than that, though, to be brutally honest with you. There you go.
Well, it's JT that got all the 8s, all of them actually.
Yeah. I think. With an 889 on an 888, Tom Atkinson is the one that actually moves up. However, I think that 888 is JT's quickest run in that car. Still not over 150 miles an hour. If any run was going to be it, look, 149.53. You think with the extra weight that he burned off by doing a long burnout, he'd make it at that time, wouldn't you? It stubbornly, it just doesn't want to go 150, that car, does it?
Working. That's all good again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Pete Walters with the reloaded dragster, 769. Went 74 yesterday. And 870 for Phil Toppin. Went 70. What did Phil go yesterday? 76. So yeah, they're 600s off each.
Yeah, I think that's reflective of the conditions are just perfect. If you've got a normally, even if you've got a blown car, normally aspirated car, I think the air temperature is probably about 16 or 17 degrees, slight tailwind. These are the track's obviously really good.
The track is great.
Probably the best conditions they'll have all season, frankly. It doesn't have to be hot and sunny for these cars to go quick. Well, as you'd expect, Pete long gone in the little dragster. 778 slows up a bit. Phil Toppin breaks out with what is probably his quickest run ever.
I think that is country mile break out there. 63 on a 70.
Well, if you consider not that long ago, that car was an ill-handling beast. It's now just getting quicker and quicker, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he didn't have fun with it for a while, just trying to get it to run 9s, let alone 8s. Well, the big news of this pair, Dave Russell is not against Tom Atkinson.
Yeah. Tom
I did wonder why Tom was running out of sequence.
Yeah.
We need to have words.
Well, either one of them got up early or one of them was late.
So Dave Russell currently number 4 qualified. Mark Corsell with the ball breaker, the limited funds racing team down there in the Auto Glim Lane. If you like nostalgia cars, 2 weeks time, this is the place to be. As we may have mentioned before, again, that event will sell out very, very shortly. There are only limited tickets and we're nearly there, let's put it that way. Which is nice, isn't it?
Just gutted we can't get more people to see it. Oh, look at that, the light. Simon.
That'll be perfect light, I think, actually, for Mark Corsell.
Yeah.
It is. 8:48 though for Mark. Nowhere near his dial-in. Dave Russell stays number 4 with an 8:72. Never mind. Somebody tap Steve or Anna on the shoulder and say, perfect all in.
Steve Cassisi, can you hear us down there, Steve?
No,
he's walking away. Or Anna?
Anna's, yeah, I was going to say, Lynn's probably in the tow car anyway, so she'll have heard. Yeah, never mind. Anyway, they'll get the news when he sees the timing ticket and they can hear him.
Yeah, well done. That's 75. Oh, how much was that? 75, I think. But well done to them.
So, Mark Turner down there in the Auto Glen Lane. Mark has been crewing for many years, actually. If you notice down there, you've got a number of Mickey Cagrad's crew helping him out.
Yeah.
In the M&M Racing Supra. This is his actual first time racing himself, though, and the car is a real credit to him too. That car was built a number of years ago to run in Pro Modified by Burt Englefield. It's been very lovingly restored against Kieran Astley. Both with 09 lights. Kieran Astley dials an 8.40. He's 19 at the moment. Mark Turner is number 22. Kieran goes 8.40 with an 8. Kieran goes up to the number 7 spot. Mark goes 9.18, 145. However, I have a sneaking suspicion. Hang on a minute. Let's have a quick look at that. Yeah. So an 018 or better you'll be needed to get into the top 10. Everybody is perfect in the top 7 positions in the Super Pro.
Yeah, Perfect Light Award, just to confirm that, with Eurodrags.com and Bad Habit Racing. £75 going to the limited funds team.
Well, they've got a bit more funds.
Yeah.
I must admit, I never thought I'd see Ian Turbeville as a hen, but apparently that's what the sash says.
Oh,
that's right. Laura's getting married shortly. They had a bit of a, I was going to say something else up, but a knees up last night. Anyway, what better place to have your hen do at the racetrack as well. She was number 1 qualifier for a while yesterday too. Dials 788 this morning. This means she'll run a 786. You can almost bet that. That's Laura's husband-to-be out front directing traffic, taking on Brian Pateman, who dials almost a second more than Laura. So Laura will get there first. Will it be a 788 is the question. 83, there we go. I think that's what they dialed yesterday, wasn't it? There we go.
Both under. 81 for Brian Pateman.
Just that little bit too quick.
Conditions are that good that it's catching quite a few people out. It's
season bracket races, yeah, you got it.
All right, Ian Brown.
I wonder if he gets up in the morning before a race event and goes to the garage and goes, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Because the thing is, he can actually do that. He's got 4 cars, so eeny, meeny, miny, mo is perfectly right.
I'll take the yellow one.
Yeah, I'll have the, exactly, yeah, that narrows it down to all of them.
No,
yeah, exactly.
One of them out.
Now, Ian yesterday, very, very happy indeed, I think, with how the car was going. That's his lad Harrison out front directing traffic. 753 is what he dials this morning, taking on Ashley Bell. That's the quickest number I think we've seen Ashley Bell dial for ever, actually. Ashley's in the Auto Glim lane, dials 867. .753 for Ian Brown. You wonder why they've got different dial-ins on the board. Basically, that is the predicted time that the car will run. And the idea when we come to racing, they're just qualifying at the moment, so they're trying to run as close to that number as they can. Well, if this was a race, Ashley Bell in the Trans Am in the Auto Glim lane would go just over a second before Ian Brown. Then it's first to the finish line who doesn't go too quick, basically. Sounds complicated. It really isn't. It's a great way of evening things out as well. Well, Ashley Bell's had almost a flawless weekend up to that point. See what Ian Brown goes through with. 764.
Speed though, 81 mile an hour.
Well, this will be a timed run actually. 14-second reaction time. I think he's going to get an ET. 907, 145. They both stay put. Ashley Bell, number 17, Ian Brown, number 20.
I think I was just looking down at Ashley Bell's scoop on the front of the car, another one of these Perspex scoops. That was one of the things that didn't survive from Tig's wheel stand. When it came down,
really?
It shattered the scoop because it came down with such a thud. It
My goodness me, that takes some doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so down there in the Banks night, I do like that. I love that story. The fact that there's a nightclub that can't even open at the moment, still supporting drag racing. We love that. In the STP lane, there's Mick Howling taking on Callum Swinchat. Now, Callum is always a good bet on race day because
He is.
even though that car is, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a nostalgia car, which means it may not be designed to be the quickest and fastest. However, it's pretty consistent. It runs rate 8s on a very regular basis. And he's pretty successful in the Wild Bunch. .883, 845. Callum with a characteristic wiggle off the start line. And a very nice
and a characteristic junior drag.
What was I saying about Callum being quite good at this sort of thing?
Yeah, 85 on an 83 is only good for number 11. That just goes to show how
That's
good
the
they all
moment
are.
again,
But
yes.
in qualifying today, if you take all their numbers today, he's probably in the top 3.
That's right. Mick Howling went through with an 841 too quick on his dial-in. So, Pell Norman, who had a couple of issues yesterday, today dials a 799 in the STP lane. He's taking on Billy Gain. Billy regularly dials about an 8.4 or thereabouts. I can't see his chosen number today. I think that's probably why it hasn't. Oh, there we go. 844. That was the bad guess. Pell's another one with the Perspex scoop.
Yep.
You know what? That's how you know Freddie's truck. I'm sure you do. Everyone does. That's how it started. That's how he started life as
Was
well.
it?
The first time I ever saw it was with the nitrous engine with a Perspex scoop on it. So Billy Gain rolling the Victor in. 844,799. Pell Norman actually rolled the beams, so the 60 foot will be a bit off of what he was thinking, wanting, I should say. Pell gets there first with an 846 and 842 breakouts. With Billy Gain, no improvement for either. Could we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET into the lanes. We have technology that works. Thank you, everybody. Excellent.
Right, time to have a pair of 4 elite dragsters. You got Alan Didwell with dragster dialing in a 7.64, and the governor of Nick Good Motorsport, obviously that is Nick Good, looking for 7.50. Now, Alan is number 9, Nick is number 10.
They're both pretty close already.
They are, yeah.
Do you know what I like about sitting up here doing this? Is that normally, in normal life, something goes wrong at home, you get sitting there for ages going, oh, why isn't that working? Reboot, look on Google, look on YouTube, watch this, that, the other. When you're up here, you look at something and point and go to somebody, that doesn't work, and they fix it for you.
That's it.
I could do with that in my life all the time, actually. That'd be great.
There's one of the rare things that the internet is actually good for. Go on YouTube to see how you fix things. I've done it loads of times.
Multiple times. I mean, we had in my wife's car a number of years ago, the window fell down, and it was obviously the winder mechanism had broken, and it's the sort of thing. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. It was a very simple fix that I would never have known.
I fixed a lawnmower. I've taken a dashboard off a Toyota Yaris, and I fixed a Dyson Hoover that I could not fix without their help. Oh dear.
Yeah, there's not a way to Google how to go drag racing successfully though, sadly. Nick Good looking for 750 goes, 748 with an 8, too quick. Alan Didwell, 66 on a 64. That's a very good run. Very close as well. Nicely done.
200s out, but it doesn't improve his qualifying position. But you say on the day,
that's right. Yeah, it gives you more confidence as well going into eliminations when you do that kind of thing more consistently. So we've got a few more cars in Super Pro. We've got Super Gas by the looks of it lining up.
So Barry Giles with the Giles and Hartley dragster.
Do you know what? I'm gonna take a wild stab in the dark. I think that car used to be. It was Dave Wilkinson's car that imported it. It's an S&W built car. I think it was built in about 1988.
Well, they've had the car over 25 years, approaching 30. So
Sounds about
yeah,
right. Yeah,
it's about right.
However, it doesn't look. It looks like it's just
Brand
rolled
new.
out of a chassis
Yeah.
shop. It's always utterly immaculate. The whole everything about them, the rig, all of it.
Yeah, fantastic car.
Taking on Mark Bailey.
The frustration for him when he dialed in 874 and ran 873 yesterday was visible on the crew face.
Well, he's dialed 72 today.
Yeah.
Now, Mark's one of those that spent a long time in Pro ET, in Pro ET, and he's moved into Super Pro. I think everybody has their favourite class, don't they? I think that's probably the easiest way to describe it.
Do you know what? Is Mark going to dip his toes in the 8.6s here?
Now's the time.
It is, isn't it? Lovely wheel stand off the line there for Mark Bailey. That hooked and went. Barry Giles disappears into the distance.
740 with a 9.
And 871. Oh. It's another breakout for Mark Bailey, and oh so close to the 8.6s. Oh, breaking out by less than 100th again. Fine margins, but great run for Barry Giles. Right, Scott Hauser.
You notice as well, just quickly, he always has a shootout on the finish line.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to affect speed.
I think it hasn't unfurled properly.
It must be bang on the finish line. I think that's got to be it, isn't it? So, Scott Hauser, we've got Jack Brewster with the brand new Just Mustard poncho coming round. Jack's going to be in the lane behind Scott on his own. So, Scotty Hauser dials a 7.36. He's number one qualifier. Went 7.40 with a 5 on a 740.
.103 to 60.
That's what
Nice
he does
stop.
every time,
Yeah.
actually. That's very, very consistent. 35 with a 2. Well, Jeff, you can
You missed.
you can be comfortable with the knowledge you're still number one, let's put it that
Yeah.
way. Fine margin. So Jack Brewster with the brand new Just Mustard Firebird. We're watching this car being built over a period of time. Built by Andy and Luke down at Robinson Race Cars. As always, a quality piece of work. For all the world, that looks like a 5-second Pro Mod, doesn't it?
Yep.
Actually saying that, because the last time we saw that body style, it was a 5-second Pro Mod. Fabulous looking car. The only thing I can't help thinking, for bracket racing, it doesn't seem like the ideal car for bracket racing, because he's sat so far back in it.
And he's arrow straight this time.
That's going to help.
That's a shame, because the car... early days of testing, obviously new machinery.
It looks like
Jack
he's
has actually
cruising.
stopped.
He's cruising to a stop out there on the racetrack, actually. We might need to get the quad out to him, I think. I don't think he's still going. Oh, no, he's still rolling. Just.
Yeah.
One of the great things, yeah, that's... he's nearly there. Just nudges over the finish line, there we go. However, he's got to make the first turn off, which is just past
the quad
finish
has
line.
come out already just to hitch up and turn around the corner.
So we've got the two-seater about to make a run. Paul Brown and first passenger day. Morning, Paul. What's more fun to drive, that or the Roadster? Probably didn't go and get people being sick in the back of the Roadster, do you?
Right, I can tell you about the passenger. Jason Streetfield from Faversham in Kent. And this is a Christmas present from the family last year. So enjoy it. What you got me for Christmas? I got to ride in a two-seater dragster. Oh, how cool is that?
Fantastic.
You've got to wait a few months for it, but yeah, many thanks indeed to the two-seater team and Paul Brown for messaging us with all the the passengers as well.
It's a
so
brilliant
good to have it.
Christmas present for dads, because instead of getting nice clean pants for Christmas, you give someone brown pants for Christmas, don't you? It's a great idea.
Oh dear, lovely way of thinking, I really do.
Are you the person that's got to wash them afterwards? Is that what it is? Yeah, sorry. Okay, fair enough.
Right, a couple of messages to read out. Let's get back.
Very quickly, 950 bike into the lanes, please. 950 bike. Carry on, sorry.
Yeah. Perry Edward Wilson. Perry, good morning, mate. He does send me quite a few messages when we're out. I don't always get a chance to read them all out, but Perry, good to see you back here at Santa Pod Raceway. Good to see you enjoying yourself once again. And he, I think, echoes everybody's sentiments here. Nice to be back at the pod. So well done to Perry. And a birthday shout out of one of the regulars here at Santa Pod Raceway. Leanne has been in touch just to wish two-seater goes through its burnout, just to wish Justine Burgess a very happy birthday. Well, we'll echo that from the tower here at Santa Pod Raceway, and of course everybody that's taking part as well. So Justine, a very happy birthday. I did actually know it was your birthday, but Leanne sort of confirms that, and just everybody wishes you a wonderful day down in Paignton in Devon. So Justine, we'll see you soon, and happy birthday.
Ooh. Yeah, hang on. It's not that. It's a couple of the replies. Look. How they don't get the living bleep beaten out of them, I don't know.
One other one to read out whilst it's a bit quieter as the two-seater goes on. Mike Smith has been in touch. Georgina, his wife,
Yes.
running in Sportsman ET, 22 years married today. So happy anniversary
Well, way
to
to
you.
spend your anniversary, yep.
We're just going to do that when you're in the Perry lanes, but many congratulations. 22 years husband and wife today, so well done to you. Happy anniversary. Oh, Mark Huxley posting saying 10.15. Didn't see that coming. Well, obviously. There's a few interesting posts on social media catching up with various people. Right, the two-seater then. 7.9, 170-ish miles an hour. Or are we going to say 169? Let's have a look. Jason goes 171 miles an hour. Very nice indeed. 785. That's a stout run from the two-seater dragster.
That's possibly the best Christmas present you can get, frankly. Awesome. That's outstanding stuff.
4.99 to the 8th at 139.
That's not bad at all. That's pretty good. Yeah, 112 to 60. That is 0 to 60 in about a second or thereabouts, isn't it? So we're on with Junior Dragster. Lucas Oil Junior Dragster, qualifying session number 4. It's very tight at the top. Double O. Who's number 1? Let's have a quick look. Doopy-doopy-doo. Caitlin Wilson is number 1.
Yeah, that was from a Q1 run as well.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Luke Mugridge 2. Good to see Lukey back up the top as well. Freddie Taylor, George Oliver, excellent, and Teddy Sullivan as well. So we have 25 cars that have run. I do know as well, just to say a very good morning to the Wilcox family as well. Andy had a hell of a day yesterday. Obviously, Kimmy went home not feeling very well, and Richard's car was giving him fits yesterday. So hope everything goes a lot better for you today.
And we will
Richard.
be up to 26 because Luke Fulton is here.
Okay.
Found out the story on Luke. It was his last school day yesterday, and he had his school prom last night. So he was all suited and booted, went to the school prom.
And he won't be hungover.
No, and then he's actually got here last night after the prom.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah, Luke, good luck, buddy. Well, from what I understand, is either he's had a very early journey here, but I think they came straight from the prom up to here.
So Damien Redshaw and Harry Redshaw side by side. It will be Harry with bragging rights when they get back to the pits. And 0:38 lights. They qualify based on reaction time, which is the number at the top of the board. Harry actually moves up 1 spot with that. So Ada Cassisi with Cherry Bomb in the Auto Glim lane. Immaculately turned out, as everything that comes out of the Low Funds team is. Ada number 21 at the minute against Jessica Bishop in the STP lane. Do you know what? I've missed that. Check out over there.
Oh,
yellow clouds.
Oh,
they're not quite what they're not like yellow snow, but they're how cool is that? Eh? Yeah, they're not like yellow snow, folks. Yellow clouds at drag strips are someone's using the good stuff, otherwise known as nitro. 089 for Jessica. Ada with a 0.17. I don't think that improves either of them actually on the charts. It doesn't. Jessica stays 14. Ada, number 21. You still got to read out that message regarding Goose, actually.
Oh, yes, I have. Thank you for reminding me.
No problem at all. It's all right, we'll get this. We'll get these pair on their way. So it is Purdy Hadfield in the Auto Glimlane. Purdy had a real good reaction time yesterday that unfortunately the ET was slightly too quick. I think they have tweaked things slightly to make sure it stays the right side of the number. So Thomas Cook Abbott against Purdy Hadfield.
Quick message from Brett Cordell. What time is 9:50 bike out? Depending on schedule, in about half an hour or so.
You got half an hour for a nap, mate.
Yeah.
That's basically what we're saying. So Purdy in the Auto Glimlane. She's number 25 at the moment. However, she was sort of almost in the top 10 yesterday.
Yeah, she had a run. It just snuck under.
That's right.
So they took a load of weight out. Now they put some back in.
An 0.2 though for Purdy. That'll put her back in the top 10. Number 5, I think, actually. 0.24 for Thomas is going to help too. 8.59. Slowed it down a lot, but there we go.
A lot.
Purdy number 5. Thomas number 6. That's good though. Pretty good. Dad breathes a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Either that or he's puffed out from walking down here.
There's the man in question, Luke Fulton. As I say, his first run. Let's see if he enjoyed himself too much last night or not.
Against Caitlin Wilson, who is your current number 1 qualifier. That's Mum Rachel out front directing traffic and Dad Duncan giving the thumbs up. They used to have a 2-car junior dragster team, but Big Sis has moved on to VW.
Caitlin, a former Lucas Oil's junior champion, and Luke, the COVID Cup winner last year.
0.10 for Luke. Well, it was qualified him. Won't be in the top 20, I don't think. Yeah, 21 that is. Caitlin with an 0.8. No improvement for her, but to be honest, hard to improve on a 00 light.
Yeah.
So Chevrolet check it down there with Dad Mick bringing him forward. Bringing them forwards. So let's see what she can do this morning in the STP lane against Harley Corsell with Bandit number 1. I like what happened with that last year as well, because the Corsell's got the car from the Collier family, but had it all painted and done and everything, and then it was a big surprise for Harley.
Because he didn't know at all. Needless to say, that boy was happy that weekend.
Oh, a bit. He's always a happy lad, but extra happy. Good reaction time. 0.45 for Harley. He already had an 0.32. It's not going to improve him, but still good for confidence. And they stay put. Harley at number 10, Chevy at number 14.
Right, Mackenzie Love and Frankie Taylor. Mackenzie number 8, Frankie number 18. I mean, look at this first page here. These lights are absolutely fantastic. You need to go 0.06 just to get to number 16. And we've still got, well, 2.5 sessions still to go.
8.50 bike into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have 8.50 bike into the lanes, please? Mackenzie moves first with an 0.31. Not actually going to improve, to be honest, but still very good indeed. 0.105 for Frankie. Not really much change of order going around, but that's because they're all so tight already, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll say the top 12 are 0.038 or better.
So Teddy Sullivan in the Bulldog in the STP lane, up against Freddie Taylor with the Outlaw Angria. Deep stage for Freddie. That'll be a red light. Yeah. He was probably dead on time if he didn't deep stage. Funnily enough.
Teddy goes 0.19. No help for him either. So Teddy stage 7. Freddie stage 3.
So I think that's Lara down there in the SGP lane. Lara Bartlett. Matching the Slick Tricks Racing Top Fuel car. The paint job on there.
I do like that colour scheme. It works really well.
Taking on Daniel Weir. Daniel currently number 24, Lara 15. There is room for improvement there for both of them, actually. Just doing it's always the difficult part. Daniel Weir with the 008. Will that be? Yeah, the car's not running right though. They'll be happy about the RT, but not the ET. Lara gets bumped back one spot because Daniel Weir goes to number 1. I think they're more.
Yeah, he was 24, so
yeah.
that was your outhouse to penthouse run. It really was.
I don't think they were looking at the reaction time because they were too worried, thinking, "Oh God, was it not running properly?"
All right, Harley J and Jacqueline Bartlett. 23 and 14 on the qualified order at the moment.
Harley is down there, he's just not moved forward yet. Could we have ET Bike into the pairing lanes? ET Bike, please. Your first call of the day. Juggling. Well caught. So Harley J. Darby. Yeah, there's plenty of room for improvement there at 23. Oh, and just misses with an 03 red. Jacqueline, no help at all for Jacqueline, I don't think. Who's pedalling?
Good job they did. You can hear them on and off the throttle, not trying to go under the 790.
That's immaculate, that little car, isn't it?
It's spot on, isn't it?
That's Lola Bell Kent down there in the SGP lane. That's her dad Kevin over there towards the wall. That's her granddad Tony guiding her in stage, and that's his mum behind looking on. Taking on Max Taylor. Again, room for improvement for both of these. They're 25 and 26 at the moment. To get into the top 16 you need an 05 or better. One of my favourite stories about Kevin was up the top end. His kids always say to him when he runs a funny car about how, you know, he goes, "Dad, that was rubbish," or whatever, you know, "Dad, you didn't win, that was rubbish." And when he won the European finals a couple of years ago, I said to him, did the kids, were the kids happy? And he went, "Yeah, Lola even gave me a kiss." And I said, "Wow, Mummy don't even do that anymore. Well done, Lola." And he didn't flatter me, which was the best part.
Oh dear.
So Lola Bell Kent in the West End car. Max Taylor. Oh, look at that. Lola will be
number 3.
Number 3. Well done. 0.18. That way. That many.
Very nice.
Max Taylor stays put. Lola goes to number 3. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? What's really cool as well about parents who bring their kids racing, obviously Kevin's got the big rig for the funny car, and when Lola was testing, she was running a junior dragster out of an Arctic funny car trailer. Anyway, George Oliver out there in the SDP lane. Well, I do remember Mr. Wheeler had a similar thing just for junior dragsters though, against Jake Cooper.
Funny enough, both of these cars painted by OCS Paint.
And immaculate they are too.
Yeah.
My goodness me, Matthew though is I can't, you know, that's why dragsters are long, so his legs can fit in them. Big red light for George that time, 07. He'd already qualified number 6. And Jake Cooper.
The thing is, though, when it's such a tightly bunched field, you've got to go for the perfect light.
Every time,
virtually.
yeah. Well, that's what
I'm sure Mark Purcell knows he's got the perfect light by now. You've seen his time and ticket, so well done to him. 75 quid up here for you, Mark.
If you don't come and get it in the next 5 minutes, it's going on coffee and burgers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jack Taylor and Katie Ellis. Good to see Katie back. Good reaction time as well. 0002 for Katie, your new #1 qualifier in the Auto Glim Lane. 3 zeros with a... Oh.
Wow.
785. Jack Taylor gets bumped back 1 spot with a 104. I think that run might be...
It might be, it will be.
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Katie with it. That was a 0002 light. We very rarely get that. You know when there's not a number that comes up on the board and there's not a red light, that it's very, very good. Unfortunately, Katie went too quick. Oh.
Luke Mugridge and Kai Cooper. We know that will be thrown out because there was one that was less worse than that was thrown out yesterday. So.
Yeah, Gareth's just walking away going, I don't know what she did because the number didn't come up. Gareth, listen to the speakers, mate. It helps. Someone will tell him in a minute anyway. So Luke Mugridge currently was a little higher. Now he's number 5 in the SCP lane. Proper family affair again. That's his brother and his mum helping him out. That's Nick. Ooh, and he's gone a bit too far, but that's fine. Against Kai Cooper, these are number 5 and 12 at the moment.
Well, I think Kai jumped and it made Luke flinch then.
That was 005 red for Luke.
Yeah.
So after that session of Junior Dragster, pending any rearrangements, shall we say, Katie Ellis is number 1, possibly. Daniel Weir is number 2. I think he may be reinstated. I think we need to do that, don't we?
Yep.
Caitlin Wilson 2. Lola Bell Kent is number 3. And Luke Mugridge still number 4. So we've got 2 more sessions to go. 26 drivers. We still haven't had poor old Richard Wilcox out yet.
Yeah.
I hope Dad can get everything fixed, and I know that your dad works very, very hard. Oh no, Angie's quad's packed up as well. What a rough day at the office. My goodness me.
Dear, oh dear. Oh, that's a very good point. I did see Angie last night.
Okay.
And she has reminded us... Oh.
Tea or coffee? Coffee?
Don't know if I'll be able to get that coming through. Someone to do the coffee round.
Go on.
Angie has reminded us that can we please read out the times and speeds clearly on all the bike races, especially Super Street Bike and Con Bike and Funny Bike, because they all gather down the bottom. They want to know what they run. Angie's there with a notepad writing things down. I know we do it all the time, but we just got to do it really clearly.
Now, the reason I'm smiling is because what they don't know is we do that to wind them up.
Yeah.
I know I do anyway. Andy Harrison. We're on Supergas, 9.90. I was going to say the mid of the 90 classes, but we don't have Super Street these days, do we?
Yeah.
Andy Harrison in the STP lane against the Magic Rat of Andy Dibley. First run off the trailer, 9.90 with a 6 yesterday for Andy Dibley. 005 red for Andy. Well, no change in order. 100th of a second too quick for Andy Dibley. If that was a race, the wind light would have come on in the other lane, because Andy Harrison didn't break out, but he ran 9.92. Ah, Mike White's turned up today. Maybe he had to be at school yesterday as well.
He was working on a film set yesterday. Obviously, because though it's the FX Vega, Mark does special effects in the film industry, and he was working on a set yesterday. I don't know if I can say what production he's on, but yeah, he was working yesterday, so couldn't come up. So he pulled in the gates yesterday as Supergas were running.
Oh, what the last session probably, yeah. John Turner out there against Tim Adam, number 6 and 7 at the moment. Tim's been too quick. John hasn't been quick enough. 81-28. There we go. Same again.
So Mark sort of said, I wish I just pulled out the side nitro and unloaded the trailer
And just driven it in.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the chance now anyway.
Yeah.
So, chalk, as he's known. Mark White. Big help in getting the man coming around behind, John Morton, back to the racetrack.
Yeah.
Though he's currently not qualified. He's in the STP lane, taking on Mr. Bob Molden, the master of the pedal, or the master of the top end pedal anyway. Certainly was yesterday. Bob on off the throttle. .983, way too quick for Mark White. He still gets the number 7 spot. 987. I can't read that, so I've given it to you, sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're on with Simon Fulton, currently number 2 qualifier. What a great pairing that was yesterday with him and his brother. He's in the STP lane. John Morton back at it after a nice short retirement.
Yeah. Brief chat with Dan Page and Mort last night. They have electrical gremlins that was causing a few issues yesterday.
The throttle stop not working, was it? Is that what it was?
No, just not doing what it should be doing, and still plaguing them by the looks of it. It was working all right in the pits, and then
Get down there. Simon goes 980. Well, mind the blocks. He got one. He did get a block. 972, 144.
Yeah, just one block. I don't, because that's where exhaust port is. Well, it may have just blown.
Yeah, just
it
got
over.
blown over. We have someone out there. One of there's been many improvements over the years at this racetrack. One of the best ones is that the orange blocks that used to take ages, or the timing lights to replace, they're on magnets. There you go. Look, that's it. Done.
Right, quick birthday shout out for Tom Kearney, and that is from Luke and Maddie. So Tom, many happy returns to you from all of us, as well as Luke and Maddie.
We're on with oh no,
Still Super Gas, yeah, Stu Hodgson with Strip Poker the Beetle.
My apologies, Stu.
First run for him, going alongside Dave Fulton.
Only because I'd seen him yesterday. That was what it was. So, yeah, Stu Hodgson from South Shields against the current number 1 qualifier. Stu's already in full stage, actually. It's good to see him come along and duke it out with the Super Gassers. Well, Dave Fulton's going to take it all the way through to 984.
Well, Stu pulled that over very, very quickly to the left-hand side.
So much so, I thought he was just turning it straight into the barrier. But good job of getting out of the way. Thank you very much indeed. There's nothing leaking by the looks of it, but thank you for doing a very professional job, Stu, of pulling off the racing line just in case anything was amiss.
Right, now's the opportunity to tell you about this this little story. Let's get the right message up on the text. Here we go. As we know, Louis Davis yesterday went 7:16, 7:09 and 7:02. And we're always taking the mickey out of Louis, saying, you know, time to have a shave, time to haircut, you know, if you do this. So anyway, we don't know if it was forced or if he did it willingly, but he visited the Williams Brothers barbershop last night.
Nice.
And you know when Dan and Nick and that lot have a haircut?
It's not a haircut, is it?
It's the head shave.
The lot.
So we think, we need to see him, but we think Goose has lost all his hair.
Well, we're going to see how quick a Williams boy's haircut is going to make him today.
That's right, yeah, yeah.
Is that the plan?
Yeah, I think so.
Although the thing is, when he's got a crash helmet on, it probably slightly defeats the object, but there we go.
So, yeah, a visit to the Williams Brothers barbershop. And I know how they all do it. So, yeah, I can imagine that
he didn't have much
Goose hasn't
choice.
got any hair. I don't think he had any choice in that. Whether they ratchet strapped him down to a chair and chopped, I don't know, but It would be quite entertaining. I hope there's a video of it as well.
Couple of things as well. All you folks out there that come to join us for the day, I hope you're having fun, most importantly. Over there behind the main spectator banking, in about 10 minutes' time is the first live-action arena show of the weekend. There's a one-way system in place, so please observe that. We're on with Sportsman ET qualifying with Gary Lake out there in front, looking for a 14.09. Connor Holt hasn't actually qualified just
Yeah, the reason is Connor was running on Thursday. You know, he's got that very quick red Astra.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, broke a drive shaft. So he's blagged another car.
Breakouts on both sides of the racetrack that time for both Gary and him, although he gets a number on the board, so that means he's there.
Oh, here's half of the anniversary. Oh, they even put the wedding anniversary on the back of the car as well.
Nothing says happy anniversary like being #1 qualifier, and she was yesterday.
Yeah.
Now number 4.
Well, Mike, congratulations, buddy. I don't know if Georgina's got the radio on in the car, but 22 years husband and wife today.
In the other lane, Debbie Taylor. It says on the screen that's a Mustang. I'm sure Mustangs never look like that or were made by Seat. Too quick and too quick. 93 on 96. Georgina was closest. That was pretty close, actually.
Yeah.
Debbie Taylor, a 10th. Too quick. So, Steve Mellors from Brighton with the Hulk. Ably assisted by Captain Jack Sparrow.
Do you know what? As soon as I say something, there is a video of Louis having his haircut. Gary Carr has just sent that to me. Thanks, Gary. We'll have a look at that a little bit later.
Not for public consumption, eh? Steve Mellors against Kirsty Tram. Could we have Outlaw Anglia into the lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please. So, Kirsty in another borrowed wagon. She's going to have to get a nickname along the lines of she drives everything like she stole it. Or borrowed it, I should say. So 13.90 for the Merc in the Auto Glim lane. That's a fairly quick old Merc, that one. Steve Mellors looking for 16.40. Kirsty goes 13.91. That will be your number 2 spot for Kirsty. 16.30 for Steve. Breaks out by a 10th of a second. Hopefully still enjoying himself, though, most importantly.
Yeah, nice one, Kirsty. Very good. Oh, not again.
That's Colin's daily Amazon delivery, folks. That's probably what you just heard.
Can't believe that's happened twice.
Sorry. It's just an unmistakable tone, isn't it? I think that's probably what it is. Do you not, you know, can you not answer that and say to whoever it is at the door, look, you know where I am, and then just turn the phone round or something like that?
I can't. Oh, that's so embarrassing. It happens to happen when it was a quiet class running as well.
Every time, every day as well. Carl Magera with Cookie the Tesla, 13.30. Again, not quite sure how he susses the dialing because that car can go a lot quicker than that, and he's been way quicker than that too. Against Rob Creswell with the Beast. They're pretty close together on dialing. 13.75 for Rob. Rob was very close to a perfect run yesterday. Well, Carl is more than a couple of tenths in front, actually, by the look of that. See if he takes it all the way through. 12.85, there we go. Way too quick. Rob, what did Rob run? A 13.60. 0.15 too quick. If you're out there thinking, hang on, these look like normal road cars. Well, frankly, they are. This is possibly the most entry-level motorsport anywhere in the world. You can run your regular car. Colin got bitten this way as well, didn't you?
I certainly did, yeah.
You had to go in your regular Audi and then thought, oh, go on, what did you think?
It's good, but it's not quick enough.
Exactly, it's a bit slow. I need something quicker.
One life, live it, basically.
Indeed.
Actually, these two qualified side by side yesterday as well, actually.
They did. Holly Waters in the SCP lane, and Little Miss Rampage herself, Felicity Gibbs from Coulsdon.
Very visible with a slower reacting car that she left literally on that third amber, was rolling.
A long time before.
And that's how he got a 0-2 reaction time.
So Holly's number 1 at the moment. She's still number 1. Felicity, no help with the breakout, unfortunately.
Only just, though.
Yeah, Holly was 500ths off, though, and very good reaction time. It's not difficult to get slower cars to have good reaction times, but you just have to anticipate it, don't you? That's what it is.
Yeah, but 1699 dial goes 1698 with a 5. We're talking 5 thou off. Very close.
So Jill Medley with the fastest Cherokee Jeep you'll probably ever see in the STP lane. This thing does not hang about at all. 1264 against Dan Holloway with
Chuck Norris. No, Truck Norris, isn't it? I got it wrong.
That's the last time I ever feed you a line again, that is.
What I was thinking, the reason for the full circle is, do you remember they had a white one of those?
Okay.
But the next door neighbour had a fire and it set fire to their Jeep.
Oh my goodness.
The fire, so that is the replacement.
1257 at 107. Not a bad replacement, is it really? Dan Holloway too quick as well.
Yeah, so next door neighbours had a fire, house fire, and unfortunately, it apart from losing, obviously the neighbours lost a lot. Part of the damage was
to the garage,
was Jill's Cherokee Jeep.
Oh, Jesus!
So that's why it's called Full Circle.
And which is a good but a sad story. Was the old one that quick?
Yes,
really. That does not hang about.
I don't think it was as quick, but it was a Hemi Jeep. Anyway,
oh no, that's not good. There's fluid all over the track in El Medley's lane. You can see it from here. Actually, it's actually properly wet. Let's hope it evaporates.
That's to me, that's a split hose. It didn't look like. Oh, I hope it's not oil. Oh, I certainly hope it's not oil.
Well, Al was having a really good weekend to that point. It's very, very unusual to see what is effectively a street car. Let's see if it starts disappearing, and it will hopefully just be a hose. Al's pulling off.
He's pulled it round the corner, so he's still driving the car.
Yeah, this may take... in case you don't know, this is your first time here. We cannot race with any sort of fluid on the racetrack, whether it be rainwater, whether it be oil, whether it be transmission fluid, whether it be anything, basically. The only thing that you'll ever see going down on the racetrack, that's not evaporating. The only thing that you ever see going down on the racetrack is the glue. And that's for obvious reasons, to make it nice and tacky. Yeah, that's not evaporating. That'll be probably a radiator hose or something like that.
Yeah, if it's not evaporating, I mean, okay, yeah, the worst case scenario is oil. Best case scenario for Alan, if it's not evaporating, that will be the coolant additive in the radiator.
Okay, well, the shoe's coming out, as you can see. That is, you know, if you want a way to dignify yourself in front of a few thousand people, it's got to be sitting on one of those, don't you think?
Are open, but there are staircases to go up onto them, and there are staircases to come down off them. Just look at the signage, very, very simple to follow there. And we do have hand sanitising stations dotted around the premises, so not too difficult. Each time you walk past one, just sanitise your hands, basically. One-way system, again, on the spectator banking. We do have banking marshals there as well, but to go onto the banking, you go up the back path and walk along the top, then drop down into your viewing position, and if you leave the banking, drop downwards to the path at the front and then walk back towards the start line. It basically gives us the one-way system that we need. A one-way system is also in place for the bars and also for our catering outlets as well. And just be aware of social distancing there, so make sure you do leave space to people in front and don't let anybody come up too close to behind you. Most of our facilities on here will prefer you to pay by contactless payment, so they would rather you do that than it's cash. The Santa Pub Garden Again, a very socially distanced area, very cool place to hang out actually. There's a big TV screen over there as well. Must remind everybody that if you do purchase any alcohol there, you cannot take it out of that dedicated area.
Just very quickly, Cole.
Yep.
I think you were just about to get there as well, sorry. Live Action Arena, just a couple of minutes away from starting their first show since 2019. You don't want to miss that.
Yep.
Just over behind the main spectator banking. Obviously, we've got a bit of clean-up going on the racetrack, so almost time to perfection.
Time that to perfection, actually, because literally Live Action Arena showed you at 11 o'clock, and then once Live Action Arena has finished, you can head over to the Santa Pub Garden, because that opens at 11:30.
And then after that, you can come straight over here, because we've got jet cars and fuel cars and everything else as well
name
from
it, everything
12
else
o'clock.
coming
There
up,
we
yeah.
are. It's almost like we plan it.
Yeah. So please give that a visit. Draper Tools, they're on site with a large selection of automotive tools based opposite the pod shop on Saturday and Sunday. They do have show specials as well, so certainly worth checking that one out as well. We must remind people about Dragstalgia in a couple of weeks' time. Tickets are on the verge of selling out, so if you haven't got tickets yet, may we suggest that you do so rather soonish. It wouldn't surprise me if we do get a notification by close of play tomorrow that the event may have sold out. So make sure that you do get your tickets. You don't want to miss out on that one. It's such a great event. Some of the coolest drag racing machinery you're ever likely to see will be here. So certainly please come along. Saturday evening, obviously we got the live stream in the Santa Pub Garden on the big screen, but there's also the football will be on there, those of you that really want to watch the football. Wales are playing tonight, so that match will be on the big screen later on. I think that's pretty much covered all of that, but please keep an eye on the Santapod website, santapod.com, for all the future events. We've got some big events coming up. Well, the rest of the year are all going to be big, especially once lockdown is fully eased, because we've got not only Dragstalgia in a couple of weeks, you've got the Fast Show Reloaded next Sunday, Dragstalgia the weekend after, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 9th, 10th and 11th, and then you've got the STP Summer Nationals the weekend after that, 17th and 18th, and then according to the government roadmap, 19th is when all restrictions are lifted. So guess what event we're going to hold the first weekend after that?
As a bit of a celebration.
Bug Jam. Yeah, that's going to be huge this year. 23rd, 24th and 25th. And then the weekend after that, the Mopar Euro Nationals. Weekend after that, Ultimate Streetcar. So there is loads of events coming up. Get onto the Santapod website, check it all out, get your tickets ordered. It's going to be a phenomenal year. Boy, oh boy, we need one. But we can't wait. Really cannot wait to get all these events underway under normal.
Exactly, and also
normal. Can't add any more to that.
as Colin stutters to the end. Thank you very much, Cole. The one thing we need to mention as well, obviously, the reason you're going through all that is because there are people watching at home on Santapod's wonderful free live stream.
Can you say that one word again?
Free, as in. Don't cost you anything at all.
Yeah.
Most importantly, we hope you're enjoying it. We hope you're sharing it all around the world with all your friends, which is what happens all the time. It's amazing the messages we get from all parts of the planet when we're talking that we think people aren't listening. One of the best ones, and he's probably going to be listening again today, a couple of weeks ago at VW Breakout, me and Luke were talking about people that, that have race cars that don't race them. Yeah. And so I said, yeah, I've got a mate like that, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Anyway, I went through it, him building the car, me badgering him to race, all the rest of it. And I got a message saying, I was sitting in the workshop drinking a cup of tea, and I thought, yeah, what an idiot, that sounds like someone I know. And he thought, oh no, it's me. Well, not what an idiot, but he thought, hang on a minute, he's talking about me, the cheeky what's it. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, so people do listen. They do. And the good or the bad thing for us, still not quite sure, jury's a bit out, is that you can watch it back as well. So it's not like you have to sit there watching it live.
Yeah.
You can actually rewind, go to the bits you want to watch, all that kind of thing too, which is one of the things that Colin did.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched the coverage back from VW Breakout, and then you sort of work out roughly when you run, and you go and look at the coverage. And, you know, I've played back that footage of my last qualifying run so many times, and it feels great. And it's one of the rare occasions that Darrell has said something nice about me.
Oh, it'll never happen again, mate, don't worry, even if you win.
Yeah, so but it's very good, and it was good listening to you and Luke as well, so it was great.
But what I was getting at anyway, with the free stream, if you're enjoying what you see, you like what you see, obviously you couldn't make it here for the weekend and you're enjoying what you're watching, please, you are very welcome to donate in many different ways. I think Colin may know slightly more about this than I do. You can donate via Facebook. If you're watching on YouTube, you can donate via YouTube, or, you know, a multitude of different ways. It's
certainly worth it. Not only that, the investment that's gone into the cameras. The coverage that you're seeing, and I believe it's Barney has got these like 4K cameras now, and the quality of the imagery being broadcast now is phenomenal.
It
and
is
what
very,
they
very
can
good.
do on not a huge budget. I mean, you look at some of the other live streams that have got
absolutely.
Let's just say a huge amount of money, and our coverage is on par, if not possibly slightly better.
Phenomenal, I think, is the exact phrase that we're looking for. Anyway, we need VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. VW Pro into the lanes. Also, one of the things Colin and me, always, not a lot of people know this, but actually one of the things that we do when we do a lot of the explained about stuff that's happening in the read-throughs is in the programme, which you can all go and purchase. Some of you may have got one already. £3 from various places around the site gives you...
And writing things down, I know we do it all the time, but we just got to do it really clearly.
Now, the reason I'm smiling is because what they don't know is we do that to wind them up.
Yeah.
I know I do anyway. Andy Harrison. We're on Supergas, 9.90. I was going to say the mid of the 90 classes, but we don't have Super Street these days, do we? Andy Harrison in the STP lane against the Magic Rat of Andy Dibley. First run off the trailer, 9.90 with a 6 yesterday for Andy Dibley. 005 red for Andy. Well, no change in order. 100th of a second too quick for Andy Dibley. If that was a race, the win light would have come on in the other lane, because Andy Harrison didn't break out, but he ran 9.92. Ah, Mike White's turned up today. Maybe he had to be at school yesterday as well.
He was working on a film set yesterday. Obviously, because though it's the FX Vega, Mark does special effects in the film industry, and he was working on a set yesterday. I don't know if I can say what production he's on, but yeah, he was working yesterday, so couldn't come up. So he pulled in the gates yesterday as Supergas were running.
Oh, what, the last session probably, yeah. John Turner out there against Tim Adam, number 6 and 7 at the moment. Tim's been too quick. John hasn't been quick enough. 81. Over there behind the banking. Once again, please observe all the marshals. We do have the local council health and safety come and visit us, normally at an unannounced point over the weekend. So one of the reasons we are here and able to enjoy ourselves is because everybody, almost to a man and a woman and a child, does exactly what they're supposed to do, and we want to keep doing that, please. So enjoy yourself, but enjoy yourselves responsibly. We're going to hand over to Nitro FM for hopefully not too much longer. The tractor's out there, the shoe's doing its thing. Whatever that was, obviously taking a little bit longer than we'd like to clear up, but we'll be back with you not too shortly. Dibley. First run off the trailer, 9.90 with a 6 yesterday for Andy Dibley. 005 red for Andy. Well, no change in order. 100th of a second too quick for Andy Dibley. If that was a race, the win light would have come on in the other lane, because Andy Harrison didn't break out, but he ran 9.92. Ah, Mike White's turned up today. Maybe he had to be at school yesterday as well.
He was working on a film set yesterday. Obviously, because though it's the FX Vega, Mark does special effects in the film industry, and he was working on a set yesterday. I don't know if I can say what production he's on, but yeah, he was working yesterday, so couldn't come up. So he pulled in the gates yesterday as Supergas were running.
Oh, what the last session probably, yeah. John Turner out there against Tim Adam, number 6 and 7 at the moment. Tim's been too quick. John hasn't been quick enough. 81.28. There we go. Same again.
So Mark sort of said, I wish I'd just pulled outside Nitro and unloaded the trailer
and just driven it in. Yeah. Well, he's got the chance now anyway. So chalk, as he's known. Mark White. Big help in getting the man coming around behind, John Morton, back to the racetrack.
Yeah.
Though he's currently not qualified. He's in the STP lane, taking on Mr. Bob Molden, the master of the pedal, or the master of the top end pedal anyway. Certainly was yesterday. Bob off the throttle. .983, way too quick for Mark White. He still gets the number 7 spot. 987. I can't read that, so I've given it to you, sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're on with Simon Fulton, currently number 2 qualifier. What a great pairing that was yesterday with him and his brother. He's in the STP lane. John Morton back at it after a nice short retirement.
Yeah. Brief chat with Dan Page and Mort last night. They have electrical gremlins that was causing a few issues yesterday.
Did the throttle stop not working, was it? Is that what it was?
No, just not doing what it should be doing, and still plaguing them by the looks of it. It was working all right in the pits, and then
get down there. Simon goes 980. Well, mind the blocks. He got one. He did get a block. 972, 144.
Yeah, just one block. I don't, because that's where exhaust port is. Well, it may have just blown
yeah, just
it
got
over.
blown over. We have someone out there. One of there's been many improvements over the years at this racetrack. One of the best ones is that the orange blocks that used to take ages, or the timing lights to replace, they're on magnets. There you go. Look, that's it. Done.
Right, quick birthday shout out for Tom Kearney, and that is from Luke and Maddie. So Tom, many happy returns to you from all of us, as well as Luke and Maddie.
We're on with oh no,
still Supergas. Yeah, Stu Hodgson with Strip Poker the Beetle.
My apologies, Stu.
First run for him, going alongside Dave Fulton.
Only because I'd seen him yesterday. That was what it was. So, yeah, Stu Hodgson from South Shields against the current number 1 qualifier. Stu's already in full stage, actually. It's good to see him come along and duke it out with the Supergassers. Well, Dave Fulton's going to take it all the way through to 984.
Well, Stu pulled that over very, very quickly to the left-hand side.
So much so, I thought he was just turning it straight into the barrier. But good job of getting out of the way. Thank you very much indeed. There's nothing leaking by the looks of it, but thank you for doing a very professional job, Stu, of pulling off the racing line just in case anything was amiss.
Right, now's the opportunity to tell you about this this little story. Let's get the right message up on the text. Here we go. One of the great things about being in the commentary box is you occasionally get the odd gift that makes its way into the tower. And Nikki Marshall very, very kindly dropped off one of her latest bakings. And it was so good, I enjoyed it very much indeed. And I will now admit publicly that I stole Daryl's as well. He went out and I nicked it. It was lovely. I enjoyed it that much. So, Nikki, thank you very much indeed. We are not far away from getting things going once again. Yeah, obviously a bit more fluid than what any of us, especially Alan Medley, wanted to have deposited on the track. Alan, I hope the Mustang is A-OK. It looks like he took it off the track under its own power. But obviously whatever fluid did come out of it, there was a fair bit. So our track crew working away just to make sure everything is A-OK. But say we're not far off getting going once again. There's only the tractor and a couple of people on the track at the moment, so we're very, very close indeed. Also, some of our Outlaw Anglia guys are having a look at what the track is like at the moment, so they're not that far away. The next class to continue qualifying will be 950 bike. There in the lanes. Also, I would imagine ET Bike and 850 are down there as well. Cars that are ahead of the pairing lanes is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. So they are there as well. Head of the lanes for the cars is Tony Higgs with the Capri and Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne. So they are all in the lanes ready to go, just waiting for the track to be going once again. But lots of things going on site. Say Live Action Arena, the Santa Pub Garden, open at 11:30, which is literally 5 minutes time. Daryl has come back to realise that the piece of cake that he left here to enjoy later on has gone. Sorry, buddy, I stole it, and I admit it. Hands up.
Git, I think, is the only polite thing I can possibly say.
But it was that nice.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine then. I'm so glad that you got that.
No, it's really good. But as I say, loads of things going on site. Don't worry if you missed the first Live Action Arena show. There is another one this afternoon. And, of course, we've got 2 shows tomorrow. So this afternoon show is at 2:30 and Sunday's show is 10:30 and 2 o'clock. As you say, the Santa Pub Garden opening in a few minutes. And for those of you that are interested later on, that will be showing the Wales match this evening on the big screen over there. What do we know?
One day, no, I was just going to say, one day, when I'm not working, I'm going to hear an announcement that the pub garden is going to be opening, and I won't be working, so I can go. It's almost like you do it to wind me up.
Yeah.
Every day.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Pub's open, you're at work. Excellent. But it's not really,
Well, our start line crew are just getting back on station, so we're getting very close to getting going once again. Just waiting for the tractor to come back onto position. So quite a few, as I say, lots of things going on site. There's quite a few people that aren't here that need to be here or that want to be here. Obviously, I've just messaged Brett Cordell to say, 950 bikes next class out. Jasmine Cordell's been in touch.
Okay.
Just wanted to say a big shout out to everybody in 850 bike. But unfortunately, she's stuck at home in bed, not feeling very well.
Oh, Jazz, get well.
And yeah, Jazz, please get well soon. I know you will. But yeah, it's not good when the circumstances prevent you from getting to the track, and even more so when you're not well. So, Jazz, get yourself well soon.
Well, what was I going to say? I can't remember now. Lost my train of thought, which never really gets boarded in the first place. Yeah, anyway, there was one thing I was just going to say, and I've totally forgotten what it is already. But yeah, we've still got lots more qualifying to go today. Obviously, we have we've got jet cars and everything from 12 o'clock, so don't go too far away. I also noticed as well that lovely yellow cloud keeps appearing.
Oh, it does.
Up the top end up there too. No, just chatting to, very kindly, just chatting to Colin Miller and Jed Guy. We're about to go with the bikes now, so I'll wait till they come out. Anyway, no, it's all good. It's all fine. I now know why everything's been giving them fits, frankly.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
The only way you're going to find is talk to them directly, or get get proper. There's only so much you can guess.
I think. Well, the thing is, I think we guess right. Let's put it that way. However, as always, it's a lot more complicated than just it's not working.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, or it's not doing what it's supposed to or expected. So. We're back on with, I think, 950 bike. Is that right? Yeah. Qualifying session number 4. Obviously, the clean-up put us a little way behind. I think it was about half an hour, something like that one. But the track crew, as always, congratulations. Thank you very much indeed to the excellent Santapod Races Club team. From everybody at the last turn-off up there, all the way down the racetrack to round to the pit marshals. So, first pair, Martin Hallett, or Mattin Hallett, as the screen said, in the FTP lane, against Ian Shipton. Or in Shipton. That might be a misspelling as well. Yeah.
So, Ian currently number 5 with a 988. Martin Hallett in the number 1 spot, 9.50 with a 2.
Takes some doing.
There is a gap. It's
they've
very
got
small.
air shifters on these bikes.
I think so.
They have,
I think so.
Still, they still leave on the clutch and everything else as well. So that's Martin Hallett, who's currently number 1. Number 5 is Ian Shipton. Ian went 988 yesterday, looking to go a bit quicker than that. Martin is way out in front. 891.
Whoa.
Someone forgot the... Well, they don't have throttle stops, do they? I don't think so. Anyway,
wow.
That's not right. Let's put it that way. That's not a breakout.
Yeah,
that's
10.06. If you combine the two numbers together and added them up, you might get an average of 950, but that's about as close as you're going to get. Wow. Stunning run.
Stacey Reed, loving life back on her bike in the STP lane against Rick Sawatsky, who, as Colin said yesterday, is the most experienced racer. Yeah. Full stop. Oh, both two. They're probably both looking at each other thinking, I hope you've got it right. I hope I've got I hope you've got it right.
Actually, yeah.
Well, no, that happens, doesn't it? When you're next to somebody else and you're bracket racing, or like in this on a 950 bike, probably looking at each other going, right, yeah, this has got to be it, because we're both about the same. Scotty Crookston with the Flying Scotsman from Kinross, another borrowed machine, the borrowed Booster in the STP lane, and Craig Wright, who has been very, very close to that magic 950 number on a number of occasions.
So Craig in the number 3 spot, 952 with a 3. Scotty, number 7 on the borrowed bike.
Well, Craig's out there in front. He's probably going to be closer to 950. Oh, wow! Ladies and gentlemen, your new number 1 qualifier, 9.50 with a pesky 1 on the end.
He found the gap. It was that small, but he managed to find it.
My goodness me, well done,
well
sir.
Done.
10:41 for Scotty Crookston, just slightly in the wrong direction, but well done, Craig. That boy has racecraft in whatever class he runs in, doesn't he?
Unbelievable. Well done.
Dave Hall with the Artist.
Right, Dave Hall not having a banner weekend at the moment. That's better though. 981 moves him up to 8 to 5.
So Jay Rowe, number 4 at the moment. This is 850 bike we're on to now against Al Morrison. One of the many Morrisons we have racing.
I was just having a look at stats actually on the Euro Dragster coverage as such. Rick Sawatsky has got 8 championship wins and he has won 24 events.
My goodness me. John Force will be ringing in for tips shortly. Right, Al Morrison out in front by some margin. Oh, very, very close indeed. 8:48 with the 2, just that bit too quick. 9:37 for Jay Rowe, stays number 4. We're having some patches of blue sky turn up as well. It's turned out to be quite a nice day, and a tailwind as well. and a very good-looking crowd. As
There's a super looking
always
crowd.
have that. Always have that. Joe Elliott, the little bit quick Buell in the SDP lane, against Steve Howe. With Rick Stubbins looking on. Another Protect Booster. Haven't seen Rick out in Super Street for a while. 8:42, just a bit too quick for Steve Howe. Joe Elliott, 8:66 though. Well done. Okay. ET bike. So basically, any kind of bike you've got, dial your own number. We've got a great mix of bikes here. I mean, I think this class was sort of made for Phil Pratt, to be honest with you, wasn't it, really?
Now, what's he dialing today? 894.
Cooler weather, bit of a tailwind. He went 893 like 2 or 3 times yesterday. However, his dialing was a bit quicker than that. Taking on Justin Melton.
Nicely away. Disappearing into the distance. 895 with a 1. Nicely done, Phil. Moves up from 5 to 2.
And an 038 light well. That's why that boy does well on race day. 11:89 for Justin Morton. Gets bumped back 1 spot because he broke out. And Phil improved, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
So, Mike Gooding, the Hobo Racing TL1000 in the SCP lane. 9.30, taking on Dave Grundy. 10:56 for Dave.
All right, Michael currently number 7. Dave currently number 8.
Well, Michael Gooding with a 002 reaction time, but the bike bogs off the start line. Dave Grundy long gone. Oh, 2 measly thousandths of a second too quick for Dave Grundy. And 12:73, no improvement obviously for Michael Gooding.
All right, Bill Marsh with the Armageddon Hayabusa, looking for 9:33. Went 9:44 on qualifying, on his best run in qualifying yesterday. Paul Adams ran an 8:92. He's wound it even further down to 8:86.
So Bill Marsh at the moment is dead last. Qualifying anyway. 88 and a 9:27 breakout for Bill Marsh. Still no help. Up next is Gary Hester, current number 1 qualifier. I'd like to know whether his crew guy got that jacket to match the bike, or they painted the bike to match that jacket, because it must have been hard work to find a jacket that was that good a match, let's put it that way. Gary Hester, 8:85 against Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin, who was actually stuttering to a stop. 86 with a 7, my goodness me, that's why that man's number 1 qualifier. And no help at all for Robbie Dobby, obviously. I think we're about a few more pairs. We've got Outlaw Anglia around there, and also Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator for their 4th qualifying session.
All right, Johnny Young then. Oh, but the bike's cut out. Oh, shame. So, going to be solo for Peter Harrison. It's such a cool bike there Johnny's got. As you say, I think that was came from Turbo.
It was one of Turbo's bikes, yeah. It's the fact Laura and Chris are helping out. So Pete Harrison, currently number 5. 10.96 with a 1. Bumps Phil Pratt down 1 spot.
That was a lovely run actually, Peter Harrison. 95 on the dial, 96 on the run. Just over 100th of a second. That's what gives you the number 2 spot.
That's why I'm not allowed coffee. Never mind.
Dear
Anyway.
dear. Next up should be Blade King. There he is. Going alongside Matt Jones.
Well, the good news for Johnny Young, he's just asked very politely, and he's going to tag on the end of the session again. Just getting ready to go.
Yeah.
So Blade lining up on the start line. Darl's an 8.95. Matt Jones's bike, kind of a good bracket bike. Look at that. Look at this. Look at the riding
cool
position.
Well,
yeah. Not only that. Well, Blade's way out there in front. Currently number 6, looking for 9.10. Not bad at all. He stays in the 6th spot. 143 miles an hour. Well, he still looks pretty happy.
Yeah. Matt Jones goes through with a 10.57 on a 10.20.
Okay, this is Johnny Young, second time of asking.
Right, so the dial in for Johnny is 10.50. The mission for Johnny is to get a 9-second pass at some stage.
He's
That's a good looking run.
It.
Oh,
Seems
it's
to
just
run
petering out there, isn't it?
It's run out of gears. Or whoa!
Whoa, Ange, get your pen and paper ready. Johnny Young has just gone 10.06 at 115.93. Nice one, Johnny. Very, very close to dipping into the 9s, which I know he desperately wants, but 10.06. 115, and it sounded like it was bobbling at the top end as well.
It kind of peters out about 1,000 foot.
I mean, if you look at the speed at the 8th, 112, he's only doing 115 at the quarter.
Basically stops pulling after the 8th. Yeah.
Oh, that bike has definitely got a 9 in it.
Definitely. I'm sure we'll get there. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. We have our chief starter, Mr. Ian Marshall, doing a bit of spray work on the start line. Some glue going down, which they traditionally do. Is that Andy Bond watching? It is, isn't it? I think. Just there. Next to the security guy. I think that is.
Oh, it is, yeah. Also, you've got Outlaw Anglia in the lanes as well. I know you've had a chat with them in the on the start line when you went down, so we find out a bit more about that in a moment.
I just needed a translator after talking to Colin, to be honest with you, but other than that, it's all good. He probably needs a translator for us lot down here too.
Well, just a reminder, folks, if you're on the banking, you can actually go round into the pits, totally free to have a wander around. Just be advised, though, because of social distancing, you can't actually enter individual pit bays. The rule of 6 does still apply there. But if you do want to go and have a close look at a car, make sure there is nobody around you, and you do it with the team's permission.
So here we go then, rolling around underneath the tower. All these vehicles you're about to see are completely street legal, and they are running on treaded street tyres as well. To the point where at the end of today's qualifying,
they go out on a cruise.
They do.
Interesting story later on this one. Very interesting story.
Yes, they go on a cruise round the local villages to scare a bit of wildlife, and some of the locals do. Although locals are probably used to it by now.
That's right. I might as well tell you the story now. Elliot Day, absolutely blasting it down the quarter mile. He's only 16.
Wow. So not actually. He won't be driving it on the cruise then?
No, he can't.
Oh!
He can't. He has to nominate a driver. So obviously Dave, his dad, is going to be the driver on the cruise. So, but Elliot is running the car on the track. How about that? You can run 150 odd mile an hour on the track, yet you're not allowed to drive it out the gates. Unbelievable. But that's what
the way
it
it goes.
You can't. It's totally within the rules to run the car on the track because you've got a competition license. But he can't drive it on the street because he's not old enough and he can't.
Every 16-year-old with a junior dragster's going to be going,
That's
Mum,
it.
Dad.
Yeah.
Right. Anthony Higgs, currently number 2 qualifier with the Capri in the SDP lane, taking on Damien Halliwell, who's having trouble staging. There we go.
Just a bit of tyre squeal, not too much.
A little bit of slip off the start line for Anthony Higgs. That's turned up a bit more than it was yesterday. 874, nearly 170 miles an hour. 1058 on 129 for Damien Halliwell. Yeah, and he's 16 and he gets to do that as well.
Yeah, cool.
It's such a good story as well with the Willis in the Auto Glimlane. That's Elliot Day in there, who Colin just mentioned is 16 years old. His dad Dave out front. They actually built this car together, didn't they? They built it together. They live down on the coast. I think they come from Sonting or thereabouts anyway. Goring by Sea, sorry. Next door. And yeah, they built the car together. They're racing it together. This is kind of like the ultimate bit of I give up.
This is the other thing that Elliot was saying. So look, just let me do my own thing. I want to bring it up to the line myself. So yeah, he's absolutely cool as a cucumber.
Taking on Nick Hale.
Looks like the trans brake wouldn't let go then.
Well, it'll still be a decent run because he didn't break the beams. Nick Hale's out there in front to get there first with the Mercedes at 10.73, 9.42, 150.
Boys going quicker and quicker.
Do not adjust your sets. We've got wide angle. It's okay. We can fit these in. Nigel Hale, Ashley Cooper. I mean, the vehicle's not there. Again, the great thing about Street Eliminator is you can kind of race whatever you fancy, to be honest. If you see something and it's your dream car or van or pickup, you can put a monster engine in it and it will go quickly, provided it's road legal. Nigel Hale, the Redneck Racing. I'd love to know how much that thing weighs, probably more than the moon. Against Ashley Cooper, that's not light either, actually, is it?
Whoa, tyre shake from Nigel Hale. You see those tyres rattling, and you can see the marks as well.
Well, Ash Cooper's long gone. 9.99, he's back in the nines again. 100, nearly 140 miles an hour. You can go home and tell your friends you've seen a 9-second, 140 mile an hour transit, and they're going to laugh at you and wonder what you've been doing, aren't they?
Awesome.
Still went 11.06 with the pedal, Nigel Hale. Outlaw Anglia rolling rounds. Last car in Street Eliminator is Al Williamson.
Yeah, so missing Andy Bond from this session, but you've seen Andy wandering around. I'm sure everything is a-okay. And special shout out to Mark Todd at home. Sorry you're not here, buddy. I noticed actually he's posted on social media why he's not here now. So yeah, absolutely gutted, and wish everybody well. See you in a few weeks. That's not working entirely the way Al wants it to. He's in the number 4 spot with a 9.29. So, Outlaw Anglia, what can you tell us?
Well, not much as usual, but there we go. I said I need an interpreter. We've got Mick Taylor out there and Colin Miller. Funny enough, I didn't actually talk about the car or tune-ups with Colin. I was talking to Jed Guy about that, but no, Colin. They're getting closer with getting the car off the line. They made some full link changes for the last run yesterday, and it seemed to make a lot of difference, which is really, really good. That's what they're mainly playing with on the Flying Fifer. He's in the Auto Glimlane. Mick Taylor with the Banshee. Now Colin has no trouble getting the nitrous to engage. Jed Guy does, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Right.
Yeah, no, Colin. I think, frankly, he's not getting fed up with it, not getting off the line, but it's just getting like it to go. Let's put it that way. That's a lot more like it from Colin, but a move to the centre line. He has to pedal it. You can hear him still pedaling it. Mick Taylor is through to a 790 at 171, 822 at 144 for Colin. See what I mean? Colin got off the line with a lot less shake, actually.
Yeah. 108 to 60 foot as well.
But it was still shaking, and it knocked the car offline over towards the centre line. And because these cars are a bit skittish at the best of times.
Yeah.
The last thing you want them to do is get a wobble on. Let's put it like that. So, Jed Guy, anyway, I just had the pleasure of having a chat with Jed down there on the start line. Basically, the issue they're having is what we were talking about, which was the nitrous, purges the nitrous, everything works fine in the pits before they come out. When they get on the racetrack and it's under load, the nitrous doesn't fire. And because it's a fuel-injected engine, the nitrous goes in the same way that the fuel does, okay? Which is obviously the best way to do it and the best way to mix it. The problem is, because the nitrous isn't firing, the solenoids aren't working. They've tested every one. They've taken it all apart, put it back together so many times. Because the nitrous isn't working, the EFI dumps a load of extra fuel in, and he said it runs like a pig by comparison. So that's why he said he never thought that he'd say out loud that running a 7.6 felt slow, but he said he keeps waiting for it to go, and it just never does. He always thinks it takes too long to get to the finish line. They're really hoping that this is going to be the one where it all works. We shall see. Ben Kennedy in the STP lane. Ben Kennedy's run 10.75 this weekend. Shorty's hot rod. Jed Guy. I'd say that's working.
106 to 60 foot.
Oh yes, this would be more like it.
151.
Yay, it worked. 7.22. New personal best at 184 miles an hour for Jed Guy. 106 to 60 as well, even with all the tyre shake. That was good. I did say to him as well, I said, I keep saying this is going to be the one, and it's not, so I'm not going to say it this time. There we go. Anyway.
Nicely done, sir.
They've sussed it. That worked. They can now tune from that and, well, watch out everyone else. Number one qualifier.
10.68, 124 in the STP lane. There was a little bit of a puff of smoke in the shutdown area, but looks all A-OK, and both cars turned safely round the corner. So this is VW Sportsman. Polly Judge with the Audi. And Ethan Lyle. Ethan Lyle, the roll-in P, 20.5 on the dial-in. So Polly currently in the number 2 spot. She ran 16.35 to get that. 16.62. So what's Ethan got for us? It'll be a 90. Oh, it's a 20.28. It's a breakout though.
He's 11th spot. Well done to everybody on the pickup going up to get Jed Guy. Congratulations. Finally. That's only what you've been waiting to do since about April, I think. Well done. Again.
No, I've got to change settings because I switched the phone to silent and it's still one off, so I don't know why it's doing that. I'm going to have to disable that feature.
I reckon it's your neighbours know what you do for the day, so they just walk round and press it.
Yeah, just wait for a quiet car, off it goes.
Actually, yeah, timing is scary, isn't it? Somebody know where you live and they're watching the live stream.
Oh, unbelievable. Phil Jones and Justin Foley. Justin, no, I thought he'd done runs, but...
he hasn't. Well, he's not got time on the board anyway. Yeah, he did, actually. He did run yesterday. Anyway, 14.95 goes too quick. We'll get a number on the board, though. Phil Jones breaks out too with a 14.86.
Unless Justin swapped cars. That's the other thing. Laurie Anslow and John Crawford. So Laurie in the number 5 spot, John number 4.
Yeah, John's still wearing the number 1 from 2000. He's that good. He took a year off and he's still number 1. It's got to be true because we said it.
Right, actually, just tiny bit of a clear up in Laurie's lane from the previous car. As it left the line, some fluid, some water came out of the exhaust. So John Crawford going to take a solo on this one, just whilst they get the STP lane cleaned up, ready to go once again. So target for John then, 15.11. He gets 15.63, half a second out. which doesn't sound much, but in our world, that's a long time. Steve Stone with the Golf, dialing in 15.70.
I think we're good to go, so it might be, yeah, side-by-side qualifying run. Larry Ainslow with VW Bora.
Yeah, but it's not a 12.99, so...
Definitely not. I think Jason stepped it up a little bit, if that's the case.
Dialing is 17.4 for Larry when this comes up to the line.
Also, folks, the time, I think it's about 10 to... It is around about 10 to 12. We have jet cars, fuel cars, pro mods, comp eliminator, top fuel bike coming up very, very shortly indeed. So if you're around milling around in the pits or anywhere anywhere that's not a spectator area, now is a good time to make your way to where you'd like to be. I can see the world famous Fireforce Transit poking its nose around the back of the tower. They're not going to be far away.
Right, okay, so the dial-in changes. There we go, 17.40 for Laurie. Steve Stone at 15.7. Steve is currently number 7 spot. Larry currently number 5. Well, Steve Stone will get to the stripe first. $15.65, got there a little bit too quick though. Laurie goes 18.29 on a 17.40, no help for either of them. Right, Morgan Wilson with the misdemeanor Havoc Beetle, currently the number 9 spot, dialing in 17.35. Now, yesterday she qualified with an 18.20 and then broke out spectacularly, went into the 17s, hence the big dial-in change to 17.35. A little bit off the line there, that could put it back into the 18s, but let's see. Yeah, just into the 18s actually, 18.01 at 73 miles an hour. Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug and Bruce Harvey with the Golf. Oh, what happened there? Bruce sort of did 3 skips and out, basically. Meanwhile, Lawrence on his way, looking for that 13.6. Finds a 13.43. Breaks out, goes too quick. So he's going to stay put in the number 6 spot. We'll just wait to see what Bruce does here. Yep, the engine's going. Ooh. Very bizarre. All sorts of smoke billowing out the side of that one. So basically no time or speed recorded there. So he stays in the number 10 spot. Next up, Jack Gooding with the Sirocco, going alongside young Mr. Cresswell, 13.70. The dial-in on the Audi.
Just down in Nitro FM, with both radio mics faded up, please, the ones I'm going to use. Yeah, if you don't mind, and obviously the receivers on as well. I'm going to, because I'm about 2 minutes away from here.
16.52 the dial-in for Jack. I say Rob at 13.7. Well, nicely away there from Rob, 0.5 light. But it's all about ET at the moment. So 13.70. He's already a number one qualifier, 13.78. But no, Jack Gooding is your number one qualifier now. He sneaks in there, 16.52 with a 4 on a 16.52. Jack Gooding, number one qualifier now in VW Sportsman.
Just 4 thousandths
Still got
away.
2 more qualifiers to go.
Just 4 thousandths away from being perfect.
On to VW Pro. All right, James Gould, the Team Militia Golf, and it's Tom Herbert with the with the Golf. Should have been the Corrado, but he's in the Golf. Yep. Not sure if I might put it on.
No, sorry. I can now.
So 10.50 dial-in for James Gould and 11.60 dial-in for Tom Herbert.
Yeah, that's the spare one.
Lights go green. Alright, 11.99, 11.17. No help for either of those two. James Gould stays at number 3. Tom stays number 9. Next up then, Graham Fairhead with the Misfit, the fastback, dialing in 11.20, and Jacob Bailey 10.30 with the Jetta. Well, nicely away, Graham. But run peaking out as he reaches the stride. Jacob Bailey, 11 flat. And Graham coasts through with a 14.86. So again, no help for either of those two. $12.75 dial in for Abby with the Golf. She'll be up next in the Auto Glim lane. That is seriously quick actually, Abby's Golf. Pretty much a stock car, but the remaps that are available on these, very, very good indeed. Carl Goldsmith dialing in 10.20 with the Golf. With a bit of sunshine and blue sky as well. Glorious conditions here. Actually, it's a good run building here for Carl. Plenty of wheel spin, but not overly done at the start. 11.16, 128. Did actually lose a fair bit there. 12.78 and 106. Abby Tether moves up from number 6 to number 2 with that one, just 0.03 of a second off a dial in. Nicely done, Abby. Adrian Solly for the Audi A3, the Late Goose. Dialing in 11.15 alongside Paul Jackson, Neil Parata, the Little Lupo. Luke Stevenson down there, our good buddy Luke. One of the commentary team here at Santipol. You find him up here at most of the lifestyle events now. And if it's anything VW related, he's there as well. Darling's end, Paul 10.60, Adrian 11.15. Adrian gets there first, 11.01. That's a fair old breakout actually, almost into the 10s there. 11.52 there for Paul Jackson, although miles off his darling, does actually move up a spot there. Right, Guy with the Golf Mark 4, Team Bubble alongside Lee Caudry with Poppy. Leon, Guy is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Lee currently in the number 3 spot. Oh, both mashing them through the gears, especially Guy. Now then, how close to 11.20 can he get? Not close enough, actually, because that looks like big problems at the end there. 13.74, only 62 miles an hour. 12.31, 106 there for Lee. Only 600ths off his darling, but he'd already got closer. So he stays in number 3. Guy stays number 1. But say a fair bit of fluid at the top end, but looks like it's evaporated very quickly indeed. So steam more than anything. Right, Rob Carter with the Rowdy, the S4, dialing in 11.72, and Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger, 9.89 the dial-in for the Beetle. Dave Crowhurst beautifully away this time. 6.45 at 108 at 8th, 10.22, 129 at the stripe, and a 13.65 there for Rob Carton. Not one of his best runs, but Dave Crowhurst, the short numbers were great on that for the Beetle. Very, very good indeed. Last pair in VW Pro. Then I think it's going to be the 2-seater dragster putting a run in. And then we get ready for the show. Paul Bargate, I Am Legend, the Sirocco. Your number 5 qualifier going alongside James Hodson with the Golf Mark 2. James looking for a 10.99. Paul looking for 12.04 with the yellow Sirocco. Oh, 12.08 on 12.04. Paul moves up 1 spot. No help there. 11.99 for James. So he stays put. Okay, so it is the 2-seater dragster. Your passenger is Mark Evenden from Rochester in Kent. And this is a 50th birthday present. And because we're quite a way behind on our 2-seater passenger rides, this was a 50th birthday present that he was given last year. And only now has he had the opportunity to finally take it up. So 50th birthday present for Mark. He's going to enjoy this. He's had long enough to build up to it. Now the earlier passenger run for Jason, 171 miles an hour I believe it was. And it was in the 7.8s, so it was a really, really quick run. Paul Brown, driver of the 2-seater these days, does a fantastic job of it, just as Steve Warner used to. I love the fact that when the passenger is spoken to just before the run, they do make sure that first of all they're all A-OK and they're good to go for the run, and secondly make sure you push your crash helmet as far back onto the headrest as you possibly can. So here we go then. Paul Brown and Mark Evenden. 8th mile, 498, 138 at the stripe, 7.84 at 170.46 miles an hour. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a thrill ride. And very nicely done indeed. That is one timing slip that Mark will never, ever forget. Of course, he gets a copy of the timing slip as well. And how about that? 7.84 seconds, 170 miles an hour. Got to half track. 0 to 138 miles an hour in 4.98 seconds. No messing about there.
I think, is that the quickest one of the weekend as well?
Yeah, it was a fraction quicker than the first run this morning. Fraction quicker.
Maybe you didn't have breakfast, the person this morning did. I think. It could certainly happen. Right, we've got a little bit of track prep going on, but we've got lots of big, loud stuff round behind the tower. Julian Webb is already strapped into split second, the Jet Dragster. I think we've got side-by-side Jet Dragsters to open the show for this lunchtime. Is that right, Colin? I think that's the plan.
I think so. I've got it down as Fire Force 5 versus split second. Okay, so yeah. Martin Hills that does open the show.
It does. Martin Hills, I'm glad I'm at the tower then, quite frankly. But Martin Hill and Julian Webb are getting set, ready to go. Just had a quick chat with John Tebenham as well. John's around here with fabulous Lightly McQueen. You can't miss that car with the Pro Mod. We've got Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle is at the front of the queue, ready to go too. You've got the order, Colin. Go on, just fill us in what's coming up.
Yep, as you know, Fire Force 5 versus split second. Then you've got Comp Eliminator doing their 4th qualifying session. Then, of course, the Pro Mods will be doing theirs. Top Fuel Bike. Another session for them. And then, of course, the Fuel Funny Cars. And we do actually have the matchups here in the tower for them. So we'll get to those when they come round. And I believe you should have down in the lanes also Oklahoma Willie, Firestorm, and Fire Force 3. So that is obviously why Martin is head of the lanes to run Fire Force 5. Then he can get back in the pits and bring Fire Force 3 back down.
I think they might have it not far away anyway. So yeah. Anyway, we've got a show for around about an hour for you on the racetrack. Nice to see you back, sir. No, it's not. Don't lie.
It's a good-looking crowd, isn't it?
Oh, not up there, but over there, definitely, or over there. I think you've definitely got that right. Anyway, folks, before we just carry on with this part, hopefully you've all been enjoying yourselves today. You've all been enjoying the live action arena over there behind the spectator banking too. How many people are here for the first time today? Is anybody here for the first time? Congratulations. Where have you been all your life? What have you been doing with yourselves? I don't know. Okay. Everybody out there, have you all seen jet cars before? Yes? No? Maybe? A few of you have. Well, there's a reason, obviously, that the events here at Santa Pod are very, very popular. It's because this is blooming good fun, basically. And this is what we have been waiting since, I don't know when to do. The live action arena with the monster trucks and everything, the last time we were able to run that was 2019. We're in the middle of 2021. Can you believe that? It's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. And at least the team here at Santa Pod Raceway, everybody has been working very, very hard to make sure that we can get back to doing what everybody enjoys. The good thing for us, the good thing for you as well, the last few days, or this weekend, I beg your pardon, is completely sold out today and tomorrow. Some of that is obviously due to the restrictions still in place, but at least we're racing with restrictions in place, because this time last year, it was quiet. We didn't have a tractor preparing the racetrack. We didn't have race cars behind the tower and jet cars to entertain you. We weren't allowed to do anything at all. So at least we are back doing what we love, most importantly. So we had some runs from the jets and from the fuel cars yesterday as well, didn't we, Colin? I think Lowy T of the weekend so far, and possibly Full Stop is going to still go to Martin Hill with Fire Force 5.
Yeah, that was a stunning run, actually. Was it 5-3?
It was either a 5-3 or a 5-4, but he clicked it off way, way early. The only thing I can think, actually, this makes more sense now, because I'm pretty sure for this match race they're going to be side-by-side to 1,000 foot. You might need to check.
They normally are.
They normally are. So maybe that's what he was testing for yesterday, thinking about it.
Good point, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was just timing everything to make sure he got to the finish line at the right time. So what you're seeing out there on the track, again, if you've been before, you're probably used to seeing track prep and everything like that too. The racetrack here is all concrete from start line to finish line. The braking area, or the shutdown area as we call it, past the finish line, it's about half a mile they have to slow down. So the racetrack you see, it's double the length past the finish line, and gives them plenty of time to slow down from a few 100 miles an hour, whatever they might be doing. The racetrack itself is very, very, very well prepared, as you can see. There's a layer of rubber and glue there's a bit of a fine art to that one, isn't there, Colin?
Ridiculously fine art, because if you misjudge it, and you're actually, quite interestingly, Luke Robinson, who is crewing with John Tebenham, he's got a device that actually measures the traction, and that's how the tuners set the cars up as best as they possibly can, try and read what the track is actually going to give them. And it is quite a surprise sometimes that they do underestimate just how good the track is here.
And there's so many variables to it as well. Obviously, the weather's one of them. Whether it's cooler or warmer, they need a bit of heat in the racetrack to help the tyres grip and work. Too much heat is not a good thing. Not enough is not great. What we have today is pretty much the perfect day, to be honest with you. We've got some light cloud cover, we've got occasional sunshine. It's about 19, 20 degrees. A tailwind, which we very rarely have, because as a lot of drag strips around the world are, it was an airfield at one point in its distant past.
Yeah.
And obviously with airplanes and airfields, they are built to... but they are built so that the aircraft can take off into the direction of the prevailing wind most of the time. Actually, I'm going to have a quick chat with somebody while I'm down here. I might as well nab somebody. We've still got a couple of moments with the tractor, just very quickly.
Yeah, good victim.
Well, yeah, why not? I mean, it's what we're all here to do, isn't it? He's going to regret coming out here now. Ha-ha. Come with me. I know you're down here to check out the start line. Ladies and gentlemen, down here with Mr. Andy Raw, driver of what is or will be the world's quickest Beetle. Are you enjoying yourself in there? Is it fun?
It's amazing. I'm absolutely enjoying every minute of it. All I want to do when I get out of it is get back in it.
Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple, because it takes a little bit longer than that. But you've raced many things throughout your racing career. Do you now, I think you might now realise why most people drive fuel cars.
Absolutely. I know why they call it the needle now. It's addictive.
It's possibly, a good friend of mine always says the same thing. The phrase drugs and drags are only one letter apart, and they are both as expensive as each other, frankly.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like I say, all you want to do is get back in it again. It's amazing, absolutely amazing.
The difference between, because you had a blown alcohol motor in there before, just for those folks out there, we're going to get squealed out in a minute when the tractor comes past, but we'll come back afterwards. The difference between driving it with a blown alcohol engine in it and a blown fuel engine in it.
I mean, they're totally different ball game, really. They don't rev as hard, the fuel cars don't, but the acceleration is phenomenal, especially mid-track. It really kicks you.
Well, the thing with them, we'll let the tractor go past. Mr. Farmer Marshall there, making interviews easy for his entire life, as usual. Anyway, with a fuel car, it just doesn't stop pulling, does it?
No, literally. You think it's going to, and then you hit high gear, and it just keeps going and going and going. The last pass I hit high gear, and it was like going back at the start. Leaving again. And I was enjoying it so much, I forgot to pull the chutes.
What a shame. But in the car as well, I mean, we've all seen the onboard of you fighting the car all the way down the track on that onboard footage. It doesn't look like you can see much. It doesn't look like a fun ride.
It's exhilarating. It's good. Yeah, it's all right. You can see. You just get a feel. The more you do it, you just get more of a feel for the car, and you kind of know where you're going. It's kind of, I don't know. It's like riding a motocross bike. It's all in the back end. You can feel it.
Well, because the other thing as well, I mean, when I raced, it was the same thing. I almost think you could do it with your eyes shut. No one's ever going to try, I don't think. But because you're in the centre of the car, and it's very much, forgive me for doing this, but Barry always said this to me, is if somebody pushes you, you have your eyes closed, someone pushes you on that shoulder, you just do that and you stand forwards again. It's the same thing when you're in the car, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You feel it going to one side and then you just correct it, but you've just got to do very small corrections. You can't oversteer it. If you've got to oversteer it, you take your foot off a pedal.
I was just going to say that because a few weeks ago, you swapped lanes quite well.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. I mean, it looked worse than what it was. It wanted to go that way, and I was on my own, so I let it go that way. There was no point fighting it, but trying to correct something like that, it could have ended up on its roof, so it weren't worth it.
No, like you said, it's sometimes easier to let it go where it wants to than try and...
Yeah, basically, it kind of drives you. It tries to go straight, but it just sometimes needs a bit of help.
Well, I'll just let Mr. Marshall go past again. One of my abiding memories from watching in-car footage of funny cars particularly, I remember watching a run, Whit Bazemore, it was an in-car run, and it went straight down the middle of the racetrack. They cut to the in-car footage, and his hands go like this, all over the place. Is that what it's like?
Yeah, pretty much is. It looks like it's going straight, but you have to go with the car kind of, and like I say, it's just little corrections. That's all it is, and obviously it looks a lot, but you haven't got a lot of turnings on it anyway. So because it's going through a box, not a rack and pinion steering. It's old school.
It's very, very cool, whatever it is anyway. So just a couple more things, because we're about to get cracking and you need to get back and get in. First of all, ultimate goals with the car. What are you looking to do?
Well, I just want to go faster, really. I want to get it so it's consistent. That's what I need to do first. Get more time in the car. I'm settled in it now, and I'm happy driving it. That's about it, really. Just carry on going. Just carry on going, and get some more sponsors. Put a show on. That's it.
Well, you're quite good at doing that already, to be honest with you. And very lastly, really, you couldn't do this without loads of people's help. So I know the list is as long as a few arms, but just a few.
Ultimately, I can't do it without my crew. I really can't. They just work and work and work. Carly Harrison, he's just unbelievable. And my wife and the girls on the team as well. Without them, it don't work. You can have as many cars and drivers and as much money as you want, but if you ain't got the crew, it won't work.
Very, very much so. Without the track crew as well, it won't work. Sometimes I'm glad I've got these in. Anyway, the start line crew's coming out. We're going to be on with Andy in just a little while. Andy Rohr, everybody, with the Beetle Nitro Bug funny car. Put your hands together, please. Come on, warm your hands up. He's out here doing it for you guys. Andy,
thank you.
No problem at all. Funny car drivers are from a different planet.
Yeah, but they're glad they reside on this one.
Yeah, well, and they've come out and put on a show for us lot as well. So
really do.
A couple of last passes with the tractor. You can always tell because the start line crew are out on the line, and we're just about to get going. Everyone's strapped in their jet cars and funny cars and everything else as well, apart from Andy.
It's actually going to be Super Street Bike first before Martin Hill.
Sorry.
They've actually now pulled round the corner, and you got Jake Michelle head of the queue. Jake, first full bore pull on the bike yesterday. 7:32, fantastic performance from him. So yeah, it'll be Super Street Bike followed by Martin Hill. Now then, number one qualifier Super Street Bike, Steve Venables, 6.999 at over 200 miles an hour.
Did you notice last night Jake actually posted on Facebook about, you know, a lot of people say this about various racing classes and cars and bikes and things, but he said it's just incredible because it doesn't stop pulling. Because
that's you know, he's come off an 850 bike to go into Super Street Bike. And, you know, that is a fair old leap in performance. He's gone 1.2 seconds quicker than he's ever gone before. Very, very comfortable doing it by the looks of things. Obviously, Jake is a very experienced rider. But the difference is to say, it just keeps pulling and pulling and pulling. An 850 bike will peak at, what, 155, 158 mile an hour?
About that.
Super Street Bike over 200. That's a massive difference.
I'm pretty sure that his 850 bike was a 7-second, like high 7-second
Yeah,
bike.
you're probably right, actually.
Yeah,
but obviously they tune it to run 850.
We're about to find out anyway.
Yeah.
So we've got them rolling around underneath the tower. We're not starting with jet cars. Don't worry about that, folks. Super Street Bike are incredibly quick and fast. They run on a street tyre, so it is a treaded street tyre. The contact patch on these things is minuscule. The horsepower is phenomenal. I'm going to have an approximate guess. Someone will correct me because they always do. Probably about 600 to 700 brake horsepower on these things, but it's all about, like everything in drag racing, power management.
Yeah.
So Jake Michelle and Steve Venables. Again, fabulous condition. So Steve was your number one qualifier at the moment with a 6.99. I think Jake went 7:34. Was that right, Carl?
Yep.
You've got the numbers in front of you anyway.
7:32.
7:32,
But,
sorry.
who's going to argue over 200ths of a second?
Well, yeah. I mean, the other good thing as well is that Jake, I think that was only like his 4th run on this. It's brand spanking new, this bike. He's only just built it. So much stuff engineered by himself in there.
Wow, fantastic pairing here. Venn 706, Jake lifts the throttle off there at the stripe, 819. But Venn needing the shorter numbers, 122 to 60 foot. Wow.
Yeah, that's a bit exceptional, even for him. Actually.
Yeah.
So this is Mark Hope up next in the STP lane. Whose is the bump spot, Colin? Sorry,
This
just
is
remind me.
Ross Morrison, actually.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Ross is on the outside with an 8.10. The bump is, as we can see on the scoreboards there, 7.42. That belongs to one of the Morrisons. Sorry, no, it's Alex Hope. Alan Morrison Jr. is in the number 7 spot.
And Mark actually knocked out the blocks yesterday on his quickest run. That'll be a really good one. 7:23 at 2:04.
Yeah, that moves him up into the number 2 spot there.
Chris is almost jubilant as he can ever be. Well, his other lad is coming up next. Alex is coming up next.
Have you noticed on all the Super Street bikes they've got the same sticker as a rear light now? Well, most of them have. Someone's been printing stuff off.
It's because they're all boosters. I think that's probably what it is, isn't it? So, Alex Hope.
Alan Morrison Jr. 127 a pair to 60 foot. Oh, cracking runs once again. 7:23, 7:32. Alan Morrison up to number 3, just under 200 miles an hour there, 198.86.
So whose is the bump now?
So, blimey, the bump has dropped to 7:37. That's Steve Mead.
Who's up next in the STP lane. We told you these didn't hang about, didn't we, folks? They really are one of the best shows in drag racing, Super Street Bike, definitely. Against Mark Dainty on the other side of the racetrack in the Autoglim lane. So that bump spot belongs to the man in the STP lane.
Yeah.
If it goes quicker than 7:32, Jake Michelle will be on the bump spot, I think.
This is staggering.
Yeah, it's phenomenally good.
Steve Mead, in actual fact, both of them 123 to 60 foot. 7:39. Steve Mead stays number 8. Mark Dainty, no help for him, 8:11. He stays put as well in number 4. Graham Dance, 7:35. He is number 7. And he is appearing in the Autoglim lane very, very shortly. And that's right, he's just going to do his burnout and roll forward.
I always said that, do you know what, I feel a bit lost down here because I can't look at the 60 foots, Cole. It's a bit weird.
Yeah.
It's the first thing we normally do.
1.2 something for pretty much all of them now.
Graham Dance as well, running 7:35. That's knocking close to his personal best again, which is really, really good to see. The other thing with Super Street Bike, they don't give you time to have a breath, do they?
No.
It's just non-stop constant, but that's the way we like it. Right after this, Jet Cars, however, Graham Dance. Unfortunately for Graham, bike bogs on the start line. Still a fantastic session. Just give us a quick rundown again, Colin. Go on.
Venn, number 1, 6.99. Mark Hope, 7:23 with a 3. Alan Morrison Jr., 7:23 with an 8. Mark Dainty, 7:28 with a 9. Alex Hope, 7:32.0. Jake Michelle, 7:32 with a 1. Graham Dance, 7:35 with a 5, and Steve Mead, 7:37 with a 2. Ross Morrison is in the 9th spot, and he's still gone 7:79. That is an outstanding field, and we have still got more qualifying to come from Super Street Bike. Wow.
Have they still got 2 more sessions today?
I believe so, yes. Let me just double check.
Might be 2. I think this one and the next one when we have this session again, I think. I think that'll be it. But anyway,
No, they've got 2 more.
fabulous.
2 more sessions to go. Oh,
That
wow.
was really good. All of our friends around Europe, everybody with a Super Street bike that we normally see, we're very fortunate to see racing over here in FIM competition. First of all, we're really, really sorry that you're not here joining us and joining in with this, because as you can see, the conditions are fantastic. It's about 18, 19 degrees, like I said, light cloud cover, a bit of sunshine, a tailwind, which we rarely get. The track is as good as ever. And, yeah, these are the kind of days you dream about all winter, definitely.
Unbelievable.
They really are. So we've got Jet Dragsters coming up next. Side by side, is that to 1,000 foot, Colin, you think?
I'm not sure yet. I'll double check. Do have a news story for you, though.
Go on.
Alan Medley's been in touch, and he just wanted to apologise to everybody for putting coolant on the track and holding things up. First, he knew that anything was wrong when he went from 2nd to 3rd gear and the car went sideways. I thought something had let go in the back end. Having a hose pop off isn't your first thought. I was lucky that I hadn't put time to put my slicks on, or it could have been a lot worse. All fixed now. Cheers, Alan. Alan, thanks for letting us know. Thank goodness it was coolant. That's what we thought it was, as he was able to drive around the corner. So, phew, thank goodness for that. Well done, Alan.
Well, I was going to say, you might just have the radio on in the car next time, Alan. We'll tell you. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Well, you never know. It could happen.
Yeah. Just 1 second, Alan.
Go on.
Right, got your confirmation, Dow. It's 1,000 foot for the pairing.
Excellent stuff. So, if you haven't seen jet cars before, you're in for an absolute treat. Julian Webb with split second in the STP lane, taking on one of the house jet cars here at Santa Barbara Raceway, driven by Mr. Martin Hill, the jet master himself, based just up the road. That's Fire Force number 5. And they're going to put a side-by-side display on for you to open this afternoon's action. And if you haven't seen these before, again, you are in for a treat. They will be running to 1,000 foot, which is the 2 blocks just before the finish line. We haven't got the orange markers out for them this time around, probably because we'll have those in a little while for fuel cars. But just want to say, while everybody's here, everybody's watching, a massive thank you very much indeed to all of you for booking your tickets, for coming along and for enjoying yourselves here this weekend. We really, really appreciate it. As everybody says, we can't do this without you. The fact that you want to come and see what we put on for you is the reason that we continue to do it. Yes, we've got limited numbers. Yes, obviously, it's not a fully open event. However, it's still going to be an awful lot of fun. I'll stop waffling. Colin is going to be holding on to everything in the tower. Kieran appears to be humping the timing system as usual.
Yeah, this is where we say goodbye to anything that is not secured up here whatsoever.
Probably our TV screen's about to go for Burton again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got a...
I know I'm about to have a jet car suntan.
Well, not only that, the jet car suntan timed beautifully with the sun trying to make another appearance here as well. So Richie is out front, ready to direct Martin with his afterburner pops. So this is Fire Force 5, Europe's quickest and fastest jet power vehicle. Low 5-second passes the norm now for Martin with this car. And here we go, getting things ready to go. You can always tell, first of all, you see the plumes of smoke coming back, and then here come the afterburner pops as well. And not to be outdone, Julian Webb with split second, putting on his own flame show as well. And they are massive sheets of flame from the back of Julian's car.
Julian's is a lot warmer down here, I tell you.
Yeah, I can feel it from here as well. You certainly don't want to be behind any one of these. Well, unfortunately, the smoke has cleared, or is clearing. Right, well, unfortunately, the timing screens have just been knocked out. The afterburner pops were just too fierce. how to pedal a jet car. Absolutely phenomenal.
I'm not sure who took the win because I just saw 2 red lights
Yeah,
there.
no, 502 and a 564. Luckily, the scoreboards recorded it because all of our screens in the tower are blank. They went totally to pot after those fierce afterburner pops from both of them. But 564, 210. 502, 186, but as you say, both of them went red.
It looks like someone set fire to the bank. Look over there. It looks
Yeah, I can
incredible, doesn't it? How much have we missed but jet cars barking at each other, everybody? Round of applause, please, for the Fire Force team. Richie and Martin and everybody. And there is the split-second gang going up to get Julian Webb. Give them a well-deserved round of applause.
Wow, that was
cool.
brutal, actually, to be honest. That was brutal. So much so that the tower was rocking. Good job we've got that extension leg holding the tower up, because it would have weakened it a fair bit. But to say, all the computer screens in the tower totally blank after that one.
Yeah, I bet the only thing working is our little screen that wasn't working before, isn't it, Carl?
No, that's still working.
That's still working. There we go. So up next, we still got lots more fast and loud stuff coming your way with no apologies whatsoever to Gas Monkey Garage, because they nicked the name. We invented it. Coming up next year, I think, is Comp Eliminator. Is that right, Colin?
Yeah, I'm just trying to repair my screen.
Oh, okay, no problem.
It's gone.
Yeah, we've got Top Fuel Bike, big, loud, nasty machines on 2 wheels. We've got Pro Modified as well round the back of the tower. First of all, we've got Comp Eliminator, a mix of door slammers, alters, all kinds of things. I'm not kidding. Don't go anywhere. We've got more jet cars coming. We've got nitro funny cars. We've got, again, pro mods coming your way. I love summer.
Oh, don't I? Right, well, this is going to be a bit bizarre because I'm going to have to look at the timing cruise screen now, as I haven't got
Oh, has it gone completely? Is that it?
I think half of the screens have gone.
Martin Hill's got a lot of stuff to pay for, isn't he? And to answer for. So, Spencer Tram, in probably, I think, only his 3rd run in the car in the Auto Glimlane.
Yes, because he missed the first 2 sessions yesterday.
Up against the Williams brothers.
Yeah, this is Dan. Changed torque converters yesterday after their first runs. Wasn't hooking up properly. So Spencer Tram had to wait quite a while for this car to be imported from the States due to shipping container shortages. But obviously, it's here now. Index they run to then, 11.55 and 10.70. They can go under it as far as they like.
In fact, that's the idea.
10.21, 11.16. A new PB there for Spencer Tram.
Yeah, so far, 10.21 as well. That's not bad at all. Big smoky burnout from Kev Perkins in the STP lane. Side-by-side super mod cars up next. We've got Jordan Payne in the family Corvette. And Europe's first 6-second door car, the Cutlass in the STP lane. Now with Comp Eliminator, the number you see on the board at the finish line is not a dial-in, it's an index. Depending on the type of engine you've got and the weight of the car, you get given an index to run to and you tune it to go as fast as you can. So ideally, Kev Perkins, or both of these guys, are going to be looking for mid-7s, maybe even a bit quicker. Jordan Payne yesterday went 7.40. Kev Perkins had a lot of tyre shake problems off the start line. If he can get those cures, his will be in the same place as well.
Yeah, Jordan in the number 2 spot at the moment. So the super modified index, as Dale states there, 7.99. Not any you that. Jordan, being a former junior dragster racer, his lights are superb. And there we go. Oh, 003 though from Kev Perkins, just showing the youngster that he's still got it.
And no shake for Kev. 771.
738.
184 miles an hour. I think that's a new personal best for
It is,
Jordan,
yep.
actually. Yep, well done to him. Real good run for Kev Perkins. Good
Cracking run, absolutely cracking run. Love the fact that Kev strapped a 003 reaction time on one of the quickest levers in the sport. Jordan Payne, known for getting off the line quickly, but Kev showing him the way to go there.
That's what I said yesterday, mate. They're going back to junior dragster just to sharpen up their skills and come
They
back.
are,
But
they are.
no, Kev Perkins has never been better than that. I don't think that's pretty exceptional. So I think the last pair of cars, you can see better than me around there. We've got Pro Mod behind them. Kev Jenkins, that's a name that has been around in drag racing a long, long time. In the STP lane with the Fraudster. Now, this obviously is a Ford Escort, but the reason it's called a Fraudster is because it doesn't have a Ford engine in it. It's got a single big turbocharger on there. He's been down in the 7s. They're chipping away at the moment. I think he's been at mid-8s so far this weekend. For the Chaos Brothers, that's Robin Orthodoxou with the Mean As You Like altered in the Autoglim lane. His index is 7.45. He's been in the 6s, just not for a little while.
Do you know what, Darryl? It almost looks like they put an extension on the wheelie bar. Apparently he's enormous on there. Set very low as well for Robin.
It's obviously trying to get it, tune it off the line to get it to launch properly and not shake, most importantly. The shorter the wheelie bar, the harder you hit it, and it has more of an effect to unload the tyres. There we go, Robin's nudging forwards.
Well, still gets the shake. .26, 8.06 for the Fraudster. Very nicely done indeed there. Robin's speed though, 192 at the strike, 167 there for the Fraudster. Right, we go into Pro Modified.
Motorsport UK qualifying session, Pro Modified, sorry, qualifying session number 4. Hello to all of our friends, all of our door car friends around Europe that sadly are not here with us, including those entered this weekend that were denied, not allowed in the country, but there we go. Anyway, Dick Costa, everybody up there in the Nordic countries in Scandinavia, we miss all of you. And all of our European friends as well, from Holland and Switzerland and everywhere else too. However, we have got some of the finest UK door cars for your viewing pleasure. Fabulous Lightning McQueen, John Tebenham in the Autoglim lane. I think he only made one run yesterday.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time running the Crew Killer Pop instead.
Okay, and he's taken on the current #1 qualifier, Nick Davis. Ice Automotive, US Automotive as well. VUA Motorsport, that's Rob Loring bringing him into stage in the STP lane. Nick yesterday went 6.00, his quickest run ever in his illustrious drag racing career. We all know what number we want from him.
Oh yeah. Well, John Tebenham has been in the 5s. That's where Nick would love to be. But also look out for the terminal speeds as well. So close again.
Well, that was a really good race until JT had to get out of it, actually. 6.03, 242.89 for Nick Davis. JT with a 6.57 at 162. What were the numbers like, Colin?
Yeah, 1 second dead for Nick Davis, 1.03 for John Tebenham at the 8th. 3.99 against 4.03. Both of them just a smidge under 190 miles an hour at the 8th mile.
The difference is that the turbo cars put on more speed
They do.
through the second half of the racetrack. So give the teams a round of applause, please, as they go up together. We've got Wayne Nicholson, another blower car against another turbo car.
John Tevenham actually just moved up into the number 3 spot with that one. So well done.
So, if you haven't seen Pro Mod cars before, these are, even though they look completely wild and they look like regular cars, there's nothing sort of regular about them, especially the drivers. They are space frame chassis, completely built from the ground up. Both of these cars were built by the man in that gorgeous gold and black Mustang, the Fast Company Mustang in the Autoglym lane. That's John Webster. The combination of choice for him is a Hemi with twin turbos on there. He's up against Wayne Nicholson from Yorkshire in the SDP lane with the Lucky Devil. Wayne's combination of choice is a supercharged Hemi. Now there's various restrictions on them to keep them fairly even, and they normally do a pretty good job of it. As you can see from the last pair of cars down the racetrack, they are very even when everything goes to plan. Wayne Nicholson yesterday, I think it was his second qualifying run, was all over the place, but he got to the finish line. John Webster put in some consistent runs, just probably not quite as quick as he would like.
Well, there's only 0.02 of a second between these two at the moment. Wayne on a 6.69, John on a 6.71. Both away well. Great looking run for Wayne. Come on. Yes! Oh, yes!
New personal best for Wayne Nicholson, just a hair's breadth away from his first ever 6.1, 6.20 with a 0, 230 miles an hour. John Webster was running right by him with a 6.47 at 2.17. Nice run for Johnny as well. Well, that will make all the disappointment from a few weeks ago at the Green Light Nationals seem like a distant memory for Wayne Nicholson and the team. Well
fantastic.
done, sir. That was absolutely fantastic. It left like a bandit. It stayed hooked, went straight down the lane. Congratulations, sir. You nearly have a 6.1 second door car. Well done.
0.99, 60 foot, 405 at 181 at the 8th, compared to a 105 and 425 at the 8th for John.
Well, that's their quickest runs for both of them. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lucky Devil team. Off to get Wayne Nicholson up at the top end. He'll be one very, very happy boy giving out bear hugs. And he is a big bear as well.
Well done to the Fast Company team as well. Great run for John.
So this is Matt Peters with the Lucas Oil Avenger. Matt is still trying to get his licence in Pro Mod, I think. Is that right, Colin?
I don't know if it's I still haven't got a time screen, and I don't know if it says qualifying or time trial, so I'm not sure.
Well, Matt was trying to signal something to the crew in the car. Not at all sure what it was.
Well, normally if they shut it off, it would be something to do with oil pressure.
No, it's on the
It's not, is
injector.
it? No?
It looks like the. It actually looks like the throttle cable. Yeah, throttle linkage has just popped off, and so Matt was obviously doing his best to try and fire it. Hopefully, he'll be able to get pushed back and roll forward again. We've got no Kev Slyfield in this qualifying session, so hope it's not too bad, because obviously Kev must have done some damage after that last run, last night. No? Oh, okay, sorry. Is it all right?
Are you finding out any information? Oh, there we go. Well, just looking in the lanes, obviously we've still got Matt Peters just below us here. Top Fuel Bike will be the next class to actually come around the corner. And then we do have, I can see Andy Raw ahead of the lanes. We've had a word with him already with the Nitro Bug. So it means the other funny cars will be behind. And also Perry is down there with Oklahoma Willie, and Fire Force 3 and Firestorm will be in the pairing lanes as well. So all sorts of wonderful machinery about to come down the quarter mile at Santa Pod Raceway.
I've just found out why Kev Slyfield's not here. And not as he's not here, he's at home, but for good reason. rocker stand, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. He's gone home to go machine a new rocker stand because I guess one broke on the last run yesterday. Willie just said the car's ready to go, apart from one part. So Kev may be back later on today, all being well for tomorrow for eliminations, most importantly.
Wow.
Poor old Matt Peters, after all of that, just went to fire the car up and you heard the whizzing sound. I'm guessing it didn't want to behave. There's nothing more character building than running a blasted blown door car, is there, folks? No, not at all. No, definitely not. I remember when I was racing and said, if I have any more of these character building days, I'm going to scream, frankly. Yeah, I've had right enough of them. I thought I got more than enough character already, but no, you never stop, do you? Anyway, unfortunately for Matt Peters, pushed back in front of the radio station. He'll get a couple more goes today, all being well. Still a really good session for ProMod. We've got Top Fuel Bike coming your way in just a moment. Let's hope Al Smith and the Rocket have got whatever issues it was ailing them yesterday sorted out. So after Top Fuel Bike again, folks, don't go anywhere at all. We've got Nitro Funny Cars round the back of the tower. We're running a cannonball format this weekend, Cole, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. We'll explain that when they come round anyway. So at the moment, just commiserations to Matt Peters. We all know what they go through just to make it here in the first place, let alone have an issue like that just as you get to the start line in front of all you lovely folks. So for Top Fuel Bike this weekend, we have, unfortunately, Nick Milburn was entered, but he's not here by the looks of it again. So we would have been down to 4 bikes, but unfortunately, Alan Davis grenaded it in spectacular fashion yesterday. Up first, Al Smith with the Rocket and the Autotech bike. Now, this bike is completely unique, pretty much, in the world of bike racing. It's a 3-cylinder machine, all completely hand-built by Phil Bainbridge. The bike itself has been down into the low 60s. It sounded a little bit off yesterday.
Doesn't sound like that now, though. That sounded really strong.
Still running.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't leave like it normally does. Still goes 743, 149 miles an hour. That's not slow by any stretch, but not really not what they're looking for. So
You just know when that bike hooks up, it is going to absolutely fly. Because Al, when he twists that throttle, and he crouches right down straight away, just ready for whatever comes his way. It's a fantastic riding style he's got.
Well, he's qualified, most importantly, so they've still got another 2 qualifying sessions today, I think, as well, and obviously eliminations tomorrow to work on it. Up next in the Auto Glim Lane, we have the man that was born on a Top Fuel bike, literally, Steve Woolack with the dealer. He's currently #1. Taking on another one of those supercharged V-twins. Neil Midgley in the STP lane. Actually, I'm just going to get out of the way. A little bit more than I am already. So Steve Woolack's bike is supercharged 4-cylinder. Neil Midgley, supercharged V-twin.
Fluid.
Problems, yeah, fluid leaking everywhere. It's evaporating though, so it is fuel. I can see that.
I think
from
you're
here.
right.
It still means he's got to click it off, unfortunately. So we're not going to get a run from the dealer. Neil Midgley. Well, all you lucky folks out there get to hear the glorious noise of a blown super twin. Neil made 3 runs yesterday, all of them with 6.6s, I think, weren't
Yep. Best one was a 662, 189 miles an hour.
That's a lot quicker for Neil. 6.28, 198 miles an hour. Well, the big man, don't shrug your shoulders. You were trying to do that, weren't you?
Yeah, we've been trying to do it for about 12 years, but yeah, honestly, we hit it with a stick every run yesterday. We did 3 6/60s. We've just taken a bunch out, put a fresh cylinder head on, and it's just gone quicker than it's ever gone.
That is fantastic. We've got to get out of the way because we've got funny cars coming, but congratulations, sir. Well done.
Thanks.
No problem at all. That's Chris Hannam, crew chief on Neil Midgley's bike. That was flying all the way down. Give us some short numbers, Colin, because I know there's plenty of people. Oh, we haven't got any. Well, we have them. We just don't have them on the screen, I guess.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. I didn't need to be looking at the numbers.
Oh, no, I do have them. Oh, apologies. 103 to 60 foot, the 8th, 404 at 183. Wow, 521 at 203 at 1,000 foot.
That is stout.
Yes.
Definitely. That is one of the quickest twin runs in Europe, actually. He's not the quickest supercharged super twin in Europe, but that's definitely the quickest a UK super twin has ever been by quite some margin, actually.
Awesome.
Okay, folks, so we've got... Colin, you can fill us in a little bit on how the format with the fuel cars this weekend.
Right, well, it was billed as David as Goliath, but now we switched to Cannonball format. So basically, every car will do a run. Any car that doesn't do a run will be allocated the time of the slowest car plus 5 seconds.
That makes perfect sense, and it gives the nostalgia cars a real good chance at it this weekend, doesn't it? So Andy Raw, we spoke to him earlier, going to be taking on Steve Ashdown. I'm down here on the start line with CEO of Trackback, Mr. Keith Bartlett. Sir, how nice is it to see fans on the banking in the grandstands of funny cars?
Fantastic. I mean, first thing, shortly, just to say to everyone here, some of you were here yesterday, but thank you for your support. It means absolutely everything. The fact you're all here is why we're all here. So it's a big thank you to every one of you. And apologies, we can't give you full grandstand seats. We can't give you full facilities because we're being tied up by the government every single day of the week, what we can do and can't do. So it's difficult, and for those of you that lost your grandstand seats or whatever, it's out of our control. But the one thing is, we will beat this and we will end up with full houses as soon as we possibly can. So thank you to every one of you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, round of applause to everybody here at Santa Bold, and for Keith, thank you very much indeed for all of your hard work. Everybody. I've seen people that are 22 years old go grey in the last year. Here we go then, it's going to be Andy Raw in the Auto Glim Lane with the Nitro Bug against Mr. Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. There's a lot of folks here that haven't seen these cars before with little kids. Please, as you probably gather by now, everything's quite loud. Make sure you keep their ears covered. They're in for a treat.
Don't you just love fuel cars doing burnouts? Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug. Went 5.73 yesterday. Fantastic run for him. Steve Ashdown, the Undertaker. They're not really doing full runs at the moment. Certainly not yesterday, but nevertheless, 6.03 is where Steve Ashdown ended up on his run.
So the actual Cannonball starts now, doesn't it,
yes.
Colin? Is that right? Yeah.
Correct.
So good to hear from Andy Raw earlier. Funny car drivers really are a special breed, to say the least. Also, with the whole Cannonball format, it gives everybody a pretty equal chance as well, because it's all about who's consistent, not necessarily who's the quickest.
So Steve Ashdown then with the Undertaker, the Stratus. He is in the STP lane. Andy Raw, the Nitro Bug. Fair to say over the last 12 months, Andy has had more runs than anybody else, but another good looking run from Andy Raw. Shootout early, 6.06 at 133. He's doing 159 at the 8th. Steve Ashdown literally just lit the tyres up pretty much straight away after going into shake.
And Andy picks up where he left off yesterday, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, consistency. And Steve Ashdown with just really a blip off the start line, not quite sure what the issue might have been. But anyway, good to see them out here. We got lining up in the Auto Glim Lane. It's going to be Kevin Kent in the Santapod Raceway funny car. Was scheduled to have Shelley driving this weekend, however, there is another fuel pilot in the household.
I just had one message came through, and normally I wouldn't read this one out straight away, but it's one of our European friends, and he's a very good friend to everybody here, David Vector. And sometimes a text message that says 3 words can read 1,000. And quite simply, he just put, "Missed you guys." And yeah, we miss you, Dave. We miss all of our European friends, all of our European racers, and all of our European fans as well. We really do hope that normality can return and we get to see all of our European competitors come back to Santapod Raceway. But Dave, we do really miss you, mate, and look forward to seeing you, hopefully in the not too distant future.
We do miss you. We miss Ellen more, but we miss you as well, Dave, honestly. So he'll flip me around here when he sees me next time for saying that. But it's just got to be a little bit galling for everybody stuck at home watching when we're doing this. But as soon as you can come back, please, mate, just get yourself back here. We'll be waiting for you, and we'll be so happy to see everybody. Okay, Kevin Kent. With a big burnout in the red Dodge Stratus funny car. This is actually his 3rd ever run in this car. His first was a couple of years ago. If you didn't hear the story yesterday, very quickly, Kevin's got his own funny car. He's got a new one sitting at home as well. And what happened was he broke, I think they broke the chassis, didn't he, in his own car. And as a result, it couldn't be fixed. He was out for the weekend. However, he had a quick word with the Santapod management. This is one of the display cars, would you believe? Okay, it's a legal funny car, but it's a display car. And he said, "Could we borrow it, please?" They very graciously said yes. Kevin and the team worked like dogs and put it together with his running gear in it. Came out and made one launch and broke this one as well.
Bizarrely, Darryl, I think it was almost an identical breakage as well. I think it was the rear axle mounts that went.
I think it was, mate. I think it was, yeah. It was definitely something to do with the rear end. Was not happy.
Yeah.
Anyway, he did that good a job of breaking it. They said, there you go and break it again. So, Kevin, just with the launch yesterday, hopefully a little bit further down the racetrack today. We're still missing a couple of cars, unfortunately, from this session. Let's hope we see them a little bit later on today. So, Santapod Raceway funny car on the Santapod Raceway 1,000-foot course here in the sunshine, in England, in June. Soak it in, it's been a long while since we've had that.
Well, that car was drifting towards the wall just past the apron there, so Kevin very wisely backed out of it. Still launched like a fuel funny car does, 0.96 to 60 foot, but his foot was already easing off the gas by then anyway.
It went almost instantly right, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you know, standing over here, I could still see that as well. So please give your appreciation to the crew. It just takes just as much hard work to do that as it does to go a few hundred miles an hour. They are trying to put their best foot forward and put on the very best show they possibly can for everybody. And on that subject, guess what we have underneath the tower?
Oh, yes, please, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few weeks' time, we're going to have the British Grand Prix. When you watch that on TV or wherever you might see it, don't forget that you were here today, and the 2 race cars that you see underneath the tower combined have the same amount of horsepower as the entire Formula One grid, would you believe? Round of applause, please, for Mr. Kevin Kent's team. They'll be back a little bit later on today. We'll see what they can do then. So, yeah, combined 20,000 horsepower sits below the tower here at Santapod. The engines in these cars are 500 cubic inch V8 aluminium engines, not aluminum engines, aluminium engines. On nitro, supercharged and injected, they produce around about 10,000 brake horsepower each. They accelerate from 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second, which is that little block just past the Christmas tree out there. By the time they get to 1,000 foot, which is the orange blocks up there, they should be doing around about 300 miles an hour in around about 4 seconds. Now, the reason I'm giving you around about numbers is obviously, as you probably gathered, things don't always go to plan. They both had their first runs of the season yesterday. This is Antti Horto from Finland in the Auto Glim Lane, Susan Kallin in the Santapod Raceway Slick Tricks Racing Top Fuel car in the STP lane, both owned by the gentleman leading on Antti's car, which is Rune Fjeld. Good to see Rune back from exile in Norway. Not exile, really, you know. But everyone that was stuck at home thinks they had a, what's the word, a quiet existence being stuck at home. I think Rune's been, well, Rune's had a very peaceful time, I think, for about the last 8 months, so we put it that way, up in Norway. It's good to see him back. It's good to see 2 Top Fuel cars back here. Match racing over 1,000 foot. Again, they were going to do their level best to go as far down the racetrack as they possibly can. They both came out and put test runs in yesterday. They both had tyre shake around about 100 foot out, but it was still so good to see both of them out here launching and doing what they love best.
Right, so I think Laurie is ready to start Suzanne.
Yep. And Rune's over there on Antti's car. They get the thumbs up to fire him over. So what you're about to hear, folks, they're going to spin them both over on the starter motors. You'll hear the burble to start with, which is where they pour neat petrol into the injectors. That will get them going. And then you'll hear the distinct note change when they turn the nitro taps on. Again, a sound we have waited way too long to hear. We should be in the thick of the European Championship chase by now. However, we'll take what we can do. And as Keith just said, it's the wife in the STP lane. Quite a short burnout for Suzanne, yeah, and not over the start line, which might make a bit of a difference. Suzanne's already coming back, and Antti hasn't even moved forward yet, but I know what they're doing. So both of these cars owned by Rune Fjeld. Both of them have the 300 mile an hour, 3.8 second potential. The car that Antti's driving has won the European Championship with Duncan Mikules from Malta. Doing the steering. A very good job he did of it too, obviously. I think Duncan was slated to drive the car again last year.
Yeah, he was, yeah. The thing is, though, we've got more licensed fuel drivers in Europe than we've now got cars. We know that Liam Jones was taking a year sabbatical for 2020, was due to come back in 2021. Maya Utian, another one. So who knows how the pack is going to shuffle out when we next get a full-blown championship season next year.
Right, if you never felt this before, prepare to have your internal organs rearranged and your teeth done without going to the dentist. Ladies and gentlemen, Top Fuel is back at your favourite racetrack in the world.
Well, Suzanne, she got the half track in 3:29 at 200 miles an hour. 456, yeah, 456, 171. Antti, 0.91 to 60, but Suzanne was 0.86.
Yeah, well, Antti was already spinning the tyres by the time he got to 60. If you folks up there on the grandstands and the banking can see this, Antti's tyre marks could go from being about that wide to that wide, from like there to there. You can't see that easily, but he just basically, the car stood up and spun the tyres almost instantly. Suzanne was really on one there. I think it looked like it was hurting itself slightly, so she got off it. But anyway, we do hope you enjoyed that. Was that worth coming for? Was that good? It was very good, definitely. Up next, we have Oklahoma Willie with Perry at the wheel. Fabulous piece of engineering, and not only that, it'd actually win show classes, wouldn't it?
Oh, easily, easily. Just looking at those short numbers once again, 0.86 to 60 foot, 222 to 330. 3:29 at 200, but as Daryl said, she was already off the throttle by then.
Oh, definitely that. So we've got Oklahoma Willie, we've got Firestorm, the Jet funny car, actually, and Martin Hill as well. Is that right?
That's right.
Got Martin Hill round here as well with the Fire Force number 3. So we've still got more loud stuff coming your way. Don't go anywhere at all. We get to do it all over again in a couple of hours too.
Oklahoma Willie there, the 1958 VW pickup. Perry Watkins has built this vehicle and he's put a Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet engine on the back of it. As Daryl says, pure show quality, and it's full of entertainment as well when it goes down the quarter mile. Off he goes.
Yeah, what's slightly odd, he does actually have an afterburner on there. There was no pops, and the afterburner isn't actually kicking in on the run either as well, which is a little bit unusual. But it's still great to see him. I was going to say exactly. The crew just saying the afterburner wouldn't light, unfortunately. And we've got another jet car coming round. Definitely will. Perry cruises through the top end in 19 seconds. What's amazing about that as well, he actually drives it round, then starts the jet.
It's just cool.
Yeah,
It is so
very,
cool.
very cool. So, Firestorm, Roger Goring coming up next. And I think Martin Hill is not far behind him too.
Yeah, also lined up in the Perry lanes. Don't forget, it's non-stop here today. We've got continuation of qualifying, and I think that is a super comp in the lanes from our sportsman classes. But Roger Goring's Firestorm, next car to appear in the Auto Glim lane. Now, Roger went 6.10 yesterday. Very, very good looking run indeed. And it's one of, oh, hang on, just seen Martin Hill's Fire Force 5 appear as well. I wondered where Martin was, and yet the car's been towed round and he's going to be going into the STP lane, I think. I hope. Let's just wait and see how this one pans out. In actual fact, yeah, it will be Firestorm running solo, then Fire Force 3. But when you see them again later on this afternoon, Fire Force 3 and Firestorm will be lining up together for a side-by-side 1,000-foot race. Well, absolutely glorious conditions here today. Wasn't expecting it to be quite this good, but we are absolutely delighted it is. Time now just gone 10 past 11. Don't forget, we got the second of our 2 live action arena shows featuring monster trucks. We got, well, it's quite a varied show over there. It's not the biggest show that we've ever done, obviously, because we're still slightly restricted, but live action arena is back. Absolutely delighted to be able to say that. It's been, as Daryl says, it's been a long time since we've been able to have them over there. But Podzilla, the house truck, is over there. Lee Bowers, the stunt bike rider, and of course Terry Grant is there as well. So you've got 2 shows on Saturday, 2 shows on Sunday. So if you miss the first show, just walk along the top of the banking and you'll be able to be directed into the show area for live action arena. Second show, 2:30 this afternoon. So Roger Goring with Firestorm then. Mustang-bodied centre drive jet funny car. The reason we say centre drive is the driver sits in front of the jet. He is in the middle of the car. The difference being with Martin Hill, he sits next to the jet to the left-hand side of it, and the engine is to his right. But Firestorm is what we call a centre drive car. For the technical ones out there, the engine out of Firestorm is a General Electric J85 turbojet. That's Helen out front, directing the show.
Why did I come back up here now?
Because we needed you. Big sheets of flame coming out the back of Roger's jet. Guiding Roger up to the line then. Right, it's the wheels now, Roger. 6.10 yesterday. What's he got for us today? Great looking run. 6.01 at 266 miles an hour. He was oh so close to getting a 5-second run here at Sanderport again. But what a fabulous pass that one was. 6.01 at 266. Show your appreciation with a round of applause as they go by. That was absolutely superb. Well done, Helen. Well done, Roger. Well done to everybody on the whole team of Firestorm there. 6.01, 266.
We do spoil you lot, don't we?
Certainly do this weekend.
Yeah, it's. I just can't tell you how nice it is to be back.
Oh.
It's great.
Try telling us how nice it is.
Sorry?
Try telling us. It would take a while.
You know what? I mean, there's times in your life you feel like emotional in various ways. You know, getting married, birth of a child, all the wonderful stuff. For some reason, a couple of times then, I'm not going to say it was anything close, but the fact just seeing everybody here again, you know, you just got to get your head around the fact that 12 months ago, there was no one here.
Yeah.
It was closed. The weather was probably like this, you know. Everybody was still at home. Everybody still wasn't allowed to do anything. We can't thank all of you enough for coming out and supporting us and just getting out again, just getting back to doing normal stuff. I always say the same thing, you know. Normal is the most underrated thing in life because it's the one thing everybody wants when things aren't normal.
Yeah.
Is normal. Just, you know.
And it really does make you appreciate normal, doesn't it?
Precisely that.
It's exactly that.
You know. So anyway, we're trying to be as normal as we can be for drag races, which is not something we're normally described as. We've still got so much cool stuff to see. We've got, looking at it, there's Funny Bike round there as well. We've got Super Comp 2. And right underneath the tower, we've got Martin Hill in another one of his jet cars. He's just greedy like that. We also got a call for Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes?
And I think David Vector's message just summed it up.
Yeah, that was that was another one, really, because we want you here.
It does hurt. We miss our European friends. We really do. You know, I can't state it any more than that. You know, the family's here, but we're missing our close relatives. In other words, our European family. They're not here, and you know, we miss them. We want them back, and they want to be back here as well. Yeah, it goes without saying. So, but Dave Vector and all of our European racers, God, can't wait to welcome you back here. Really can't. Right, so you could just hear that whining noise. It's not Darryl, it is Fire Force 3.
Thanks, Dad.
That's all right, mate. Yeah, I think even the banter's getting back up to normal levels now as well, isn't it?
No. Oh, I did call you a git earlier, so yeah,
Yeah, I
possibly.
suppose so.
The only thing is that you just resort to that when we run out of clever things to say.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, got it. So it's funny, instead of walking around talking to people, I just read my phone, probably like you, because everybody just sends me loads of stuff about what's going on. I just never get the damn chance to read it, obviously. It's possibly not the environment to be sitting down there looking at your phone, frankly.
Martin Hill celebrated coming out of lockdown and running the Fire Force 3 jet funny car. His first pass was in the 5.8. Did that VW Breakout a few weeks ago now. So this is the second official outing of the year.
Now, if you think people with jet cars couldn't get any cooler, Martin's actually run this in Iceland.
Yeah.
Isn't he? No, and I don't mean down your local, retail park. I mean the country. Do you know, it's always him with this car, isn't it? Look, there goes everything again.
Yesterday,
oh,
the
blimey.
binoculars ended in the bin.
Where's that supposed to be? Because I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be dangling on there. Hang on.
There. Well, we've now lost Martin due to the vapour cloud that has appeared in front of the tower. Even Richie can't see what's going on. He's waiting
so
for it
Martin
to clear.
has to turn it down for a second, just to let the smoke clear. This is the only disadvantage of having a tailwind, isn't it? The gantry's coming back into view.
Ian sat down, Richie sat down in front of the jet.
Playing chicken with a jet car is probably not the greatest idea.
Got a coffee? Yeah, hang on a minute, son, I've got one. Yeah. Oh, he's got a sweet as well, look at that. Does Martin want one? Right, okay, so the vapour is starting to clear, so we can continue. Now we can wind up the jet. Okay, hold on tight. If you can see Richie, give him a wave. As Martin Hill blasts Fire Force 3 down the quarter mile here.
Clicks it off before the finish line, but still goes 5.89 at 247 miles an hour, just cruising on through the finish line.
That was comical. That sitting down, waiting for the smoke to clear.
Yeah, that's not a pre-planned act, by the way. That's just kind of like...
that's a good ad-lib, that one.
That is, yeah. That's as ad-lib as it'll ever get, I think, to be honest with you. So we just got a bit of track cleaning to do. And I think it's only a couple of hours before we're scheduled to do all that over again, isn't it? Thereabouts.
Yeah, they're scheduled for 3:20. So, yeah, literally 2 hours. A lot to get done today. We continue, though, with Super Comp is the next class, followed by Junior Drag Bike. Well, a lot of our two-wheeled machines, basically, to finish off Q4.
And once again, everybody's piling out the grandstands and the banking. Thank you very much indeed again. I know I'm never going to get tired of saying it, but thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you guys here, we couldn't do this. Today is sold out as per regulations. Once again, please, while you're on your way round the pit area, into the food stalls, going around the pits, whatever it might be, please, please adhere to the usual social distancing and the usual rules. If you can see anybody crowding, please don't join them. We do have spot checks from the local council, and we need to make sure that we all do our level best to make sure we can continue doing what we all love doing.
Yeah.
So thank you again. Like I said, few passes by the tractor, and we'll be back to qualifying. Not sure what's up next. It is Super Comp, according
It
to
is
our
indeed,
screen.
yep, yep. Believe it or not, that is the last of our car classes to put in the Q4.
Okay.
All the other cars are done. Obviously, we've got a few of the bike classes still to run, which is Junior Drag Bike, Com Bike, and Funny Bike. They're the ones that need to finish off Q4. Well, don't forget, the Santa Pub Garden is open. Choose a table within the bar area under the marquee. Scan the QR code or visit santapodbytable.net. Add your table number and place your order. Pay online. The staff will bring your drinks to your table. And obviously, due to regulations, you cannot leave the area with alcohol purchased from the bar. So then it is Super Comp coming round the corner. And this is where we had perfect ET. And this is the man that actually claimed the money. Paul Hudson, 8.900 with a 7 tagged on the end. He was the first to go perfect this weekend. First up to run, Steve Hudson with the intravenous Ford Model T, going alongside Gary Carr in the Chevelle. Gary is your number 4 qualifier, but he is in number 1 spot in Pro ET, and he had a perfect run. He went 8.8300, but he's double classing, and this is his other class. He has to run 8.90. At the moment, Gary has run at 9.55. We know he can go quicker. He has been quicker than 8.90. Lovely launch there from Gary. Maybe just feather the throttle so he doesn't break out. He should have feathered it a bit more. 8.84 breaks out once again, but then Gary has got a very heavy right foot and doesn't know the meaning of the word lift. 8.89 for Steve Hudson. That is also a breakout. So no help for either of those two. Gary stays 4, Steve Hudson stays 5. Steve Field with Black Pig 2, the little slingshot. His closest run, 8.87. And Leah Kellett, she's actually the right side at the moment, 9.22. Both of them need to get an 8.9 something. So Steve currently number 7, Leah currently number 3. Number 1 spot I think is pretty much sewn up. Good looking run there for Steve Field, disappearing off into the distance again. Is it going to be another 8.3? No, it's an 8.1. Wow. 160 miles an hour. They are knocking their PBs into Kingdom Come here. Fantastic run there. Basically, they're just throwing the rulebook out the window for Supercom. 8.18. Well done. Leah goes 8.85. She breaks out. If you're going to break out, do it big. So they stay put. Right, Darrell Howes with the chemical reaction, and the man that actually went perfect. 8.900. Paul Hudson, the pension pot, the dragster in the Auto Glim lane. It's going to be tough to beat for that number 1. Dissimilar on reaction times, but it's all about ETs at the top end. And 8.73. Well, yeah, he'd already had 8.90 flat, so hey, doesn't matter, does it? Well done, guys. 9.10 for Darrell Howes, stays in the number 2 spot. Already been 8.98. Right, Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. Another one of these lovely little slingshots, part of the Wild Bunch. Actually got 3 of the Wild Bunch cars here taking part in Super Comp. Wild Bunch will be one of the classes that will be heavily featured at Dragstalgia in a couple of weeks' time. The race meeting from yesteryear, celebrating I think it's his 10th year. So Andy Clifford then, what's he got for us? 986 was his qualifying shout so far at the moment. Nicely done, 923, 146, moves him up from number 6 to number 4. Well done, guys. Happy days. Very, very happy days indeed. I think, looking by the crew, that could be another PB there. So 923, 146. We move on to junior drag bike, and this is Meg Talbot with Arise Racing Aprilia, alongside Casey Holgate with the Rugrat Racing Honda. Casey is currently your number 1 qualifier. Now then, it's a dialing class, 9 flat for Meg, 10 flat for Casey. And it's 920, plays a 1037. Meg moves up from 3 to 2. Casey stays put, like she was in number 1. So a quick shout out for the support of Junior Drag Bike Euro Dragster. Many thanks indeed to them for supporting the class, along with Pro Joint Fabrication. Of course, that's Jerry and Sharon Collier, along with the Charmans, Kev and Liz. Many thanks indeed for the additional support to the class. Very kind gesture indeed. So Richard Wilcox, we're delighted to see that Richard is getting a run in here. Lyra Humber looking for a 1730. Richard looking for a 13. I think he's going to get a number on the board, which is the important bit. 1693, plays a 1951. So Richard gets a number on the board, qualifies the number 5 spot. Lyra stays put in the number 4. All right, this is Holly King. Number 3 qualifier, looking for 11.32. Nicely away. Goes too quick, 11.25. That is classed as a breakout. So they'll adjust that next time round. All right, just 2 classes to go. It's a funny bike, but first of all, it is comp bike. Right, first up then, it's going to be Mr. 702. Will he be a 6?
The shaven goose. The shaven goose.
Yeah, they're normally plucked, aren't they?
Well, you could call him that anyway. Very quickly, Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have Super Pro, please? Now, these two have put on some serious battles. Sean Mills has not been too far behind as well. Yeah. 741 and Big Speed is what Sean Mills has been running in the STP lane. However, if Louis Davis in the Autoglim lane can cure the shake off the line, well, keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, he's lost a fair bit of hair last night, so it might be a little bit lighter. Wow. Sean Mills not hanging around. 710, 744. Now, in normal circumstances, Goose would have been happy with that, but 710, 175, I know what he wants.
I'd love to know. I mean, obviously this isn't just how much that knocks off ET-wise with that. Yeah. It doesn't seem to slow him down, but it can't help, can it?
Look at the speed, that 744. Sean Mills 197 at the stripe. Louis was doing 175. So Sean Mills was 22 mile an hour faster at the stripe, but Louis got there first. So it goes to show the acceleration. 1.11 compared to 1.36. Totally different ways of going quick.
I was just going to say, different way of applying the power as well.
Yeah.
One big tyre bike with wheelie bar. That's the advantage it gives you, basically.
It's like Pro Stock Bike and Super Street Bike.
Yeah,
it's very
exactly
similar.
the same sort of thing. Although Pro Stock Bike don't have as much horsepower as Super Street bikes.
So this is Jordan Kenway.
Run a best of 10 flat so far this weekend. That might be quicker. It is, with a 950 at 142. Another step in the right direction. So I think we're on to Funny Bike. Good to see Mark Smith putting in an appearance as well. No mark at all yesterday. Hopefully for the bike coming underneath the tower in the Auto Glim Lane. Ridden by Lorcan Parnell, this is Storm. Compound turbo funny bike. Absolutely goes like the clappers. I don't want to say when it goes, but unfortunately so far it has been when it goes. Going up against Lenny Paget. Now, Len Paget was entered in Pro Stock Bike, but due to low entry, he dipped into Funny Bike. He's run a couple of 750s, the best of which being a 7.50 with a 4. Lorcan Parnell has got to the start line once, and he's not going to make it to the start line this time, unfortunately. On the way back, more frustration. That bike is a 6-second machine. When it behaves, is probably the best way of putting it. Len Paget on a bye run then. Let's see what Lenny can do. Best of 750, 762 at 173 miles an hour. Lorcan Parnell and the team must be getting more and more cheesed off, I think, is probably the easiest way of putting it with the bike this weekend. When it behaves, it's a thing of beauty. Just not behaving at the moment, unfortunately. Okay, Ian Marshall gives the signal to bring forward the next pair. Should be Stu Crane on the Warp Speed racing machine in the STP lane, taking on Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express. Stu Crane, first run of the year, personal best by about half an hour in drag racing terms, down in the 6.60s. Quickest he's been before is a 6.8. Dave Peters has got a number on the board, 8.82. That is a low 7-second machine again when it behaves. The engine combination in Stu Crane's bike, some of the guys in the States have been running it and testing it, putting up some phenomenal numbers. So it wasn't a huge surprise when Stu did pretty much the same thing just over a month ago at the Greenlight Nationals. Don't be surprised if a 6-second number pops up on the board. Just how far into the 6s is going to be the interesting thing for Stu Crane. Look at that for Stu Crane, arrow straight. That'll be a 6, just the number, 6.49, 205 miles an hour for Stu Crane. And I think Dale Leaks is just, well, he likes that anyway, let's put it that way. That is a huge run for Stu Crane. 8.92 on the other side of the racetrack for Dave Peters. They're out doing a track check, though, in the STP lane past the finish line. There was some smoke, but it appears looks like all is well, maybe just breathing a bit heavily. But congratulations to Stu Crane, the whole Warp Speed team. That was almost as good as jumping out of a plane, Dale, wasn't it? To be honest, that was... The only thing better was if you did it on yours, which might happen sometime soon, hopefully. But that was outstanding. Phenomenal. Unfortunately, the numbers have gone off the screen. I can't give you the incrementals. I'm really sorry, but frankly, care less. 6.49, over 200 miles an hour. We knew it was coming. We just didn't know when. That was phenomenal. Can we have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. So, Jerry Lukes with the two brothers racing. Orange Machine down there in your Glim Lane, taking on Kev Osman. Kevin Osman, number 4 qualifier at the moment. It was 7:90, 8.60 quickest run so far. Did you see that or did you hear it? My goodness me, yeah, exactly that. I know, over 200 mile an hour and all, it flew. Well, Kevin Osman's going to get there first. Will it be another 7:801? Good speed though, 174 miles an hour. 8.74, 155 for Jerry Lukes. Okay, first run of the weekend for Mark Smith down here on another Warp Speed racing machine. Dale Leakes, the man that sponsors the class. He's got a pretty handy, funny bike of his own at home. So, Mark Smith's first outing of the weekend. He didn't make any passes yesterday. Not entirely sure. So, yeah, Mark Smith's first run of the weekend, Vents the Nitrous. Q5 for Pro ET, just rolling around underneath us here. In race control. Woo. Well, track crew doing their thing and going out there and checking on Mark Smith. I don't think he's got any flames going on there. It just didn't take off, just didn't leave the line, unfortunately, for Smithy. He's still got another couple of goes today, all being well. Whatever it is, let's hope they can fix it. Yeah, there's always a concern, anything with nitrous on it, when it stutters off the line, it's going to end up worse. Right, that's all for a fairly historic session of Funny Bike. 6.49, 200 plus miles an hour. For Stu Crane. So John Giles driving Blitzkrieg, taking on John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. 10.22 is Mr. Turner's predicted time. We're back to bracket racing, so the numbers you see on the board at the finish line are their predicted times. So currently John Giles is number 30. John Turner, number 31. Now John Turner is, well, they both are seasoned racers, bracket racers. Just a case of matching the ET. Another one, just to make the talent pool in Pro ET a little bit deeper, we got Mark Turner as well. Dropped from Super Pro into Pro ET. So the Super Gas number of 9.90 for John Giles. Going to get there first. 9.91. There we go. Unbelievably, That only gets him the number 10 spot. John Turner, on the other hand, did move up a little bit that time. Let's have a quick look. Where did he end up? He moved up to number 28, 10.34 and a 10.22. James Forster taking on Mark Turner. So Mark Turner does 9.27. What's James got for us this time? 9.36. It should be a fairly even run up the track. Now, this is the first opportunity ever, I think, for Mark Turner to break out. And he does. 9.36 with a 5, though, for James Forster. That makes the top 10 all zeros. Have a quick look at that. Mark Turner breaks out, goes to the number 34 spot. The top, yep, you've got to be 009 or better now to get into the top 10. Unbelievable. James Forster, I was going to say finally susses it out, only took him a few runs. Simon Fulton and Dave Fulton. The Fulton boys, 9 flat for Dave in the grey Camaro in the Auto Glim Lane STP side of the racetrack. Is that Super Gas number again for Simon Fulton? Dave Fulton just a bit too eager on the tree. 9.01. He stays put, and a 9.9. Do you know what? If that was a race, that would have been incredible. They were both within 100th of a second of their dial-ins. Those boys are seriously competitive. Bob Moulden against Jeff Cowley. Bob is nice and safe up at the number 9 spot. He's another one of those that's been 0 on his dial-in. Jeff Cowley, though, 31. We've got 34 cars, I think, now, maybe even 35, actually, in Pro T. We're not going to be seeing Tig out in elimination, sadly. No, we've got 35, although Tig is the 35th car. So Tig withdrawing is not going to leave a space for anyone else, frankly. So at the moment, on the outside looking in, it's Mark Manning and the man you just saw go up there, Mark Turner as well. But it's getting to the point where people in positions like Jeff Cowley, i.e. number 31, that's perilously, close to not qualifying for tomorrow's racing. He wants to move up a bit, make his night's sleep tonight a bit more comfortable. So Bob Nolman looking for 9.58. Jeff goes 9.46, Bob goes 9.59. Unbelievably, no improvement for either of them. Jeff Cowley stays 31, Bob Moulden stays number 9. A very, very good run all the same. Just 100th of a second, or just over 100th of a second off. Well, if you notice the dial-in for Ollie on the Pontiac down here, 9.14. If he does that, it'll be his quickest run ever. If he breaks out, it'll be his quickest run ever. He's taking on Vic Parsons. Both these two race in the fabulously competitive class of Nostalgia Superstock. Made all the tougher by Mr. Theobald taking part as well.
That was a one-off this year, unfortunately.
Oh, is that it? Is it really?
Well, no, I've got one more race meeting coming up.
But not in the same class, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Fair enough, okay. So, Ollie taking on Vic Parsons, 10.12 for Vic. Why has Vic got no, he's got no qualifying time? He is qualified. Never mind.
Yeah, he's got the wrong number, 474, 475.
That'll be why. So, Ollie, a 124 60 foot, that'll be with the front wheels. Oh. Another 9.19. 10.18 on a 12. I don't think that's going to help Vic Parsons at all.
Yeah, so ignore the fact that we've now got 36
cars because they're 36.
That was a duplicate.
Well, we've had a couple from Super Pro into Pro ET, just to make it that bit harder, like it needed to be. Chris Newsom, Ronnie Mercer. Ronnie Mercer with a weekend off, like we said before, 10.28. That could be his slowest dial-in ever. He's number 10, though.
He still runs the numbers, though.
Exactly. Bang on.
Yeah.
Chris Newsom, 9.45 with the Pro Stock MG over there in the STP. It must feel like he's left the handbrake on, to be honest. Nearly a 2-second 60-foot. Chris Newsom moves up to 15. With a 947, 15 spot, 200s off your dial.
Ronnie's only 300s off, 31 on a 28. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, ridiculously consistent. Is it right? I mean, do you think not the slower you go, but the quicker it is that you run, it's harder to be more consistent, isn't it? Because everything's at the max and there's no wriggle room. Yeah, is that right?
No, I would spin it around the other way. The quicker you go, the easier it is to hit your number, because it's a smaller margin of error. You know what I mean? Because if you're trying to dial in a 20-second car, it's very difficult. Very difficult.
I see what you mean. Alfie Ratton, Simon Goff.
I don't know. That's open to interpretation. Actually, it'd be interesting to see.
Well, everyone's got their own ideas. 888 for Mr. Goff in the Camaro, and the Autoclip lane goes 891. Very close indeed again. 980 for Alfie Ratton on a 951. No help for either. Simon Goff stays 2. Alfie Ratton number 12. So Mark Manning, one of the guys that's dropped from. I say dropped. They're equal. They're just different dial-ins.
Yeah.
It's just obviously Super Pro is quicker. Mark Manning with the coupe. This time dials 916. You can bet he run a 9.0 this time for the first time ever. Taking on Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger.
Still got that tailwind helping them a little bit, haven't you?
And obviously the sun's out a little bit more too as well. It just gives it that extra little bit of heat.
Is that taking away some air though? Is it raising the sea level?
Very good point.
Yeah. 006 red for Dave Cherrett. Would have been a red in eliminations, but really trying to chop that tree down.
917. And Dave Cherrett, though, goes up to number 17 with a 979 on a 77. That was a real good pair. Mark Manning up to number 15. Dave Cherrett, number 17. That's brutal, isn't it? Just 100th off your dial, number 15. It just makes the eliminations all that more fun, doesn't it? You know, and nervy.
Yeah.
Not for us.
Well, they're all going to have to be razor sharp on the tree. If everybody continues to run their numbers, it's all going to be down to reaction times, and I'm convinced you'll see a few reds in the eliminations.
Oh, you bet. John Bean and Brett Featherstone. Brett is down towards the bottom of the order he's in the 28th spot. What I was saying was, by the way, I don't know if you caught it, but even though Tig ran yesterday, he's number 35 because he broke out on his only run. So him not being in the show will not make it any easier for anyone to get in. Brett goes 958, gets him number 23.
He's 300ths off. Unbelievable.
John Bean still learning his craft on the start line.
Well, good job Alan Malley's got a spare car. Running the Olds timer, 1071. Well, he's double classing, obviously, so he's running the Mustang in Sportsman ET.
Up against Will Clark. 978 this time for Will. He's been dying line 80, and it went 979. First time I think it ran like they were expecting for Will Clark. He's very successful with this. He's won in Hockenheim as well, isn't he? 988.
Moves up 2 spots. It's actually dropped Alan 1.
He's perilously close to the bottom.
Now, Mark Huxley is in the real number 33 spot, as we know we've got to take one of them out. So that one needs to come out.
Yeah, possibly. Well, Tig is definitely on the end. I think there's 34. So, yeah, I think the 2 blanks need to go, don't they, basically? On our list, that is, by the way. So 10.12, the quickest Mark Huxley has ever dialed. Who's he going to bump out, though? That's the thing. It's Chloe Wilkins. Just down the road in Wilmington. The car expertly put together by her dad, Butch. She's going to get there first. And too quick. Right numbers, wrong way round for Mark Huxley.
Well, he bumps himself back in the show into the number 29 spot. Well, I promise you, at the close of racing today, there is one person that I want to catch up with tonight, and that is Alan Schofield. I've got to have a chat with the guy. What a welcome addition he's been to the world of drag racing, from TT racing, from racing all sorts of different formula for 30 odd years, and he's finally seen the light and found the quarter mile.
Steady. I think this is the kind of racing though that will drive you more bonkers than any. It's so precise, it's not even funny.
Well, he's looking for 881 this time. Tom Watkins, look at the dialing now, 1122. That truck is perennially 11.3 second runner.
Oh, and a 007 light as well for Alan Schofield. He's got the hang of this stuff.
He's loving it, isn't he?
Forget I said it's difficult. Seriously. Well done.
83
and all. He does that in eliminations. He'll be around all day.
Tom goes 27 on the 22. Stays 20. Tough crowd this weekend. Real tough crowd.
Yeah, but you know what? A seriously entertaining crowd. Yeah. And I've said it a couple of times already. I'm not going to make no apologies for saying it again. This time last year, we were doing nothing. Now look at it.
Oh, no, it's brilliant.
Yep. It's just so good. So good to be on with it all.
Let's not forget, we've still got another qualifying session to go as well.
Oh, yeah, this is... It's all good.
Simon Innes and Amy Watkins, the Barracuda and the Firebird. 10.65 plays a 9.58.
We still never found out the dragon's name. Oh, it's a tiger today. Tiger. I wonder what charity shop all those hats come from. Supergas into the pairing lanes, please. Can we add Supergas into the lanes, please? 58 goes 60. Nicely done, Amy. Pretty well judged. 10.68 on a 65 for Simon Innes. Both the right side of their numbers. That's not something we say very often, is it? Now, one of the guys that's had a hard time getting down the track consistently is Tom Kay. He's actually qualified in the 28th spot. That was a 10.30 this time round. Well, he's going where he's pointed now. Coming up against Mason Griffiths. Mason is number 18. Mason in the Autoglim lane with the appliance drag stuff erection. Well, Tom Kay with a characteristic wiggle again, about 330. 9.20 for Mason Griffiths. We do have an all-zero top 10. Mason goes to the number 8 spots with that, would you believe? They look rather overjoyed. Tom Kay, 11.89. He's still qualified. Like I said, just not in a comfy position. This is why you don't run in Pro ET, isn't it?
Yeah, they're too tough for me.
Oh, well, hang on. Like Nostalgia Superstock, isn't
well, yeah, true.
Exactly. They're pretty damn brutal at the best of times as well. And the most enormous field in a couple of weeks' time at Dragstalgia too. Sadly, not with you in it, but you know.
Yeah.
I know you're up here, it's all good, but you know what I mean. I think they're the largest class at Dragstalgia now, actually.
It will be, yeah.
Wild Bunch would be pretty close, though. Brian Huxley with the family Mustang. 9.55. He's only 25th at the moment. He's still only 25th at the moment, Brian Huxley. The Huxleys in Pro ET not having it all their own way this weekend. And there's 3 of them in the class. Do you know what as well, again, that strikes me, is that normally you have a couple of Williams boys in with this, and Mike Lacey, and it's still like this, you know? Just goes to show it's not a talent pool, it's more like a talent lake, really. In Pro ET. This is Lee Huxley, though. Lee is number 3.
Yeah, he skipped the last round, if you remember. He drove back to the pits.
He did.
So I'm not quite sure why.
Well, whatever it was when he got to the front of the lanes, pushed out the way. So, yeah. Anyway, so Lee Huxley in the Nova from Worcester. The White Horse, as opposed to the Dark Horse in the STP lane, against Nick Mugridge. Nick is, I say, only 27. Nick's a very, very good bracket racer.
He's called the car now Indoraptor.
It's only got a slight dinosaur theme running through the lot. Lee looking for 930, goes 922 and 1074.
So that's a wrap for Pro ET. One more cycle for them to come.
I think the thing with Pro ET as well, though, yeah, it's just so competitive. It's ridiculous. They've got one more qualifying run. Going to be fun.
Well, normal service is resumed in Super Pro with Tom Atkinson lining up against Dave Russell.
Yeah, it felt a bit weird last round.
It was, wasn't it? I was just say, Phil Toppin was alongside Tom on the previous run. He is right behind us.
He's up next. Well, they're normally first pair round as well, aren't they? So 9.70 for Dave Russell. He's currently number 3. Tom Atkinson, number 9. No fear of being bumped out anyway, or being bumped. Probably being bumped around, but not necessarily out. Tom wide awake on the tree, Dave not. I don't think I needed to tell anyone that, it was quite visible. Tom goes 893, 87008. For Dave Russell, your new number 1 qualifier.
Joe looks very happy indeed, and why not? That is a perfect ET. So we have now got perfect ETs in Pro ET, Super Pro ET, and Super Comp. Got 3 of them now. Fantastic.
Not a huge shock, but all still very welcome indeed. It's just amazing how good they are, isn't it, really? Phil Toppin out there with Grandad's Toy, 8.63, the quickest he's ever dialed with that car. Is that Pike Murray backing him up? I do believe it is.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Taking on Kieran Astley. Kieran's first season in any sort of race car. Has he raced before?
I don't know.
Anyway, he's still doing very, very well indeed. Dials 8.39 this time round. Got a lot of good help. That Tony down there helping him out is as well, isn't it? Mick Checkett out front, directing traffic. Another nice side-by-side run. Kieran's going to be there first. Oh, wow. On the money. 8.39 with a 9. Lovely job.
Bizarrely, that wasn't his best run. He went 840 with an 8
and
before.
he didn't improve either. Unbelievable. 877 Phil Toppin, no improvement either. But yeah, he stayed put at number 7, but got a good, consistent race car.
Yeah.
Very good, consistent.
Well, they understand the car as well, which is good.
Do you know what? JT said, he walked over to me earlier and he said, did you know that was me then, that burnout? I said, well, yeah, because we couldn't hear ourselves talk for about a minute, I think, something like that. And the whole place disappeared. Anyway, he's oh so close to hitting 150 miles an hour. That was his quickest run ever with the little Crew Killer Pop.
Alongside Mark Corsell, who took the perfect reaction time money.
Yeah, Mark just wandered over to me and went, Harley's not too chuffed about it.
Oh dear.
But there we go. You know, everyone's on an equal footing. Everyone in a race car has a stab at it, don't they? So Mark Corsell with the ball break at 8.30 is his dial in the STP lane from Tamworth. John Sevenham. Oh, but he's done it again.
Well, it's a 003. It's not quite, but
yeah,
my goodness.
2 of the best reaction zones he's probably ever had. 8.22, 157. JT goes 8.93 on an 8.92. JT is up to the number 8 spot in Super Pro. Mark gets bumped down 1 spot. I don't think they can care. That's knocking on their personal best elapsed time.
8:18 is his best. So
Not
he's
far off.
400 off it.
Peaking just in time for Dragstalgia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was 8:16. I can't remember. It's 18 or 16, one or the other.
it's hard to know. Do you know what? I always think the only thing I can think that JT can do to get that over 150 miles an hour is take the rear wing off.
Yeah, I'm thinking exactly the same
However, that's easy for me to say because it's a short wheelbase pop.
thing. Yeah.
The last thing you want to do is make it more unstable. Okay, Alan Dibwell from Wisbeach with the Dragster. In the STP lane, 7.67, taking on Rob Doyle. Bob Doyle. His name's Robert.
Apologies, 8.14. I knew I had it on photographic evidence.
Oh,
somewhere.
okay.
8:14 is
Getting
Mark
close, though.
Purcell's best,
Getting
yeah.
close. So Bob Doyle is currently number 19. Alan Dibwell is 9. We don't need to tell you the reaction time to say Alan Dibwell was bang on time. 64.71 with a 0. Oh my goodness me.
I can't believe that
Look at the
Bob
number.
Doyle has taken the number 1 spot away from Dave Russell by 1/10,000th of a second. Wow.
That's what you call cutthroat racing, folks.
Gee, Scotty Howes is down to number... No, is it? No, that's not Scott. Who was it? God, it's unbelievable, this. No, it's Laura Turbeville has been dropped to number 3 now.
Scotty's down in number 6.
Yeah.
It takes a 008 or better.
Top 8.
Yeah.
All bang on.
Well, Kieran Ashley. Anyway, whatever. Sportsman ET into the lanes, please. Sportsman ET into the lanes, please.
2 perfect ETs in Super Pro in this session. And it's not over yet.
Yep. Callum Swinchat, Ron Bartlett. Ron is number 5. He's one of those that's had a perfect ET. Well, perfect to the 0 anyway.
Yeah.
This time dials an 8:22 again. Callum
Never count Callum out. Never.
with the Topolino. This car always goes a little off kilter at the start line, but still runs very, very consistently. Oh, look at that. Straight as an arrow. Ron Bartlett with a 195.60 foot. He rolled the lights that time. That's why he goes 897. Callum, though, goes up to number 10 with that 887. It just gets even tighter at the top. Yeah, Ron Bartlett's crew, if you're listening to that, he actually rolled through the beams. His 60 foot was nearly 2 seconds, which is not what that car does, frankly. So, Pell Norman whites out the start line with the Shogun. The Mark 1 Capri from up there in Wakefield. Looking to run 7.99. He's currently number 22 on the board. Ashley Bell, 19. Every time he dials the right number, the car goes slow. Every time he dials it a bit slower, the car goes quicker. Well, like the... Well, pretty even off the line. It's all about the numbers, though. Pell Norman with that Capri. 8.18 and 169 going in the right direction. 8.93 for Ashley Bell. They don't improve, but 2 good solid runs to build from.
All right, Nick Good will be coming into the Autoglim lane, going alongside Pete Walters with the Reloaded Dragster.
of the very best, well, there's lots of good drag racing stories and memories. One of them is Pete Walters from, this was a while ago now, probably a good 10 years ago, actually.
It's got to be.
It's about that,
If
isn't
it's
it?
a story,
Yeah,
I think
it's
you're
one
gonna
of our
tell.
early days commentating, so probably a good 10 or 12 years ago, in fact, where Pete Walters qualified 32-car field for Super Pro. I think he was number 37 or something like that, wasn't he? Or
36,
or
37,
seventh alternate. And due to breakages, he managed to get in the show and got to the final. Got through 4 rounds of racing all the way to the final, and he was number 5 alternate or something like that. It was pretty incredible, to be honest. Just goes to show how tough it is, really. So we've got Dave Catton out front. We've got Nick Good in the hot seat of the Lucas Oil dragster. We're still waiting for the dial-in stuff up on the board. There we go. 772 for Pete Walters. Nick Good's actually got 3 Super Pro cars at home. Got a supercharged car and a couple of carburetted machines like this one. Both built in the US by Worthy Race Cars. All the panels are interchangeable as well, actually, as are the drivers on a fairly frequent basis. See what I did there? That was good. I like that. Both had 107.60s actually, that's pretty good.
Nick Good. He's another one that's joined the ranks of running his number there. 748 with a 6 on a 748 dial. He moves up to number 4. Pete Walters stays number 14. He went too quick, 769 on a 72.
Wow, what a run. Actually, that makes it even. Let's see how far down the list we go with the zeros. We are down to number 9.
Yeah.
JT is 012, and he's number 10. Just want to say as well, quick hi to, I'm sure you're watching in, maybe even be here, actually, Chris and Becky. Chris, living proof that you can never think too much about bracket racing. However, if you do think about it, you'll win. I mean that as a compliment, sir. You know I do. It's just one of those impossibly difficult things, isn't it, bracket racing?
Just when you think you know what you're doing, it all comes apart.
Oh, you got it, yeah. So Brian Pateman, currently number 5 qualifier. He is one of those that's run a 0 elapsed time, as in he's run bang on his dial-in. We have to separate them. You think Formula One's close? They have to separate by a couple of tenths. We separate by a couple of thousandths, if that. So Brian Pateman, 8.80. STP side of the racetrack. Laura Turbeville, 7.84. What she's looking for.
Well, with the 7-second car and 8-second car, the 7 will get 777.
Too quick for Laura. 8.84 though for Brian Pateman. It wasn't a breakout, but it could have been closer.
The silly thing is, if she dialed in 777, that wouldn't have improved
Oh, no.
her number because she'd already done with a 60.
Also, by law of averages, if she dialed a 777, it would have gone 76.
Yeah.
That's just how it works. So, Billy Gain and Barry Giles, 2 absolute masters of the art of bracket racing. Billy Gain very successful on many, many trips to Europe. He's in the Auto Glim lane, 8.42. What he's looking for, 7.40 for Barry Giles. Barry Giles, again, has it almost down to a fine art. Pulls the chute exactly at the finish line. Near as damn it, runs bang on the dial-in every time as well. Still got a number of cars to go. We've got Supergas coming up. We're not that far away from the second of our live action arena performances today. Actually,
Yeah,
they're due.
2:30.
Indeed, they are.
Yeah, quarter of an hour. Yeah, we got Junior Dragster after this, followed by Supergas, then Sportsman ET.
So again, if this was a race, if this was tomorrow, which will be a race, if these two paired up, you'd see the door car in the Auto Glim. They have around about a second head, just over a second head start from Barry Giles. And then it's all about Who cuts the best ET and who gets to the finish line first without going too quick. And it's something that's very unique to drag racing. If they both go too quick, it's whoever does it by the least. So watch for Barry Giles to pull the chute about now. Wow, too quick for Barry. Billy Gain though moves up to the number.
This is the twist. If he'd have dialed an 842 instead of a 43,
he would have been.
That would have been better than perfect because it would have been a 00. But he missed it by 100th of a second.
I think they'll take that, though.
To go number 10.
I think they will take that, though. Yeah, I know what we keep going on about this, but that is so difficult to do, isn't it? Because there's so many variables, like where you stage the car, you know, how it leaves the line, whether the tyres slip or not. It's just so much. It's just such an unbelievably exact science. And to be able to do it that well.
You just look at it and think, oh, that was a good guess, but it's not. It's all
They're
worked
never
out.
guesses.
And as you say about where you stage the car, you've got 8 inches between, you know, where you can sort of line up.
Probably 500ths difference on the T just there. Yeah.
That's where you see some of the racers just bump in, so they are starting in exactly the same spot each time.
Some of the real racers like Colin.
No, I've just got a team that advise.
So Scott Hauser, STP Lane, former national champion. He's always up there in the top 3, isn't he? Perennial. Yeah. Perennial at the front. Scott Hauser. He's number 7 qualifier at the moment. He's another one of those 0 number qualifiers against Ian Brown. Keane's number 21, looking for 760. He's been quicker than that, though.
007 light there for Scott.
33 and 61 for Ian Brown. Finally nails the number that they're looking for. 7.61 with a 4 on a 7.60. Wow, good news, folks. He's number 13.
Scott stays at number 7. It was a breakout, no help for him.
Yeah, I always don't want to say that out loud, but there we go. Anyway, it's just, I know we laugh about it, but it's just so difficult to do, isn't it?
Well, as we like to say to people, if you've got a stopwatch on your watch, or if you happen to have a stopwatch on you, try and pick a number like 7.61 seconds,
and then
try and stop it on that.
At that number.
Yeah,
and
that's sometimes you go
doing.
under, which is like a breakout. Sometimes you go over, which means you've missed.
If you get within the 10th, it's a lucky guess, but these aren't guesses.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. They're not guessing. So well done to the Brown family. Congratulations. That's the number you were looking for. Number 13 qualify, would you believe, after that? That'll do. It's all right. You're in the show. That's a good number. Junior Dragster, qualifying session number 4.
Well, it was a good light as well, though, for Ian Brown, a 0.4. So, good combination, that. Doing well in racing. Right, session number 5 for Junior Dragster, and you need to go quicker than .058 to get onto our timing screen. Our timing screen has the top 16 on it at all times. Frankie Taylor, number 20 at the moment. Harry Redshaw, number 14. Frankie Taylor with the Banshee, the Junior Dragster from Hillingdon in Middlesex. And from up north, Harry Redshaw with the Odyssey battery car from Darlington. Now Harry needs to go better than a .038. He has an 095, but Frankie Taylor has gone better, but I don't think she can move up much from 20. So yeah, she moves up to 17. Right, as we thought, Katie Ellis's run was thrown out earlier.
Yeah, the way that it works, just to explain, she was 00 on the tree, which is how they qualify.
Yeah.
However, the cars are not allowed to go, depending on which type of car it is, whether it's a stock car or modified. Katie's is a modified, which means it can run 790, which is the number on the board, but no quicker.
Yeah. And she went 789. I mean, is the foul.
Well, the stupid thing, the daft thing is, obviously, if she'd have backed off towards the top end, she would have been number 1 qualifier. But, you know, when you're in the car, you don't know that. Katie goes red this time with an 03.
But Teddy, he takes number 1.
Is that number 1? It is, yeah.
Teddy Sullivan from number 9 to top of the pile. Congratulations to Teddy, a 008 with a 3.
Well done, young man.
Right, Jessica Bishop, Mackenzie Love.
That was good. That was very good for Mackenzie Love. 0.26.
He's not going to move him up.
No, not at all. Better than before, just not enough better.
Jessica, well, null and void anyway.
Ah, okay. Luke Fulton up next, taking on young Mr. Taylor. That's Jack down there. I noticed that Steve Taylor hasn't run his car for sort of like 12 years, but he's still got his T-shirt on.
Yeah.
He's
Still got it, but he's painting other people's cars.
Oh,
and
okay,
stuff.
fair
He's
enough.
a busy man.
I'm only kidding, Steve.
Right, Luke Fulton, his second run. Everybody else is fifth.
Do you know, I think the first ever event we saw red light Sabaya. That was a big red light as well for Jack Taylor, actually.
Yeah, I think that may have foxed Luke slightly, actually. Yeah, so no help for either of them. Obviously, both of them went red. So Luke stays 23, Jack stays 13.
Caitlin Wilson and Damien Redshaw.
Caitlin was the overnight leader with a 009 that she scored in Q1, but has since been beaten twice.
Wow.
Damien Redshaw with the second of the two Odyssey battery cars from Darlington. The right side for Damien. 0-2 the wrong side for Caitlin, so she goes red. Just as well.
Okay, the Dominator himself in the STP lane. He looks too big to drive this car, doesn't he? There's a few in junior drags that look like they're, you know, outgrown them, shall we say.
I think Thomas could be his last season, actually. Thinking of ages.
He's got to be there, surely. Yeah. Or thereabouts, anyway. Taking on Ada. The limited funds team having a good day out. 0-7 for Ada, well done.
Yeah, 0-3 for Thomas.
I think, is that going to improve Ada's qualifying position
a
bit? I think it's going to be a bit. Yeah, it does. Number 21, actually. Ada, well done. And the other member of the limited funds team in Junior Dragster with Mark Coulsell. His dad bringing him forward. Harley with Bandit 1. Taking on Chevy Checkit with the beautifully turned out Mike Boss Junior Dragster. That's her dad. Mick, bring her in. Red light for Harley, 0-3. Obviously, Dad's got in his head a bit too much with that perfect light. Two perfect lights, actually. 0-1-8 for Chevy. No improvement for her, unfortunately, at that time.
Lola Bell and Purdy. The West Ham Motorsports Junior and Twister's sister.
So Shelley's actually out on the start line this time. I'm guessing that's because Kevin's fixing the funny car.
It's the ever-shrinking man. Mr. Hadfield is disappearing before our very eyes. He's
ever-shrinking hairline or man?
No, the man. He's lost
okay.
like over 2 stone in weight recently.
Can't be too polite to him, ever. Purdy's doing real good, though. She had a really good run qualifying reaction time yesterday. Had it scrubbed for going too quick. However, came out and went 0-2 earlier today. Another 0-2. That girl is dialed in.
Yeah.
She's not going to improve because that's not quite as quick as before. Oh, dearie me, a little bit more weight needed, I think. 782, 82 miles an hour. Lola Bell Kent goes red at 031.
Just a reminder, folks, just over 5 minutes' time, Live Action Arena, second show of the day will be starting. So if you walk along the top of the banking towards Live Action Arena, that is your way in, and the marshals will be there to guide you to where to view it from. Live Action Arena, second show of the day, the final show of the day, 2:30, coming up shortly. Right, we got the Cooper brothers then, Kai Cooper and Jake Cooper. Kai currently number 11, Jake currently 23. Kai is in the STP lane, Jake is in the Autoglim lane. And no help for either of them actually, so Kai's going to stay 11 and Jake's going to stay 23. 0.15 and a 0.22, no help. Right, next up, young Spartacus himself. That's young George Oliver.
With a lot of good help.
He has, yeah.
A lot of good help.
Matthew Dowdy used to drive his car. He's the young man walking on the apron there. Dad Michael obviously used to tune this car. And of course, Ollie doing very well in Pro ET.
His dad's not a bad racer either.
Yeah.
All round. Max Taylor with Jill to the max, the other junior car from Taylor ranks in the STP lane. George is number 7. Max is number 26. Could we have 950 bike into the lanes, please? 950 bike into the lanes.
Oh, 8 for George.
22 red for Max Taylor.
Apart from one red light, every one of George's lights have been 0. Been on excellent form this weekend. I've been
Getting the hang of it. You notice as well, one thing I always noticed years and years ago about Mansell Park used to have a dawn chorus of junior dragsters at 7:30. Actually, dawn chorus of Nitro Harleys at 7:30 in the morning. But junior dragster used to kick off at 7:30. That's no joke. Like 50 of them. And the one thing that I always used to notice, wandering over to watch with my coffee, very strong coffee, they always used to do this, which is stage out of the groove.
Yeah.
Because being in the groove, I mean, they're very quick cars, but they're not high horsepower cars. The racetrack is prepared for things with a lot of oomph, basically. So Luke Muggeridge is number 5, Freddie's number 6 at the moment.
Oh, 2 red, but double 09 for Freddie Taylor with a 0. That ties for 3rd, so... Oh, it does say that it must be on another increment after that. That pushes Caitlin Wilson down to number 4. Right, we got both the Slick Tricks racing cars then. Lara Bartlett and Jacqueline Bartlett. Lara currently number 18, Jacqueline currently number 15. They need to go basically 047 or quicker to stay on the front page. So Lara is in the STP lane, Jacqueline is in the Autoglim lane. These are both JMAs with Junior Modified Advance. So it's not very often these two actually line up together in qualifying. They're normally separated, but the whole team in the old Slick Trick shirts and everything looking very, very good indeed. Cars look fantastic. This is one for the photo album, basically. Oh, both away well. 0-7 for Jacqueline. Lara just a little bit too quick, was really trying. 006 red. Oh, so close. good runs nevertheless. Right, your former #1 qualifier just dropped back a spot to #2. This is Daniel Weir going alongside Bullet Boy himself, Harley J. Darby. So Jason Weir, Daniel's dad, out in front. And that's Harley's dad out in front as well. So you can see it's all a family affair basically. Mums and dads bring their kids along and go racing. A lot of the dads have race cars as well. Lee's got that fantastic pickup truck that run in Super Pro, and then you've got Daniel Weir with the Plymouth Suburban Runton Street Eliminator. Hope to see Daniel's car out some stage this year. 0.10 for Daniel, no help for him. And Harley J goes red with a 0.5. Okay, so I'm not quite sure if there's any more juniors in the lanes. No, there's not. So we're going to be moving on to Supergas. First pair round, Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat, and it's John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. The aim of the game, 9.90. Right, just looking at the top of the leaderboard, 9.901, 9.903, 9.906, 9.910. That is how tight it is for the top four. So Andy did his run very early in proceedings. Well, when I say did his run, he's been running in every session, but that's when he did his number. Been trying to improve on that ever since. So John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda, 10.13 at the moment. Dibley 0-2 light, throttle stop kicks in, then lets it go again. 9.91 with a 5. John Turner goes 10.43, but bearing in mind Andy had already gone 9.90. No improvement.
JT's car's getting a little slower every run. Have you noticed?
Yeah, but it's not his normal setup though, is it?
No, it's not. It's not. The crew doing a bit of a check. I think there's a little bit of smoke up at the top end in the Auto Glim lane. When Mr. Marshall's actually he's having a quick run for the tractor by the looks of it out there. You see the spotters up there just before the finish line in the Auto Glim lane. Our wonderful, fantastic track crew who are the complete unsung heroes of just about every event. The Marshalls, and there are many, many of them. It's very much like a swan, i.e. beautiful gliding on the top of the surface, underneath, legs going like the clappers to try and make sure everything runs efficiently. And this is one of those moments. What they do is they're all in radio contact. Any of them past the finish line, if they see any smoke, any oil or anything like that coming from a car or a bike, when they stop, they radio down to the start line and all the spotters to say, have a look on the racetrack, check out and make sure there's nothing there. That's what they just did in that instance. So there's a little bit of clean-up going to be going on in the Auto Glim lane for a couple of moments.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. You can see the second one of the track crew actually with the legs apart, which is normally a signal for a drop of oil or something, but we'll soon see. So yeah, we are going to be down for a few moments.
Hopefully not too many.
Yeah, hopefully not too long.
Well, Live Action Arena is just kicking off over the back there. We've also just had again, just a very polite notice as well. If you are in the Live Action Arena or you're heading that way, please make sure that while you're there you spread out as much as possible, because when we had all the jets and everything running, everybody was kind of crowded towards the start line, which I understand that, but if you could please all just make sure that you spread yourselves out nice and evenly.
Yeah.
Same goes in the Live Action Arena. There are stewards. Please pay attention to what they ask you to do. They're not asking you to do it because they haven't got much to do. It's for a good reason. It's to make sure that we have a good, safe event and everybody
yeah, just basically follows the rules that we're currently under.
That's the one. It is. They're rules that everybody's under. Obviously, the whole country's pretty much under at the moment. And the fact that we got a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Others in the motorsport fraternity were somewhat jealous last year, the fact that we were able to still have events like we was doing this last year, towards the end of the year. We were able to do this and operate in a safe way, mainly because everybody was doing what they're asked, looking after everything.
It does help that, obviously, you just look around the site, everywhere has got queuing systems in place, everywhere has got like floor markings in place,
And
there's
one-way
sanitising
systems as well.
stations all over the place,
Yep.
but there is hardly anything undercover here. You know, there's hardly any indoor areas at all, apart from the pod shop where you have to wear a face mask to go in anyway. I had actually went on to the campsite last night, the main campsite.
Yeah.
I've never seen it so spaced out. I mean, the campsite, not the campers.
Not the people, yes, I get that.
You know, there were proper bays laid out. There was, you know, you have plenty of space to your next door neighbour. The rule of 6 applies on the campsite. So it's very well spaced out. If you look at it from long distance, you think, oh, they're close together. But then you actually go there, you can see it's all spread out.
It's the same. It's very much the same sort of. It's a perspective thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because when I stand on the start line, because I'm low down anyway, but I'm on the start line looking at the bank. You look down the bank and it looks very busy, but then you stand in front of it. Everybody is spaced out. Exactly that. So we just need to keep to doing that, please. Obviously, the same with the grandstand as well. Keith had mentioned that earlier. Thank you to everybody for your understanding. Obviously, people have booked grandstand seats and everything for this weekend because it was supposed to be the first event that we could run as a full-on unlocked event, hence the title. However, the government had different ideas. We are still here, though. We are still able to run the events, which is a very, very good thing. But thank you for your understanding to everybody that had tickets booked and had to be moved and so on and so on, because obviously not the way we intended it, but it does mean at least everybody can be here and enjoy themselves. Yeah, okay, there's a few rules in place, but, you know, at least it means we're all out here having fun and doing what we love doing.
Well,
So,
the thumbs up have been given. The start line crew are back out. The clean-up was very, very quick indeed.
Well, normally when the tractor goes out there and somebody stands like that, I can only think that wasn't oil.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully not for John Turner as well. Johnny doesn't need any more engine damage. He's had enough to last 10 careers. So, Mark White, or Chalk, as he's affectionately known, in the FX Vega on the STB side of the racetrack. Mark, like you said, Colin, wasn't here yesterday because he was busy working. Just pulled in as they ran the last session of Supergas. He couldn't have unloaded it behind the start line because he needed to go through scrutineering. But it was a nice thought, wasn't it? You know, taking on Andy Harrison. Andy's put in some great runs. Not very often you see the tractor coming back down the Fire Up Road, is it? Taking on Andy Harrison with the Sierra. And he goes red on the tree. 036, 221 for Chalk.
Well, Mark White goes up from 7 to 6. So that one 993.
Oh,
992 for Andy Harrison.
Now, it'd be interesting to see how this works out. Only because I almost don't want to point it out, but anyway, you know what I'm going to say, don't you?
Yeah.
You'll still take it as a test run, obviously. John Morton with the no-hair Camaro from Oxfordshire. His latest creation to run on the quarter mile.
So much history that car's got. So much history.
And the bloke in it.
They finally got together.
They did, yeah. Kind of ironic as well. I'm sure, you know, people will know this, but the guy that normally flicks the switch on the starting line was the guy that pretty much built that.
Yeah.
Back when. Bob Molden didn't actually move into stage, unfortunately.
It did, and then it bumped back out again.
Oh, okay. 9:53, 153 for John Morton still.
He's getting around the electrical gremlins in the car. Yeah, the reason for Bob there, the car did stage, but it sort of rocked back out.
So the millisecond the starter flicked the switch,
it rocked
it was
back
out.
out, yeah.
So that's why you got
That's
the red
what got
light.
old,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've seen that happen before. That happened to Andy Robinson years ago in Pro Mod, all that way in Finland.
Yeah.
All that way to go to Finland, and the car just blipped out of stage when the starter flicked the switch, and he got a red light in round 1.
Simon Fulton, number 2 qualifier, going alongside Stu Hodgson. Now then, it's only his second run. The first one, if you remember, he left the line and pulled straight to the side of the track.
Well, he's going to get a lapse time this time. Simon Fulton with a point. He's chosen a tough class to go into, frankly. 988, 1076, Stu Hodgson. Nice opening number. Most importantly, he's qualified actually, because you paid to come all this way.
Right, your number 1 man then in the Supergas, Dave Fulton, going alongside number 9 man Tim Adam. Teammates actually. So Tim so far, the closest he's been, 983, which was the least of his breakouts. Well, if it was 980 instead of 990, it'd have been all right, but that's a breakout by a tenth, 978, even bigger breakout there for Mr. Fulton. Right, it's the 2-seater dragster once again. Paul Brown has really been on it this weekend. There's some fantastic numbers that he's been running, and the passengers have had 170-odd mile-an-hour timing slips to go with it, so very, very good for them. This is the passenger for this run, Charlotte Hartle, from Stourbridge in the West Midlands. It's a 30th birthday present, this run. Which basically means you've got plenty of time to get into the world of drag racing. If you like the passenger ride that much, then start Let's See Racing. So we'll look out for that name in the future, Charlotte Hartle. So we've seen 270 mile-an-hour plus runs from the 2-seater. We've seen 2 7.8 second runs. Might see another one here as well. Oh, 793, 169.81 miles an hour. That car is consistent. Very, very good indeed. So Charlotte, we hope you enjoyed that one. Celebrating her 30th birthday. I think that was another carryover run from last year, but Charlotte, let's hope you enjoyed it. Well, we move on then to Sportsman ET. This is Rob Cresswell with the Beast, the Audi RS4, Darling in 1317, has stuck with that all weekend long. And Connor Holt, Out of Time Racing. Well, he broke a drive shaft on the Astra, so he's probably nicked his dad's Vauxhall instead. Darling in 18.15. Well, considering it's a strange car to Connor, a 0.14 reaction time isn't bad. Rob's going to get there first with a 13.50. That's a big old breakout by 0.2 of a second. Connor goes 18.44, moves up from 14 to 13. Here we go. Got a message on the back window of the Seat. Mustang needs ECU. So Debbie Taylor, that's hey, thank you for that, Debbie Taylor. That's why she's not in the Mustang, as in the family Seat instead. Georgina Smith celebrating 22 years of wedded bliss with Mike this weekend. Well, today actually. She's your current number 5 qualifier. Debbie currently number 11.
I've just realised we're on a quiet class. It's time for Colin's doorbell to ring.
Well, I've tried everything I can to mute it. Oh, that's been funny.
You know if someone knows where you live, mate, if it does.
14.62 against the 14.55. Debbie Taylor moves up from 11 to 8. And Georgina 16.11 on a 15.90. No improvement.
Could we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
Just think the next meeting you'll be saying that. I'll be going, oh, that's me.
That's me. Do you know how cool is that?
Yeah, mega. Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. The Trans Am from Princess Risborough, dialing in a 14.09. And it's Kirsty Tram, your current number 2 qualifier with the Mercedes E500. 13.90 the dial in. Well, she went 13.91 on the previous pass. Got treed completely by Gary. Tom's not even looking. 15.39 for Kirsty. 14.02 breakout for Gary Lake. So no improvement for either of them. So this is qualifying session number 5. We've got one more cycle of qualifying to go after this. Sorry, for all of our classes. 950 and 850 bike in the lanes. They will be the next class to come round. We've got quite a few in Sportsman ET though. Carl with Cookie, the Tesla, dialing in 12.40, and Steve with the MX-5 dialing in 16.32.
Carl is another victim of the dial-in day, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He won the dial-in day. Did very, very well. Came along and has done very well indeed in Sportsman ET. That's right, the car can run Pro ET numbers.
That's right. Should be called the Silent Assassin or something like that, that car, shouldn't it? You know what I mean? No, looking for 12.40. He's number 14 at the moment. 12.61. That might help a little bit. Up to number 12. Steve Mellors stays at number 6, 16.42 on a 32. Actually, 10th of a second off again. He's bang on the money almost every time.
Great to see Alan Medley back out with the Mustang. We did see it have that coolant issue earlier on.
Yeah, the pipe now welded on.
Yeah, got it all fixed. Going alongside Jill Medley. So Alan 13.63, Jill 12.57. The big Jeep going to be showing the Mustang the way home.
Family that races together?
It's going to be so much fun, that Cherokee. Isn't it?
It's, I mean, you should probably go shopping in that. It's quite a scary thought, really.
Well, she does, because it's the family runaround.
It is. Well, 56 with the 4, just that bit too quick. Al Medley breaks out as well with a 13.27. That's a big breakout too. Not much left there for wriggle room.
Oh, is that Joe Kellett again? It is, yeah, with the Audi S3. Looking for 16.50. And Felicity Gibbs, 16.99. So Joe then, I think this is only his second qualifying run. Joe goes 06 red. You can see the car move way before the green comes on, but that's the difference between a Sportsman ET and, say, a Pro car, is the way they react. But Joe looking for 16.50, Felicity looking for 16.99. They head up towards the stripe, and Joe gets 16.97, fair way off, but Felicity Gibbs hits the number, 16.99 on a 16.99, and the 8's good enough. She takes the number 1 spot. Congratulations to Felicity Gibbs. So Holly Walters then with her Mustang, she's been dropped to number 2. And Truck Norris with Dan Holloway at the wheel, just been dropped back to number 5. Dial-ins then, Holly 15.69, Dan 16.15. both the way well, both of them moving before the green. 0 reaction times in both lanes, 0.024 for Holly, 0.05 for Dan. The reason we tell you about those is part of the art of drag racing is reaction times to the green. So Holly goes through with a 15.81. Dan breaks out 16.13 with a 7 on a 16.15. No help for either of them. They're going to stay put. Holly 2, Dan 5. We move to 9.50 bike. Stacey Reed currently in the number 4 spot on a 9.52. Rick Sawatsky currently in the number 3 spot, 9.51 with a 0. But there is a very, very small window of opportunity at the top. 9.50 with a 1. Craig Wright's number 1 spot. And Martin Hallett, 9.502. He's in the number 2 spot. So Stacey in the Auto Glim lane, Rick in the STP. Good looking runs a pair. It's going to be close. It's going to be over or under. 9.63 for Rick, 9.49 with a 6 for Stacey Reed. Stacey breaks out by just, yep, that much. Hardly anything. If that was a race, Rick Sawatsky would have won that, even though Stacey got there first, because Stacey went under the index. So, but it's qualifying, it matters not. This is Dave Hall with the artist. Going alongside Martin Hallett is your number 2 qualifier at the moment in the Auto Glim lane. With an 8 for Dave Hall. He moves up into the number 3 spot. Martin Hallett, 9.65, no help for him. So Dave Hall, another one to run the class number. Craig Wright, number 1 qualifier, alongside Ian Shipton, current number 6. Well, we all know Craig, 9.50 with a 1. He's going to have to run a perfect ET to improve, but he'll be happy with a 9.501. Ian Shipton, though, 9.88. Certainly get... Whoops, up it comes, down it comes. A little bit too much off the start line. Craig goes through with a 9.53, 133, and an 07 reaction time as well. Nice combination there. Scotty Crookston. The Flying Scotsman flying solo for this qualifying pass. His best so far, 10.14. There for Scott, stays number 8, and if it stays like that, and after the last round of qualifying, Scotty Crookston will be racing Craig Wright in round 1 of eliminations. But things can change. Steve Howe and Jay Rowe. Steve is number 2, 8.54 with a 9, and Jay Rowe, number 4, 8.87 with a 9. This is 8.50 bike. Shout out to Jazz, who's at home. Get well soon. Look forward to seeing you at the track in the not too distant future. Jay Rowe still got some issues with the bike there. It's still not doing exactly what he wants it to do. 8.52 and a 9.15. It's not on form for Joey this weekend. Steve Hallow, 8.52 with a 3, stays in the number 3 2 spot. Slight improvement on the ET though. All right, Alan Morrison, he's your number 1 man, 8.50 with a 3. Joe Elliott, 8.66. He's currently number 3.
VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have VW Pro into the lanes, please?
Alan Morrison, his left leg still not on the pegs. matters not. 860 against an 863. Alan Morrison obviously still number one with his 850 that he ran earlier.
And that's Joe Elliott's quickest run of the weekend as well.
On to ET Bike. To be followed by Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
So Blade down there.
It's a glorious day here today.
Do you know what? This is bang on. This is,
yeah.
Isn't it? This is the kind of day you need. Against Bill Marsh, Blade is number 6 at the moment. Dials 897 this time round, 9.20 for Bill Marsh.
I'll tell you something that happened during the week, actually, very briefly. You know, some people post on social media or about the weather for the following weekend. I actually, because it's football now, I've started issuing yellow cards to people that talk about the weather, and justifiably so. Look at it, it's glorious.
It could be worse, couldn't it? Let's face it.
Well,
what I mean is, yeah, anyway, never mind. It's wonderful.
So Blade hunting down an 8-second pass on this machine. This is looking good. Oh, 904, very close indeed.
146 miles an hour for Blade, 924 at 151. For Bill Marsh, though, that moves him up to the number 6 spot. Actually bumps Blade back one spot. Blade, one of the graduates of the Junior Drag Bike School of Racing.
Right, next up, Justin Moulton and Michael Gooding, the two Hobo Racing teammates. So, Justin dialing in 11.97, Michael Gooding 9.30. I'm not quite sure. Was it Michael's last run when he launched and it literally just turned right? The back wheel just spun up and... this time. I think it... No, actually, I think it did that, didn't it?
Yeah, just... Goes 11.36, 12.36 for Justin. No improvement for either of them that time round.
Phil Pratt, 8.93. He's in the number 3 spot at the moment, and he ran 8.95 to get that. Alongside Paul Adams, the man from Kidlington in Oxfordshire, 8.89 is dialing. Has run 8.88. So you could see side-by-side 8-second bikes here. Well, reaction time, slight advantage to Paul.
They're looking at each other over the finish line. 9.07 and 9.17.
Well, didn't need to, did they?
Yeah.
They looked at each other, they slowed themselves up.
Well, saying that though, they were both still on it. Look, 149 miles an hour a pair.
Yeah.
So Dave Grundy and your number 1 qualifier, Gary Hester. 8.85 for Gary Hester, 10.54. Just want to say a big hi to the Collier family, particularly Jerry, who's apparently taking a day off from doing building. Jerry, now you know why I hate doing it as well.
Yeah,
Gary,
we've got good reason.
yeah, definitely. 8.90 with a 0 for Gary Hester. No improvement breakout, though, for Dave Grundy.
Yeah, we've got to add to that. Get well soon, Sharon.
You bet.
And basically, it just turns out she's not Windows compatible. We did say that at the time, but
Colin.
I know. But I said it on the social media, and she says yes, it was a pain. So yeah, all the window jokes are coming out at the moment. But Shaz, get well soon.
That's the first moment all day I've hoped it would rain so you'd shut up. Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin and Pete Harrison out there in the STP lane and Autoglim lane respectively. 10.20, nowhere near. Pete Harrison stays number 2. Look at that though, 10.96 on a 95. Yeah, anyway, the only other thing while you're listening, Jerry, make sure Scott spends the money on what it's for as opposed to on the bike. You'll know what I mean. Although Scott promised he would, so there we go. Up next, we've got the man who's knocking. Look at that. He dials a 10 flat. He's going to break out, isn't he? I think.
Well, it's got to be the idea, because if he gets close to a 10, great. If he breaks out, oh well, but yes! It's going to be one of those moments, isn't it?
Yeah, all they've got to do is just get it through the top end, to be honest with you. He's riding it like he stole it.
Oh, that's better off the line. A little bit of a wiggle. He's got the tree sussed as well. Look at that.
Not as far in front as you'd expect though. 10.10 to a 10.15. Johnny stays 11. Matt Jones stays 13.
Yeah, Matt Jones breaks out though. He dialed in 10.20, went 10.15 at 139. Johnny Young 10.10 at 129. Right. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. That is Ash Cooper with that 400 cubic inch, of course, turboed Transit, being in the 9s this weekend, 999. Alongside Nigel Hell with the C30 pickup, 580 cubic inch Mark LeMould built engine in there. His best so far this weekend, 10.48. Both of them, to be fair, 10.01 and a 10.51. No help for either of them. They stay put. Ash stays 6. Nigel stays 7, but good looking run. All right, Elliot Day and Tony Higgs. Can I please have Super Comp to the pairing lanes now, please? Super Comp, can we have you to the pairing lanes? So, Elliot Day brings the car up to the line. Dave's there, just for show really, because Elliot knows what he's doing now. There we go. So, the youngster in the Willys Coupe, Plan B. Well, Tony blazes the tyres there. No such issues there for Elliot. Is Elliot going to go quicker than 9.42? 9.47. 9.48. Tony goes through with a 10.49, 145. Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne. Going alongside Nick Hale with the Mercedes 280. Damien number 8, 10.58 at the moment, 10.73. Number for Nick Hale. Nick away very nicely indeed. So 10.73 with a 7, almost matched what he ran earlier. Damien 10.50, and that's his best run of the weekend so far. So Nick stays 9, Damien stays 8. Right, Andy Bond missed Q4 earlier on today, but he's back out for this one. And Al Williamson with a Howling Hauler. So far has been a best of 9.29 over the course of the event. Truck is capable of very low 8s. So just finding the issues and dealing with it. Andy Bond, though, 6-second streetcar here, over 200 miles an hour. He is currently number 1 qualifier, 7.57 with a 3. Well, a secondary burnout for Andy Bond, but this time it's all about Al Williamson. He's going to go straight to the number 2 spot, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
He does, yes. 8.19, 166. Boom.
That is the first time I've ever seen that man jump and
Fixed.
wiggle and everything else as well. Wonderful
I think
stuff.
you can say that's sorted. Well done.
Well done, Al. Andy Bond cruises through literally with the 1385 at 78 miles an hour.
Well, that must
Oh,
be
this
Joe's-
is... No, Al McSweeney. First time for a long while we've seen Al back with the Volvo.
No Joe Stevens this round then.
Not by the look of it. I think we're... Yep.
So, yeah, absolutely brilliant to see Al back with the Volvo 162. To say that car's gone through a few different combinations over the years is an understatement.
Thank you very much indeed to Simon Groves, Euro Dragster. Joe Stevens has broken the starter and Jeff Ball's actually helping him out. My goodness me, is this Al McSweeney's first run?
Yes.
That took off and went perfectly.
139 to 60 foot. Obviously, he's clicked it very early because it's his first run. He's not going to
Still gets in the show actually because it needs 1350 or quicker. So crew look very nonplussed, but that was a 139.60 foot for the first time off the trailer. I'd say I'd take that. Could we have Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please.
Outlaw Anglia. Q5.
Colin Miller not having it all his own way this year so far. Mick Taylor beat him in the final of the first round of the championship a few weeks ago at VW Breakout, my apologies.
Yeah, he had a few good scalps actually. He got Weather in the semis and he beat Colin Miller in the final. So
can't win the event without upsetting someone. Colin Miller though, getting closer to getting the car off the start line without shaking itself to death. The 1068 you see on the board is not the dial-in, that's the pump spot. Obviously. Now Colin Miller with a Flying Fifer comes all the way down from Kinross every time he races and loves every moment of it. Well, probably not getting stuck in traffic on the M6, but all the rest of it. Anyway, he's in the STP lane, taking on Mick Taylor, current points leader in Outlaw Anglia.
finding life a lot easier with the new tow truck and trailer now. Much smaller operation than you used to have a motorhome with
and
a trailer.
cheaper.
Just, drank fuel. But now he's just got like a race shuttle trailer, which is a little bit bigger, which they can sleep in, everything, plus a pickup truck to tow it with. A much, much better way of doing it.
Yeah, Colin always goes to work on Monday afterwards as well. I mean, I struggle, and I've got a 3-hour drive home to the south coast.
So Colin Miller currently number 2 with a 760, Mick Taylor 796 with a 3, but Mick being pushed back. Colin Miller. Wow.
That
108, 60 foot.
That could be the one. There's got a bit of a wiggle going on, but 712 at 190. Fair to say, Colin Miller has it sorted out finally. Well done, sir. No number 1 qualifier. However, one man has got it sorted out as well. Was just burnt out in the STP lane. Is that Colin? Has Colin been 190 before? I'm not sure. I know he's been 7-0. I'm not sure he's been 1. He might have been 190. Anyway, that's why they fitted twin chutes, and it's getting closer and closer to where they want it to be. Still a bit of shake through 60, but it was perfectly dry. That's the difference. There's a drivable amount of shake, and there's an amount where you just go, nah, I like my fillings where they are, thank you. So Jet Guy should be taking on Ben Kennedy, but Ben's still still parked up behind the start line. Yeah, it's a bye run for Jed. That was the first run earlier on today where everything worked as it was supposed to. The nitrous worked, and he went 722, excuse me, an enormous personal best for Shorty's Hot Rod team. Now they've got something to tune from. The engine in that car came out of a Pro Mod that went 6.3. Let's see what they can do. That's a way to drive through tyre shake. 116 to 60 foot for Jed. Oh, wow! 7:14 at 190 miles an hour. His first 190 mile an hour timing ticket and his first 7-1.
Game on.
Check out the 60 foot. 116. The
That
car
was
just
slow in comparison.
Yep, he just sat there and bounced.
Yeah. Here's Ben Kennedy.
Carl killed the engine. Guy killed the engine. Both of them are
Right, so Ben Kennedy, 10.68. This is the man that will be racing the #1 qualifier, whoever it is. Still got one more qualifying session to come in Outer Anglia, and I know the feed from here is transmitted around the world, and just makes you wonder if it's being received in Australia at the moment. John Willard and his team do keep an eye on everything that's going on in the world of Outer Anglia. I always give them a shout out whenever I can now, because I know they're very keen to follow what's going on here. And you've seen some cracking runs today.
Yeah. Well, he's been here, just not with a race car, has John. Well, they're nailing it down. They're getting closer, much closer.
All right, let's see what Ben can do then. Best so far of a 10.68. Oh, lovely cheeky wheels up launch there. 146 to 60 foot. That's not hanging about. 100 at the 8th. And 10.55, 123.
But Ben
it's all gone a bit wrong in the shutdown area, unfortunately.
Well, the car's still upright for Ben, which is the good news. We'll be down for a few moments while we check out Ben. Outlaw Anglias are notoriously, how shall we say, a bit hairy, a bit wayward.
So we'll let our track crew deal with the everything that's going on in the shutdown area at the moment. So for the time being, we will hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. If you could take the airwaves over, we'll come back to you with an update from the top end as soon as we can. Many thanks indeed.
Bomb off the throttle.
Not doing what it should be doing, and still plaguing them by the looks of it. It was working all right in the pits, and then
Get down there. Simon goes 980. Well, mind the blocks. John Force will be ringing in for tips shortly. Right, Al Morrison out in front by some mark in Super Street for a while. Yeah, so Bill Marsh at the moment is dead last. Qualifying anyway. Bit of match, let's put it that way. Gary Hester, 885. Against Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin, who was actually stuttering to stop. That it was one of Turbo's bikes, yeah. It's the fact Laura and Chris are helping out. So Pete Harrison, currently number 5. Good. Well, Blade's way out there in front. Currently number 6, looking forward.
Turn 9, second pass at some stage.
And he's
well, good
like he stole
run.
it.
Oh,
Seems
it's just
run
petering out there, isn't it?
It's run out of gears or... Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa, Ange, get your pen and paper ready. Johnny.
Just
a bit of tyre squeal, not too much.
A little bit of slip off the start line for Andy Higgs. That's turned up a bit more than it was yesterday.
Elliot was saying, so look, just let me do my own thing. I want to bring it up to the line myself. So, yeah, he's absolutely cool as a cucumber.
Taking on Nick Hale.
Looks like the trans brake wouldn't let go then.
Well, it'll still be a decent run because he didn't break the beams. Yeah. Nick Hale's out there in front to get there first with the Mercedes at 10.73.
Tyre shake from Nigel Hale. You see those tyres rattling, and you can see the marks as well.
Well, Ash Cooper's long gone. That's a lot more like it from Colin, but a move to the centre line. He has to pedal it. You can hear him still pedaling it. Nick Taylor is through. That's a lot more like it from Colin, but a move to the centre line. He has to pedal it. You can hear him still pedaling it. Nick Taylor is through to a 7-foot rod. Jed Guy. I'd say that's working.
106 to 60 foot.
Oh yes, this would be more like it.
Some fluid, some water came out of the exhaust. So John Crawford going to take a solo on this one, just whilst they get the STP lane cleaned up, ready to go once again. So target for John then, 15.11. Gets 15.6. Well, Steve Stone will get to the stripe first. A little bit off the line there, that could put it back into the 18s, but let's see. Yep.
Yeah, that's the spare one.
Lights go green. Well, nicely away, Graham. But run peaching out as he reaches the stripe. Jacob Bailey, 11 flat. Losses here. Actually, it's a good run building here for Carl. Plenty of wheel spin, but not overly done at the start. 11.16, 120, Adrian 11.15. Gets there first, 11.01. That's a fair old break. Ah, Dave Crowhurst beautifully away this time. 6.45 at 108 eighth. 10.22, 129 at the stripe. Wow, fantastic pairing here. Venn 706, Jake.
And Mark actually knocked out the blocks yesterday on his quickest run. That'll be a really good one. 7:23 at 2:04.
Yeah, that moves him up. 127 a pair to 60 foot. Oh, cracking runs once again. Steve Mead, in actual fact, both of them 123 to 60 foot.
At Santipol Raceway, driven by Mr. Martin Hill, the Jet Master himself, based just up the road. That's Fire Force number 5, and they're going to put a side-by-side display on for you to open this afternoon's action. And if you haven't seen these before, again, you are in for a treat. They will be running to 1,000 foot, which is the 2 blocks just before the finish line. We haven't got the orange markers out for them this time around, probably because we'll have those in a little while for fuel cars. But just want to say, while everybody's here, everybody's watching, a massive thank you very much indeed to all of you for booking your tickets, for coming along and for enjoying yourselves here this weekend. We really, really appreciate it. As everybody says, we can't do this without you. The fact that you want to come and see what we put on for you is the reason that we continue to do it. Yes, we've got limited numbers. Yes, obviously, it's not a fully open event. However, it's still going to be an awful lot of fun. I'll stop waffling. Colin is going to be holding on to everything in the tower. Kieran appears to be humping the timing system as usual.
Yeah, this is where we say goodbye to anything that is not secured up here whatsoever.
Probably our TV screen's about to go for Burton again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got a...
And I'm about to have a jet car suntan.
Well, not only that, the jet car suntan timed beautifully with the sun trying to make another appearance here as well. So Richie is out front, ready to direct Martin with his afterburner pops. So this is Fire Force 5, Europe's quickest and fastest jet power vehicle. Low 5-second passes. The norm now for Martin with this car. And here we go, getting things ready to go. You can always tell, first of all, you see the plumes of smoke coming back, and then here come the afterburner pops as well. And not to be outdone, Julian Webb with split second, putting on his own flame show as well. And they are massive sheets of flame from the back of Julian's car.
Julian's is a lot warmer down here, I tell you.
Yeah, I can feel it from here as well. You certainly don't want to be behind any one of these two. As the tower gets...
That's the only problem with the tailwind. Yeah. We can't see anything now. They've all disappeared. You're going to have to wait till the smoke clears a little bit before they can go down the racetrack.
Well, fortunately the smoke has cleared, or is clearing. Right, well unfortunately the timing screens have just been knocked out. The afterburner pops were just too fierce. Well, how to pedal a jet car. Absolutely phenomenal.
I'm not sure who took the win because I just saw 2 red lights
Yeah,
there.
no, 502 and a 564. Luckily the scoreboard's recorded 69, John on a 671. Both away well. Great looking one for Wayne. Come on. Yes! Oh, yes!
New personal best for Wayne Nicholson, just a hair's breadth away from his first ever 6.1. Still running Yeah, it just doesn't leave like it normally does. Still goes 7:43. That's a lot quicker for Neil. 6:20.
Another good looking run from Andy Raw. Shootout early, 6:06 at 133. He's doing. Well, that car was drifting towards the wall just past the apron there, so Kevin very wisely backed out of it. Still launched like a fuel funny car does, 0.96 to 60 foot, but his. Well, Suzanne, she got the half track in 3:29 at 200 miles an hour, 4:56. Oklahoma Willie there, the 1958 VW pickup. Perry Watkins has built this vehicle and he's put a Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet engine on the back of it. As Darrell says, pure show quality, and it's full of entertainment as well when it goes down the quarter mile. Off he goes.
Yeah, what's slightly odd, he does actually have an afterburner on there. There was no pops, and the afterburner isn't actually kicking in on the run either as well, which is a little bit unusual. But it's still great to see him. I was going to say exactly.
Great looking run. 6-0.
Clicks it off before the finish line, but still goes 5:89 at 240.
A little bit lighter. Wow. Hill's not hanging around. 7:10, 7:44. Now, in normal circumstances, Goose would have been happy with that, but 7:10, 175, I know what he wants. So this is Jordan Kenway.
Run a best of 10 flat so far this weekend. That might be quicker. It is, with a 950. Goes straight. That'll be a 6, just the number. 6.49. 205 miles an hour for students, please. Can we have super gas into the lanes, please? 58 goes 60. Nicely done, Amy. Pretty well judged. 1060. Another nice side-by-side run. Kieran's going to be there first. Oh, wow. Tamworth. John Tevenham. Oh, but he's done it again.
Well, it's a 003. It's not quite, but yeah, my goodness.
Two of the best reaction zones he's probably ever had. Hey, 22. 150.
Okay, so we are back with Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf alongside Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug. Well done to our track crew for sterling work at the top end, and as soon as we get a full update, which we are looking forward to getting, but we can't announce anything until everything's good, basically. Well, not everything's good, but the right people know. So Bruce Harvey and Lawrence Clark. The dial-ins then, 1340 for Lawrence. Bruce looking for a 1470. They are 10 and 7 in the qualified order at the moment. 1410, not going to help there. And 1557 on a 1470, no help either. Right, next up, Phil Jones with the Audi A3, alongside John Crawford with his Golf. John currently number 5, Phil number 4. The dial-ins, 1511 for John Crawford with the black Golf. The silver Audi, 14.85. Well, Phil's going to get to the stripe first. 1480 breakout, just that little bit too quick. And John Crawford, 1621, a little bit off pace there. The rolling P of Ethan Lyle dials in 20 seconds flat. Alongside your number 1 qualifier, Jack Gooding, looking for 16.48. He dialed in 16.52 on his last run, went 16.52 with a 4.
Once again, spot the ex-junior drag racer.
Yeah.
They're never hard to spot.
Mind you, Ethan not too bad, 0.6, but...
just living proof you can race absolutely anything.
Oh, look at that for Jack. That's 2 great runs from him. 16.49 on a 48. Wow. But Ethan moves up 2 spots and 12 to 10 at 20.75. Flat out at 63 miles an hour.
Was that flat out?
Well, he was doing 52 at the 8th.
Oh, probably then, yeah.
Well, that's as fast as it could go on the quarter, put it that way.
Possibly the most economical thing you could go drag racing with, let's put it that way. You know that you've got 2 other race cars, and I guess both of them are broke.
Yeah, the Roadrunner and the Comet in the household there.
So, Justin Foley, or Foley, is it Foley or Foley, do you think? One of the 2. With the Red Dwarf, Morgan Wilson with a misdemeanor Havoc Beetle, guided and stayed by Mum Rachel. 18 flat, the dial-in frankly has been everywhere. Well, no, the dial-in hasn't been everywhere, the car has, frankly.
Yeah. Ooh, 007 red. So, going to be Justin getting to the stripe first. Now then, 14.65. His best so far, 14.78. Goes 14.77 this time.
Oh,
up to number 8.
So close for more. Yeah, well, it's nearly there. Come on, can't be that upset. Just very quickly to let everybody know out there in Spectator Land, we were due to have our second session of the jets, the fuel cars, everything else as well, around about right now. Due to the fact that it ran a bit late earlier, it's going to be slightly later now as well. So it's looking like more about 20 minutes to half hour round, about 4 p.m. So if you could hang on and watch that, we'll make it worth your while.
All right, Rob Cresswell and Polly Judge. It's all about the ETs here. Rob is currently a number 2 qualifier, 13.81. Now he dials 13.70. Goes 13.71 and stays put. 16.28 and 33 is a breakout for Polly, no help there. But Rob, although he stays in the number 2 spot, that's some very consistent runs he's getting there. He's going to be tough to beat in competition as long as he works on the reaction times, which wasn't so good on that one. But then when the race face comes on instead of the qualifying one, it does make a difference.
You got a race face. Is that what all that was photoshopping was about?
That was, yes. I still laugh at that. Laurie Anslow.
It's hard not to.
17.40 and Steve Stone. 15.64 with the Golf. That's the dialing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's accepted the 64. This is where he runs a 65.
Well, we'll see. If he breaks out, it'll make no difference anyway. So, Lowry. Looking for 17.4, 15.64 for Steve Stone. 77.
Yeah.
Okay, that sorted itself out. Lowry with a 17.85 though on a 17.40, nearly half a second off. Nah, not good. Any idea what that might be, Jason? No. Okay. A little bit of driver tuning, maybe. Possibly that. So, Tom Herbert.
VW Pro now.
Yeah, Luke came up very kindly and saw us and gave us a bit of a rundown on what's going on, and basically the usual chaos has ensued with various broken bits and all kinds of stuff. James Good, the Team Militia. Golf from Norwich, Tom Herbert from Oxford. 11.80 and 10.50, what they're looking for. Yeah, unfortunately, Carl Goldsmith has destroyed another one. He might as well run a fuel car because he might actually have to replace the less motors. Poor Carl. Anyway,
don't find mechanics having your pit though.
Exactly, and Carl's previous loaner as well ran out of fuel, I think. 11.34, 12.07. Actually, Tom Herbert moves up a couple of spots with that one to number 7. Yeah, anyway, they're all feverishly trying to get everything back together. Paul Jackson with a little pirate, the Lupo from Bristol in the Auto Glimney. How do you get a Lupo to run 1060 without dropping it off a cliff? Honestly.
Good question.
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah.
Graham Fairhead looking for 11.20. I don't think he's been anywhere near that this weekend, does he? He might do this time.
11.96 is best so far, but yeah, that's looking better.
That's a lot more. It's a lot cleaner anyway from one end to the other. Oh, wow. Too quick after all that. I don't think they care, to be honest with you. 11.12, 129 miles an hour. Good stuff.
Well, the part spin of Luke's lorry has been raided by Paul Bargate.
12.04 for ball pop. I'll try that again, shall I? Without sounding like, oh, what's his name? Open all hours.
Oh, Grenville, is it?
That's it. Oh, God. What can I remember his name?
Ronnie Barker.
I know it's Ronnie Barker, but anyway. So, Lee Corder and Paul Bargate. Paul Bargate going for 12.04.
Oh, Paul Bargate, the legend, goes to number 1. 12.06.
It's Arkwright, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I was looking at. So, James Hodson. Interestingly, though, Darl's 11.99.
Which is as slow as you can go in VW Pro.
Well, I can only think he's trying to get it to run right, but doesn't want to... well, he wants to break out, frankly. Someone stopped up there. I think they have the quads going out. That Paul Bargate stopped on the track. I can see something yellow.
Yeah. Oh, they both have.
Oh. I hope that means they haven't... Well... Anyway, you're the man with the blockers, you'll know.
I didn't actually see what happened there, but no, they both have stopped up there. Just a little update. You know, I keep saying when Outlaw Anglia run, you know, big shout out to John Willard. I'm sure he's tuned in. Lo and behold, he is. He hasn't missed a thing yet.
Top man, John.
So he's been messaging all the Outlaw Anglia guys saying well done and stuff like that. So yeah, he's really following what's going on here. So many thanks indeed there, John.
Well, it's starting to happen. They're starting to get a handle on it. They're starting to get closer. Yeah, just waiting for a couple. We can hear over the radio, actually, waiting for a couple of cars to be recovered up the top end. They look like they're parked in the same place as well, oddly. But anyway, hopefully they won't be all that long. If you missed the announcement earlier, the... we're looking... the live action arena and everything else that's going on today. If you're hanging about waiting for the jet, to watch the jet cars, to watch the top fuel cars and funny cars again, they're not far away at all. Your wait should pay off fairly shortly, in about 20 to 25 minutes, something like that. I'm just going to go and get word from our race director. I know it's Roger Goring's car, which is the Firestorm Jet Funny car, has moved towards the pairing lanes, and I'm sure more stuff is going to be going that way shortly as well.
Well, the first pair is due to be Firestorm.
Oh, that's right then. There we go.
So that is...
that'll be about right.
Yeah, and that will be followed by Comp Eliminator, then Promod, Top Fuel Bike, Fuel Funny Cars, Top Fuel Drags, Oklahoma Willie, and then Split Second and Fire Force 5.
Rock and roll.
So, you know, that is the the run order for the afternoon showpiece.
Are we going to get a 5-second Promod today?
Who knows?
Well, thinking earlier as well, not only serious congratulations to Wayne Nicholson after all the grief, and never-ending grief, frankly, that he was just a shallow stage away from a 6-1.
Yeah.
6.20 with a 0. I think they're all moving, aren't they, up there?
I can only, I mean, unfortunately, neither of us saw what actually happened, but I can only assume, because we know Paul Bargate had suffered a half shaft failure.
Oh, was that earlier, was it?
That was earlier, yeah, so
Okay.
maybe the other side's given up. I don't know, and lost drive, so, but to say, we'll find out probably later on.
Yep, I think they're all going back on station. All the cars are moving out the
Yeah,
way.
they're all out the, they're
Everyone's
all
still
cleared at the
strapped
top
in.
end. Not me. Oh, definitely not me. Weird and wonderful noises that we're getting here. Just looking behind us then, Jacob Bailey with the Jet R. I wonder where you get all those roof decals from. Remember we used to have all the ladies on the roofs, but it's all changed now.
His kid's toy bin, where
Yeah.
does that come from, isn't it, I think? Right, I'll be back in just a couple of moments, and so will we with the race cars. Let's have a quick look in the pairing lanes. We've got Super Comp there, we've got the last couple of VW Pro cars. Actually, it's only Super Comp and VW Pro. I'm just going to have a quick look out the end as well, just to make sure everyone's forewarned.
Okay. It looks like the tractor just going to go and do it a little. So I'll tell you what, we'll stop panning for just for a little while. Nitro FM can take the airwaves away from us just for a little while, but we'll take it back as soon as we're ready to go once again here on day 2, the afternoon of the Festival of Power Unlocked. James Hodson and Jacob Bailey. Jacob dialing in 10.30. James dialing in 11.99. So both now into pre-stage. Jacob very keen to get the job done. Roll the beams a little bit there. 1087, 140 and 1225, 128. James Hodson actually moves on 14-7 with that one. But car capable of going way, way quicker. Abby Tether with the Golf R. The Buckingham-based racer going alongside the Late Goose. Adrian Solly with the Audi A3. Dialing in 11 flat. So Adrian Solly moves up from 10 to 6. 12.82 on a 76. So no improvement for Abbey. 12.72 the dining then for Rob Carter with the Rowdy. Alongside Dave Crowhurst, the Wanger, staying with the 9.89 Darling. And he's getting oh so close to the 9 second zone. He went 10.07, his best so far. Subaru powered. .29 to 60 foot, nicely away. At 129, 14.23. So Rob stays number 12, David Crowhurst stays at number 7. That's the end of VW Pro. We move on to Super Comp. Gary Carr, your number 5 qualifier, 9.55. He has been under 8.90. Going alongside Steve Hudson, the Intravenous Ford Model T. He's currently number 6 spot with a 9.72. So the question is for the Williams boys is how are you going to slow Gary Carr down? It's Gary Carr in the Autoglim lane. Steve Hudson in the SDP lane. 8.90, the aim of the game here. Get as close to without going up. 8.90 with a 1. Steve Hudson. Steve Hudson goes into the number 1 spot there. Well done to him. Gary Carr gets one the right side for a change. Well done to Gary, but Steve Hudson not going to be taking that number 1 spot from Paul Hudson. But 8.901. Nicely done, sir. It's only 1,000th of a second off what Paul Hudson run. So this is Paul Hudson with the Pension Pot Dragster. He's in the STP lane going alongside Steve Field.
Now, Steve Field punted his personal best into, not about next week, next year, frankly.
8.18.
That's
insane.
By far the quickest he's ever been. It's got a small block in there, but the car's so lightweight, there's nothing, frankly, nothing of it. However, you're supposed to be running in Supercom. Be interested to see if he tries to run, a Supercom number or just soil his underwear, to be honest.
No, that might be.
This will be a Supercom number. 927.
Paul Hudson breaks out. 8.88 with a 9. Steve Field moves up from 7 to 6.
Sorry, mate. Can we have Comp Eliminator? Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Okay, we've got a couple more classes to run. We do have Martin Hill with the Fire Force Jet Funny car down here. We've just called Comp into the lanes. I know the bikes are down there as well. Super Street Bike are ready to go. So all the loud, fast stuff, not that everything isn't loud and fast, frankly, coming up very, very shortly, folks. Saying that, I think we might have a little bit of track prep before we get into that session. But still around about 4 o'clock, 15 minutes or so. Now let's see if Darryl tries to run it on the number. Also got the correct spelling of my name. Look at that, nice. 8.94. We're making some compromise out of that guy yet. Well done.
Leah Kellett then, Dolly Daydream herself. Brother Joe out front, Dad Pete behind. Mum Kim around somewhere.
So after yesterday's wayward run, here is now your number 4 qualifier. Where are we on the order? Let's have a quick look, Cole, if you don't mind. Sorry, mate. Thank you. So we've got junior drag bike right there, comp bike, funny bike, and super street. Yep, so we're going to run through the order, so it shouldn't be too long. Big throttle stop again.
That's a massive throttle stop, way past 330.
Nearly half track. 005 on the tree.
Oh.
889 with the 1. Deary me. Well, good on the tree. Other end needs slight work, but you're really, really close. Yeah. That's what we were thinking too, Pete. Don't worry.
Right, the juniors on 2 wheels. Casey Holgate and Lyra Humber.
Once again, big thanks to class sponsors, ProJoint Fabrications. Chief proprietor of ProJoint Fabrications is, I'm sure, looking in and cheering them all on.
Also the Charmans as well, and Eurodragster.
Absolutely.
Well done to them as well.
Yeah, we've started to get junior drag bike races filter into other classes.
Yeah.
In fact, obviously, Jerry's lad, Scott, is one of them.
Yeah, Liam Holgate, Louis Davis, they're all there.
So, Casey off and running. You turn the fan on something.
980 on a 10.02, big breakout. Lyra 17.95 and an 18.50 breaks out by half a second. All right, Meg Talbot and Holly King. The Darlings. Don't forget, this is 8th mile, not quarter mile. 9 flat for Meg, 11.22 for Holly. One of them go in, please. That's it. Holly goes in.
028 red. That's a deep stage red, I think.
.956 plays 11.48. They stay put. Meg 2. Holly 3.
Time for comp bike and funny bike, I think.
Comp bike.
I think we've only got 1 bike here down here, or maybe 2 actually for funny bike. Comp bike even, sorry. No Louis this time round. Probably out wig shopping. Sean Mills, though, perennial number 2 qualifier this weekend, run a best of 7:41, knocking on 200 miles an hour for the big CC machine in the SDP lane. Auto glimpse side the racetrack for Jordan Kenway, J&J Racing from Southampton. Getting to grips with it. Went a 9.50. I think his first trip into the 9s earlier on.
Yeah, another one of the junior drag bike races moving on up.
Although we may have a bye run, unfortunately, this time. Yep, Sean Mills on his own. That is, all for all intents and purposes, a super street bike with a slick on it, isn't it? Well, it looks
it's
like
a narrow slick.
He always does that. Aims it towards the centre line, just rides down.
Speed, isn't it?
Oh, 734. 197 miles an hour. Big speed again for Sean Mills. Oh, Jordan Kenway's actually going to get his chance. That could be quicker than a 950 as well. 961, really? 136.
All right, Lorcan Parnell. We haven't had a number on the board yet for Lorcan. the Storm bike capable of running deep into the sixes.
He's taken a green light, but he crossed lanes, didn't he? So that run doesn't count. So Lorcan needs this one, well, needs this one to count, basically. We've got 6 bikes on the ladder at the moment. We need the 7th, which is going to be Lorcan. Also as well, no Mark Smith again this time. Mark, I think, was entered in Funny Bike 2. So Jerry Luke's well in with us 8.47. Oh, Lorcan's not going to get an ET this time either.
That's a shame because it's a great looking run.
Went before the tree was activated. That was definitely a 7. He went too early. Yep. He left before the tree ran. Well, at least they know the bike works now. Now they just got to get the rider doing it.
And he's gone straight on.
Is he?
Oh no.
He's going round the corner. He's gone right to the very last. He's probably trying to get in the pond.
That was very close to going off the end of the track there, actually, for Lorcan.
Right, we've got one more bike in Funny Bike. And then Super Street Bike, Jet Cars and everything else as well. So Lenny run a best of 750. That was yesterday though. Went 7.6 earlier today. That doesn't sound well at all. Engine just changed note, and not in a good way actually when he kicked it into 3rd gear by the sounds of that. So no changes in the order. The quickest run would have belonged to Lorcan Parnell. It wasn't the fact he went before the tree was activated.
He's still got one more go though. One more go.
Hopefully he'll make that one count. Okay, we've got a bit of track prep again. You can see the start line crew coming away, but we've got Jet Cars, we've got Super Street Bike, Pro Modified and Nitro Funny Cars. Probably going to be about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm just going to go and double check so I can tell everybody exactly. No, actually, saying that the Bluebird's going out, so it's not going to be much track prep.
Yeah. Well, so as I say, it's Super Street Bike. You called that absolutely spot on. Then it's the match race between Fire Force 3 and Firestorm. Side-by-side Jet Cars to 1,000 foot. Then we go into Comp Eliminator qualifying session number 5. Pro Modified. Oh no, it's their last session actually.
Yeah, they got 5, I think.
Yeah. So just double check.
Yeah. So once again, actually, we're just doing track prep, and if anybody's not on the grandstands or on the banking, now is time to make your way there, because we're about to go with side-by-side Jet Cars, Super Street Bike, and all the other good stuff too. Go on, Colin. Sorry, you carry on.
No, I'm just looking at the run order. Well, it's another qualifying session for Pro Mod. Open to interpretation, actually, because if we look on tomorrow's run order, they haven't put if it's
elimination
Q
or not.
E.
I think that depends on how many cars are qualified, doesn't it? The size of the ladder, basically.
So yeah, Pro Mod, then Top Fuel Bike, the Fuel Funny Cars, Top Fuel Dragsters, side by side, and then we have Oklahoma Willie, Split Second, and Fire Force 5. So it is a great afternoon show coming up. But say a little bit of track preparation, and then we'll be ready to go very shortly indeed. So just to rest the vocal cords for a very short while indeed. Nitro FM, if you can take the airways over once again, and we'll be back with you with our afternoon showcase.
Well, like the. Well, pretty even off the line. It's all about the numbers though. Pel Norman with that Capri. 8.18. Both had 107.60s actually. That's pretty good.
Well, with the 7-second car and 8-second car, the 7-second car will get this right.
Oh, it's a race. If this was tomorrow, which will be a race, if these two paired up, you'd see the door car in the Auto Gloom. They have around about a second head, just over a second head start, Barry Giles. And then it's all about who cuts the best ET and who gets to the finish line first without going too quick. And it's something that's very unique to drag racing. If they both go too quick, it's whoever does it by the least. So watch for Barry Giles to pull the chute about now. Wow, too quick. 33 and 61 for Ian Brown. Finally nails the number that they're looking for. 7.61 with a 4 on a 7.
Oh, both the way well. 0.7 for Jacqueline. Lara just a little bit too quick, was really trying. 006 red. Oh, so close. Too light. Throttle stop kicks in, then lets it go again. 9.91.
Didn't actually move into stage, unfortunately.
It did, and then it bumped back out again.
Oh, okay. 9.53.
Well, considering it's a strange car to Connor, a 0.14 reaction time isn't bad. Actually, she's your current number 5 qualifier, Debbie, currently number 11.
I've just realised we're on a quiet class. It's time for Colin's doorbell to ring.
Well, I've tried everything I can to mute it. Oh, that's been funny.
You know if someone knows where you live, mate, if it does.
1390, the dial-in. Well, she went 1391 on the previous pass. Got treed completely by Gary. Tom's not even looking.
That's right. Should be called the Silent Assassin or something like that car, shouldn't it? You know what I mean? No, looking for 12.40. He's number 14.
Cherokee.
I mean, you should probably go shopping in that. It's quite a scary thought, really.
Well, she does, because it's the family runaround.
It is.
It was 06 red. You can see the car move way before the green comes on, but that's the difference between a sportsman ET and, say, a pro car, is the way they react. But Joe looking for 1650, Felicity looking for 1699. They head up towards us. Both the way well, both of them moving before the green. 0 reaction times in both lanes. 0.024 for Holly, 0.05 for Dan. The reason we tell you about those is part of the art of drag racing is reaction times. Going alongside Martin Hallett is your number 2 qualifier at the moment in the Auto Gloom lane. The not too distant future. J Rose still got some issues with the bike there. It's still not doing exactly what he wants it to do.
W Pro into the lanes, please.
Alan Morrison, his left leg still not on the pegs. Matters not. So Blade hunting down an 8-second pass on this machine. This is looking good. I think it, no, actually I think it did that, didn't it?
Yeah, just...
Well, reaction time, slight advantage to Paul.
They're looking at each other over the finish line. 9.07 and 9.6. Now you know why I hate doing it as well.
Yeah,
Gary
got good reason.
Yeah, definitely. 8.90 with a 0 for Gary Hester. No improvement.
Fine. A little bit of a wiggle. he's got the tree sussed as well. Look at that.
Not as far in front as you'd expect, though. 10-10.
Both of them, to be fair. 10.01 and a... Well, Tony blazes the tyres there. Not such issues there for Elliott. Is Elliott going to go quicker than that? Nick away very nicely indeed. Well, a secondary burnout for Andy Bond, but this time it's all about Al Williamson. He's going to go straight to the number 2 spot, I'm sure. Wow.
That
108, 60 foot.
That could be the one. There's got a bit of a wiggle going on, but 7.12 at 190, fair to say. That's the way to drive through tyre shake. 116 to 60 foot for Jed. Oh,
lovely cheeky wheels up launch there. 146 to 60 foot. That's not hanging about. 100 at the 8th. So Bruce Harvey and Lawrence Clark. The dial-ins then. 1340 for Lawrence. Bruce looking for a 1470. They are 10 and 7 in the qualified award at the moment. 14. Well, Phil's going to get to the stripe first. This is where he runs a 65.
well, we'll see. If he breaks out, it'll make no difference anyway. So, Lowry. Looking for 17.4, 15.64 for Steve Stone. 77.
Yeah.
He might do this time.
Well, 11.96 is best so far, but yeah, that's looking better.
That's a lot more. It's a lot cleaner anyway from one end to the other. Oh, wow. Too quick after. Like, what's his name? Open all hours.
Oh, Grenville, is it?
That's it. Oh, God. What can I remember his name?
Ronnie Barker.
I know it's Ronnie Barker, but anyway. So, Lee Corder and Paul Bargate. Paul Bargate going for 12.04.
Oh, Paul. Jacob very keen to get the job done. Roll the beams a little bit there. 10.8700. .129 to 60 foot, nicely away. Going up.
Be interested to see if he tries to run Woo, a Super Comp number, or just soil his underwear, to be honest.
No, that might be.
This will be a Super Comp number. 15 minutes or so. Now let's see if Darrell tries to run it on the number. He's also got the correct spelling of my name. Big throttle stop again.
That's a massive throttle
That's
stop, way past 330.
Nearly half track. Probably out wig shopping.
Oh, a narrow slick.
He always does that. Aims it towards the centre line, just rides down.
Speed, isn't it?
That could be quicker than a 950 as well. Oh, Lorcan's not going to get an ET this time either.
That's a shame because it's a great looking run.
And then that doesn't sound well at all. Engine just changed note.
600 feet out. So Super Street Bike qualifying session number 5.
And how good have they been so far this weekend?
Superb.
Yeah, you bet. There's an all 7 second field already.
Well, Mark Hope, 723 is his number 2 qualifying shot. Is his PB as well, actually. He was delighted to announce that one on his Facebook. First having been over 200 as well. So Mark Hope then, your number 2 qualifier. He's in the Auto Glim Lane. Graham Dance, number 7. He's qualified with a 7:35.
Now, Graham Dance had a bit of an issue off the line. He's almost on the bump, actually, isn't he, Graham
Yeah,
Dance?
he's only 200s off it.
So we've got one more session after this. This could be a barn burner as well. Mark Hope is the quickest of everyone other than Steve Venables.
131s to 60 a pair. Whoa, 7:18 for Mark Hope.
The speed.
206 miles an hour.
I think is what they're looking at, the speed, 206. Absolutely exceptional. While the ET almost doesn't match the speed, that shows the most important thing in any sort of road motorsport.
7:48, 196 in the other lane as well. So Graham Dance not hanging about either. Good speeds on both of them, 206 and 196.
Mark Dainty in the SDP lane against one of the many Morrisons we have racing here this weekend.
.120, 60 foot for Mark Dainty.
That is a flyer. That's beautiful. Oh, 740, 189. Where did that go? To be honest, that looks better than that, didn't it?
That was unreal, the 60 foot.
768 for Mr. Morrison that time round.
Yeah, 186 miles an hour at the stripe.
Right, Super Street Bike number 1. Basically the man in Europe for a while now. Steve Venables in the Auto Glim Lane. He ran 1.6 yesterday, 6.99, over 200 miles an hour. Taking on his new sparring partner, actually.
He is, yeah, Jake Michelle. Van 125, Jake 129. This is Van all the way to a 6.93.
Wow.
But the speed, 214 miles an hour, 214.89. Jake had backed off actually by the stripe, 801 at 123, but then, wow.
Yeah, that was... You knew it was going to happen, didn't you, honestly? So we've got 2 more Super Street bikes and we have side-by-side jet cars for everybody's viewing pleasure.
Yeah.
However, at the moment, I think it's Steve Mead's number on the board up there.
It is.
737 is the bump spot. Is it the man in the other lane that's not in the show? Is that
No,
right?
Alan Morrison,
sorry.
he's in number 3 spot, 723. .119, 60 foot for Alan Morrison.
That is exceptional, and so's that. 7:02 with a 2 for Al Morrison. My goodness me, look at the speed, just a tick away from 200 miles an hour. 199.89, 722 at 199.62 for Steve Mead. Qualifying positions, Colin, because that's all just gone upside down, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've just cleared the screen already. Sorry, it's all gone.
Okay.
But
well, Steve will be
Alan
number
Morrison
1.
Jr., number 2.
Nearly in the 6s already.
Yes.
That is exceptional.
Steve Mead just moved up to number 4 there. Wow. That's an incredible session then from Super Street Bike.
Yeah, that's more like it. They're getting after it. And our good friend, one of our good door buddies from up there in Sweden, Andreas Arthurson, messaged in to say, looks like the track's killer. You're not kidding.
It is.
And wish you were here. Everybody was here, to be honest with you. So we've got side-by-side jets coming up for your viewing pleasure. A couple of people that are here, I just want to say hi to them because they're not watching at home for once. Evie, Kaya and Elodie, good afternoon. Hope you're having a wonderful time over there. And Mummy and Nanny are not being driven around the twist too much at the moment by you. They're about to see... they've seen jet cars before. Just not since they can remember, let's put it that way. So we've got the Santa Pod Raceway house jet in the Auto Glim Lane. That's number 3 with Martin Hill doing the steering, taking on Firestorm of Roger Goring.
Yeah, to 1,000 foot, the Jets race. So we're going to be sheets of flame and afterburner pops, and there's going to be quite a start line show indeed.
So we've got jet cars coming now. I think, is it comp and then pro mod after that? Is that
Yep,
right?
pretty much spot on.
And then we've got funny cars after that.
We've got Top Fuel bikes.
They're here as well.
Yep.
I just spoke to Chris Hannum after that incredible run by Neil Midgley, and I just sort of half jokingly said, "So is it still in one piece?" And he just went, "Nah." Definitely not.
Oh, you know, you mentioned Vinnie Buzz Killington earlier on.
I did indeed, yes.
Yeah, he just wants to put a birthday shout out to his long-suffering wife, Carrie. Lucky girl gets to watch drag racing all day. Oh, everyone's lucky to watch drag racing all day.
I'm not sure how big the clip round the air I might get if I did that on my missus' birthday, but there we go.
There we go.
It'll be a big one. So, Jet Funny Cars underneath the tower. I think this is Roger Goring as well. Roger hasn't run the car since 2019, actually. I know Martin Hill did a little bit last year.
Yeah, Roger did a run. He has run this year before today.
No, but I mean, he didn't run last year at all.
Oh, no, last year, no.
This is his first event, first weekend since 2019. Then again, same for a lot of people.
Well, as we temporarily get lost in the vapour of the jets.
If you notice, both tow cars have gone backwards instead of forwards for once. It's a bit brave. There we go, look at that. A full transit could withstand a jet blast. Who knew? So here we go then, they're about to get a thumbs up.
Okay, so Martin Hill with Firefox 3, Roger Goring with Firestorm. The two Jet Funny cars ready to put on side-by-side 1,000-foot match for you. Outstanding. 5:06, 232, plays a 5:14, 234. And cracking reaction time there for Martin Hill, a 0.5 light as well.
I was just going to say that could have been the world's first whole shot win with the jet car. It nearly was as well. Real good side-by-side race as well, both
indeed.
over 230 to 1,000 foot. Absolutely outstanding. Please put your hands together for both the Firestorm and the Fire Force teams as they go and get their cars and the drivers from up the top end. What a show.
Yeah.
One thing I need to mention as well, apologies for interrupting things with housekeeping stuff, but everybody on the spectator banking as well, well done, actually, beg your pardon. Give them a cheer, the Fire Force gang, Richie and everybody up there. Just the entertainers extraordinaire, aren't they, those guys? Yeah, if everybody please make sure you keep spread out on the banking. Obviously, there's marshals over there making sure everybody is, but if you can please just, heed the marshals. Everybody was crowded towards the start line a little bit earlier on. We had a polite request if everyone could spread out a little bit more. Nothing major, obviously, but if you could please just keep spread out, that would be fantastic. So, side-by-side jets to start with. We've got Comp Eliminator qualifying session number 5, I think we're up to, aren't we?
Yeah.
Coming up. Right behind them, we've got Pro Modified. Right behind them, we've got Fuel Funny Cars and Top Fuel Dragsters, and then even more jet cars.
Just looking at the numbers for this, for the jet pairing there. Martin Hill 108 to 60, Roger 109. At the 8th, Martin was 404 at 197. Roger was 411 at 199. So the performance is very similar indeed.
I was going to say, they're normally pretty well matched on ET, actually, aren't they? I mean, Roger's normally low 6s, high 5s, and, more often than not.
Martin is in the 5s.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Well, it is Comp Eliminator next.
We have one Top Fuel bike down here, probably, unfortunately, the only bike left running, which is Steve Willett with the dealer. He didn't make a run before. Going to have a go at it this time round. Al Smith, obviously, still plagued by issues. But before we get there, we've got the fraudster of Kev Jenkins coming round underneath the tower. And everybody else in Comp Eliminator looking forward to putting on the show for you.
Yeah. So Comp Eliminator followed by Pro Modified. So everybody, all the Pro Mod door racers in Europe go, oh, not far away. Because we know they're tuned in. And we miss you all.
Yeah, if the travel restrictions don't open up, I can see a lot of business trips coming up in September.
Yes.
You know what I mean by
yes,
that,
I do.
So, Jordan Payne, Kev Jenkins. Classic Corvette taking on a classic Escort, actually.
So, Jordan Payne is your number 2 qualifier. Kev is currently number 7.
Jordan Payne, though, earlier on, that was his quickest run ever, I think, wasn't it? Both ET and speed, 7.38 his quickest run, and his fastest run, 184 miles an hour. Kev Jenkins, though, knocking on the door of the 7s again. Quite honestly, an awful lot of these guys and girls aren't going to get any better conditions than this all season long. I'll say it again, about 19, 20 degrees, a nice gentle tailwind, perfect racetrack. I'm sorry for all our friends out there that can't make it here. I'm not rubbing it in, I'm just, saying what it's like.
I think they know it's pretty good. So Kev goes into stage. All fluid coming out of the bottom of Kev's car there. Very wisely backed out of it. Jordan Payne, though, no stopping that man. 7:37 at 184. That's another PB.
Just getting quicker and quicker. Well done to Nigel and the whole team. That is just fuel by the looks of it coming out of Kev's car. There was a splash out the back as soon as he let the clutch out. And it's actually evaporating. Hopefully that won't take long at all to sort out. Most importantly, I think Kevin, the car are absolutely A-OK. We do have them legs akimbo up towards the top end, but it's disappearing as you can see it as well, can't you? I think.
Yeah.
Won't be too long at all. So where's Jordan Payne actually qualified after that?
Still in number 2.
Okay.
It's going to be very tough to get round the number 1 qualifier.
Monumental to get that far, isn't it? Yeah. How far under is number 1 qualifier?
Let's have
a long
look.
way.
0.84.
Yeah, that's not going to happen anytime soon, is it?
Yeah.
This will only be a quick clear-up, folks. It's just a quick sled into the start line and through there as the fuel that come out of Kev.
Be for him today. John Webster, I can see, and then there's probably the other pro mods in the lanes behind them as well.
Yeah, John Webster, they're all slowly but surely chipping away at it as well. John Webster's was his quickest one in a while.
Don't forget, after our second showcase of the day, we do have the continuation of qualifying for all of our race classes, the final round of qualifying before we go into eliminations tomorrow, so we get to see all of them again. Also, just another reminder, Live Action Arena is finished for today, but we've got 2 shows from them tomorrow. But the Santa Pub Garden is well and truly open, and don't forget, if you're into the football, the match is being shown on the big screen over there tonight, so that will see Wales playing, and good luck to them.
Would you stop saying the pub's open, please?
Sorry.
Could you knock it off?
The pub is open to everybody apart from Darryl.
From
is
us,
that
yeah,
better?
there we go. So Kev Perkins with the all-white supermodel. And Nick Williams behind the wheel of the Camaro.
Now, Nick will wait there. Obviously, he doesn't do a burnout across the start line where Kev Perkins does. So Nick will wait for Kev to come right the way back, and Nick will do his shorter burnout and then literally just roll up to the start line. Well, Comp Eliminator is certainly growing in stature now, with the obviously Comp Eliminator included super modified cars pretty much from the off, and then now the introduction of the stock Eliminator cars as well. So it's quite a mix-up. Nick's had this car for around about 8 or 9 years nearly now. We've had a few engine swaps over the years. This is the smallest engine it's ever had in it.
Is this the one that... did they put this one together? This isn't an imported car, is it?
No, this is one they bought off a friend who lived on an American air base in the UK. And they went over there with a pocket full of cash and literally forced him to sell it in a nice way. The car's raced at the US Nationals.
Problems for Nick that time, though. The car just didn't leave. Kev goes through with a 789, 178 miles an hour. Nick won't improve.
No, not at all on this one.
I know.
So, 2 more representatives of Williams Brothers Racing. Spencer Tram with his new Camaro. Literally pulled it out of a shipping container a few weeks ago, and this is his first weekend in the car. Going alongside Dan Williams with the Copo Chevelle. Dan's index 10.70. He's in the number 3 spot at the moment. Spencer's index 11.55, and he's currently number 4. Oh, big old wheels down there for Dan.
I actually heard a pedal to get it down as well. He didn't stay in it.
Yeah.
Still goes 10.55, 11.14 for Spence. Does that help?
Yeah, well, Spencer, that's his quickest run so far, but he stays in the number 3 spot. And Dan, no, obviously no improvement for him. He'd already gone 10.21. But that was a big old wheelie there for Dan.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too high. I actually saw him, you could, from down here, you could see him get off it, bring it down and keep going. So we've got the Chaos Brothers Auto coming up. A couple more cars in comp, then we're on to Pro Mod, Q number 5.
Yeah. So Robin Orthodoxy on his own.
Yeah, I think he will be the last car in Comp Eliminator. The index for the A Altered is 7.45. I think he's run a quickest of 7.2. Is that right, Cole?
This weekend, yes.
Okay. Yeah, he's been in the sixes,
apologies. 7.22 with a 7. He's in the number 6 spot at the moment.
And he has been into the 6s a couple of times before.
Yeah.
But it's sort of like an ever-evolving game of not shaking the tyres. It gets off the line a lot better than it used to, actually. And every time he goes for the finish line, I keep thinking he's going to run a bit quicker this time, a bit quicker this time. Never quite does. Until now, probably. Funny car pedal off the start line, that was definitely off and on. Still goes 7.25 at 189.
Right, time for Pro Modified, and probably the happiest racer on site at the moment is this man here, Wayne Nicholson, banishing a lot of previous woes with that beautiful 6.20 run earlier on.
I think that was his first ever 230 as well.
Yeah.
Someone will correct us if we're wrong, because we normally are, but well done to Wayne and the team. Just a quick hi as well to little Theo, who is Wayne's grandson, who's in hospital, hopefully for a very short stay. He was only recently born. And Theo, we wish you well, mate. And so does Grandad and all of the team. So, will this be another storming run for Wayne? Or will it be a tyre shaker? Let's see if he gets off the start line past 60 foot. Get your fingers crossed for the Lucky Devil team from Yorkshire. Oh, so close to his first ever 6.1 second run the last time out.
So the Lucky Devil team doing it for Lucas Oils.
The answer, unfortunately, was tyre shake at 60 foot.
101 he got there in.
Yeah, with a little bit of shake as well. He just couldn't hang on to it that time. And when he's run a 620 and it was nice and smooth, yeah, there's no point in wrecking it to try and improve on that one, unfortunately. I think we got side-by-side turbo cars this time. We have as well.
Yeah.
Nick Davies taking on John Webster. So the qualifying order is still Nick number 1, Wayne 2, I think. Is that right?
Yes, it is, yep.
Kev number 3.
Yeah, well, we know Kev won't be making this session because he's gone to build some parts. We do have Matt Peters in the lanes, though.
Yeah, for one of hopefully his last licensing runs. No John Tebbenham this time.
No.
Obviously, sadly, not Kev Slyfield, but I'm sure Kev is working away, maybe even listening in the workshop, or not. Probably wants to blank it out, doesn't want to know what everyone else is doing. So, John Webster put down a 6.4 earlier today. This car's got an awful lot more in it than that. I think it was about 217 miles an hour. However, on the other side of the racetrack, now Nick Davis yesterday went 6.00. The big change on this car is they put a torque converter instead of a clutch in it for the first time this year. And the man standing out front, Rob Loring, that is his own engine combination. He's slowly but surely creeping up on it. I think I said yesterday, think of a dog with a bone that just won't let it go. Rob Loring is world famous for producing big horsepower in door cars and fuel altered as well now.
Yeah.
Quite unbelievably as well, Nick Davis, in his long, illustrious racing career, he's never run a 5. Yet.
What, in anything?
Nothing. He's been 6-1 in the in the fuel altered. See what he can do this time. That's a fire for Nick.
Oh, he's done it.
That'll do it. 5.97, 2.42. Mr. Loring, sir, congratulations. I can't believe I'm saying this for someone that's been around as long as you. Is that your first 5-second pass with a door car?
Yes, sir, it is. The only other 5-second run we've made was with Tim's funny car. So, yeah, it's good. I mean, it's been coming. I'm sure you can remember back to when we were trying to get into the 6s and what have you with Tony. And we were lucky enough to be the first then. I think we're probably about the 40th now, but...
It's not luck, pal. It's a lot of hard work. But anyway, 5.97, we've got another 5-second UK door car. I know you... I just want to ask you this quickly. I know you call it Project 260. That's another 18 miles an hour to go yet. I mean, I know it's a hope.
It is, yeah. It's tough. Since we switched to the automatic, that the short numbers get better. But from 3:30 now, Nick said it's just lame. It absolutely doesn't want to run. So it would have been tough. It was a big decision for us to switch because we had a much better chance of doing it with the clutch than we did with the auto. We have 3 options with the automatic at this point, and right now we have the softest one in there. So we can kind of make some data. We can get some decent data now, and if as and when things get better, we'll get the torque converter tighter and tighter, and who knows, we'll see.
Congratulations, sir. Let me shake your hand. Well done, well done. Rob Loring, I thought that was right. He was the man that tuned the first 6-second pass in Europe in a door car, way back when with Tony Rose, but he's delighted for both everybody on the team. John Webster wasn't far behind, actually, was he?
No, he wasn't, actually, but the numbers have all disappeared off the screen. But yeah, certainly in the 6s, mid-6, 6.53 I think it was. 5.973. Well done, Nick Davis, a member of the 5-second club at last.
Well, Matt Peters has definitely got the burnout sussed. This is a licensing run. I mean, I can't think of how difficult it must be. He's never driven anything before down a racetrack, other than this car. They're not very intimidating, are they, at the best of times, anyway? But anyway, congratulations to Nick and Rob. Another 6-second car in the UK. Nick and Rob are absolute terrors in Pro Mod at the best of times. And now they've got a 5-second race car, they're going to be worse.
Yeah.
So this is Matt Peters' first run of the year. All being well, everything went right this time. This car was Norbert Kuno's car, as you can tell by the livery, and the fact it's still got KunoRacing.de on it too. Very, very competent indeed. It's 3:30. He probably needs to take it a bit further down the racetrack to get his licence signed off, but still. And the shoots out as well from Matt Peters. Good man. OK, we're on to 2 wheels. I think Pro Mod have got one more session, all being well today.
Yeah. Well, they won't get it today.
Okay.
I think it could be tomorrow morning.
No worries.
Because it's dependent on the car count.
So the big news from that one, we've got another 5-second UK door car in the form of Nick Davis. SDP side the racetrack, the dealer, Top Fuel bike, Steve Woolax. Had a fuel leak earlier on. Obviously that's fixed.
After this, Top Fuel Dragster.
Indeed. You notice he doesn't do the blip anymore, he just starts in the
remember
water
that,
box. None of that stuff anymore. Maybe that's a change in the combination type thing, who knows. So Steve is the #1 qualifier, and I think still will be actually Top Fuel bike. 6.4s. We've got Top Fuel coming up in just a moment. So Top Fuel on 2 wheels.
Yeah. Just a quick correction there, Darryl. Don't forget Steve is #2 with a 646. Neil Midgley was #1, 628. Well, that's straight as you like, and that is a great looking run.
6:45.
He's quickest.
Quickest, he's fastest. That bike never really runs mile an hour. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
I think it's just the way it's geared anyway.
Well, it's 180 to the 8th and 199 at the stripe. So he's done all the work for the first 8th mile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely flies. I mean, he was so close to the 5s. He was running 6.0s, and then obviously everything went on one of those potential 5-second runs. So, Top Fuel Dragsters lining up underneath the tower. Once again, folks, how cool is it to see the big, loud, noisy cars back here at Santa Pod Raceway? It just seems to have been an age since we've seen them. Obviously, our European friends can't make it over here at the moment, but we're going to do our level best to put on a show for you here today with the 2 cars that we have match racing. Both of the cars owned by Runefjeld in the STP lane, getting pushed into place. From Finland, it's Antti Horte, the young man from up in Finland, has done very, very well since he started his Top Fuel driving career. Also, as you pointed out again, Cole, earlier, ran his personal best back at not the European finals last September, down into the 3.8s. I think it was a 3.87, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
Suzanne hasn't actually been in the 3s yet. She's been so close. I think she's been 4.01 at
4.01 at 2.99. It's
as good as, isn't it, really? It's another one of those, just a deep stage away from getting it there. Sorry, a shallow stage away from getting it just over the line anyway. So the track is ready to go. You look towards the finish line, you can see the 2 orange blocks on either side of the racetrack, marking out where the finish line is for fuel racing these days, pretty much worldwide, actually. Apart from Nostalgia Fuel, I know, before anyone says anything.
Oh, just a quickie. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Street Eliminator, can we have you into the lanes? And the reason why we're bringing them down a little bit earlier, because they've still got out on their cruise tonight.
Okay, so if you remember these cars from before, 10,000 brake horsepower each in the Auto Glim Lane, Slip Tricks Racing, Draper Tools and Santa Pod Raceway. That is the boss's wife, Suzanne Kallin, in the hot seat of Runefjeld's, well, one of Runefjeld's other cars. He's got 4, I think, altogether. Suzanne got furthest down the racetrack earlier on. Let's see what Antti can do this time round. They both ran really well in September last year. Took a couple of runs to get it right, but when they did, boy, did they fly. Here we go.
Short ban out again from Suzanne, but it didn't seem to hurt her at all on the previous run.
Well, look... Oh, a right mouthful then, sorry. Looking at Antti. Antti didn't actually still go over the start line. There's Santa Pod Raceway, it's not an unusual racetrack, but the fact that there's quite a distance between the water box and the start line means that they've got to burn out for a fair way before they do get over the start line. So Antti went up in smoke almost instantly earlier. Be interested to see how far Rune has indicated they need to go down the racetrack this time.
Okay then, so we are ready to race. Anti-Auto's hardly got a roll forward at all, and actually he's in pre-stage already. Suzanne joining him. So Anti's in the STP lane, Suzanne is in the Autoglim lane. Top Fuel Dragster match racing here at Sanderpod Raceway, the home of European drag racing.
Well, clicked off way before the finish line. Still for Anti, goes 4.04 at 217 miles an hour. Suzanne's number, I think, was 420, wasn't it, at 206?
206.
Almost like synchronised shut-offs that time. What were the short numbers, Colin? Because those were both absolutely hauling.
83 for Anti, 84 for Suzanne at the 60 foot. At the 8th, Anti was 303 at 252. Suzanne was 315 at 243.
Did you say 303?
I did indeed. 303 at 252.
Wow.
Yes.
No, I think that could be the quickest we've ever seen in Europe, actually, to the 8th mile. The speed isn't. He must have clicked it off before the 8th mile, but that is one of the quickest runs we've ever seen. I'm sure there's some stat people out there that are no better than me, as they always do, but give the teams a round of applause, please, everybody. That is what you all came to see, and they delivered. Congratulations to everybody up there. And to the young mummy over there holding twins up so they could watch. Well done. I hope you didn't drop them. I did see you do it, don't worry. So up next, that was outstanding though.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding, in all seriousness, I think 303 for the 8th mile is the quickest we have ever seen anywhere in Europe.
Well, no doubt our messengers will suddenly start flashing up with people that have access to the information pretty instantly, but wow.
I'm sure Anita's been about, I thought both Anita and Runa's cars have been 3.1 or 1.0. Nothing like as quick as a 303 though. Nothing like that quick. That is a nailed-on 370 run, that is, if it goes out the back door. Okay, Fuel Funny Car time, the Undertaker, with Steve Ashdown on board. The Fuel Funny Car Cannonball. Earlier on, Steve Ashdown didn't even make it off the start line, really, did he? Unfortunately.
No.
Did yesterday without much trouble.
Yeah, he's run a best so far this weekend as 6:03. We know he can go quicker than that.
Well, we've got Steve lining up. We've got the Nitro Bug of Andy Raw. We have Kevin Kemp with the Sanderpod, the Track Fuel Funny Car. And we've got some more jets coming up as well.
So the body is lowered once again over the Undertaker Dodge Stratus of Steve Ashdown. Dave Bryant, crew chief, bringing the car up to the start, just doing the final adjustments. Little air holes on the hatch, which you take bits of tape off.
Well, Steve was certainly going for it on that one. Got to about 330 before it shook him loose. Still goes. It's 49. That's quite unbelievable, isn't it? Short numbers probably look pretty good too.
Yeah, 0.96 to the 60-foot marker, and 330 was 255.
Excellent stuff. Has anyone chimed in on Anti's run just yet? 'Cause
let's have a quick
the
look.
thing is
No.
that the last thing you want to give is one of Europe's or the world's top nitro tuners lots of time over the winter to think about things. And I think that's what just happened, wasn't it?
Yeah,
With Runa that time round.
Nobody's messaged yet. I'm surprised.
I am as well. I do honestly think that, yeah, anyway, it's not difficult because everything's on Eurodragster. All the run data is on Eurodragster, all the ETs and the incrementals are normally there as well. It's not difficult to check, and I still think anyway, that was the quickest we've ever seen. Put your hands together, please, for the Undertaker team. Steve Ashdown, Tyler in the back there, looking cleaner than usual, to be honest.
Well, they can get the car ready for tomorrow now.
They can indeed. They were loaded up and trying, though, definitely.
Well, we've still got 2 Nitro cars to go, and they're going to go in side by side. Kevin Kent and Andy Raw.
So, Kevin Kent in the Santa Pods, Dodge Stratus funny car on the Auto Glim side of the racetrack. Andy Raw getting a thumbs up to spin it over and pull the wires on the Nitro Bug in the STP Wayne. Possibly the most unique funny car on the planet.
Certainly one of the coolest, that's for sure.
Definitely. Hence the sponsorship from Coolflow.
Yeah.
And one of the coolest drivers. No beer, no burgers, just cash. So Kevin Kent fires first. And Andy Raw is fired and running as well. One thing that always amazes me about fuel funny car drivers is I can see them when I'm standing down here doing their burnouts, and you're utterly gassed out standing down here, utterly. Yet they always do it with the visor open. I think in the car, I don't think the fumes are in the car; they're just everywhere but. They just get a face full of cotton dust every time they stand on it. So the modern day fuel funny car in the Auto Glim lane taking on the nostalgia version in the STP lane. Now the form book would say the modern car would absolutely trounce the nostalgia car. However, the quickest ET of the weekend so far to 1,000 foot for the funny car is the Nitro Bug.
So one of the things that they do is check the wheelie bar height. And they have a preset block that they put underneath the wheel just to make sure that it's set at the right height. So both ready to line up and fight it out over the racetrack. Andy Raw then, best of 573 this weekend. Kevin Kent, best 772. Well, it's the Nitro Bug once again, 607, 147 miles an hour. It did sound a little bit laboured, but Kevin Kent straight away up on the rears, 105 to 60, but was off the throttle probably before we even got to the 60 foot.
And comes bouncing to a stop up there around about the regular finish line. So we've still got jet cars to go. We have Oklahoma Willie, the VW pickup. The story behind this is so cool, isn't it?
Ah, it's one of the best, isn't it?
It really is. Found in a field in Oklahoma, literally. Perry bought it from a guy called Willie in Oklahoma, hence the name, Oklahoma Willie. Brought it over here to the UK and did just the most spectacular restoration job on it. It really is a work of art. I'd love to know what you were either drinking, smoking, or anything else as well when you came up with the idea of building this too. Because it's like restoring the truck and then, oh, that looks really cool. What do it look like with a jet on it? Yeah, that'll work. So he built the frame, mounted the jet on the back of it too, and it regularly runs 150 miles an hour. I have to add when the afterburner works, but it's quite unbelievable. What an idea for a car.
Right, another call out for Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Another shout, please, for Top Speed Automotive. Street Eliminator, we need you into the pairing lanes, please.
All you folks filing out, going home, or maybe going for a walk around the pits, who knows. Hope you've had a wonderful day here with us. If you have, good. Nice to see you, Paul. Welcome back. Yeah, it's always good to see everybody back here for the whole weekend. You going home too? Okay, all right. See you later. You did a good job of not dropping them, actually. Well done. That was very good. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, everybody filing out. Thank you very much indeed for making Santa Pod your venue of choice for today's event. We really do hope you've had fun and it's blown some of those cobwebs that have built up over the winter and the rest of the time away. Yeah. We certainly enjoyed putting it all on for you, definitely, with obviously Jets, fuel cars, side-by-side top fuel cars, putting on a hell of a show again. Come on, has anyone been in touch yet?
No.
I can't believe they haven't.
One person has been in touch since, Marky Turton. Okay. Which isn't exactly somebody telling us information on Top Fuel, but Marky's he's actually pitting with the Limited Funds team, so he's helping out Mark Corsell with the ball breaker and everything like that. And he just basically just wanted to say having a great time running in Super Pro, but missing Philippa, his good lady Casey and Amelia. They're watching via YouTube in Spain.
Oh,
but at least they're tuned in. At least they're tuned in. So yeah, Marky just wants to say hi. He's missing them.
Yeah, well, one of those things, you kind of got to be here.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, Marky will be here in a couple of weeks' time for Dragstalgia, and he likes to try and go for the Best Backup Girl award, Person award, if you remember.
No. Well, Best Backup Skirt, or whatever you want to call it anyway. So
yeah, we just got to watch out for Marky. He comes up with crazy ideas for things like that.
Not you.
No.
Not you. No, my wife's standing behind. I was not blowing you a kiss. Go away. Go on. A beautiful restoration. Hopefully the afterburner works this time. He's made a couple of runs so far, and yeah, it's just not happened as he'd like it to or supposed to. We also got Split Second and Martin Hill as well round behind the tower. So we've still got more Jets coming your way, and then we've got Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator as well.
Yeah, so Street Eliminator need to get their final qualifier in, and then they'll be getting ready to go out on their cruise. So 26-mile jaunt around the Northamptonshire countryside, do a fuel stop, put a required amount of fuel in, do what's called hot start, which basically means they have the engine running, switch it off and then start it up again within 2 minutes. And then get back to the track within 5 minutes of the first car arriving back. I think that is the general rule for the Street Eliminator cruise. The idea being it's not the one who does it the quickest around the Northamptonshire countryside. You will do it together. Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please, for your final qualifying session, please. Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes? So Perry has brought Oklahoma Willie to the start line and now gets ready to do the run. You can just hear the jet being started. fantastic start line show coming from Perry with Oklahoma Willie. Giving us a bit of a flame show going down the racetrack this time round. Incredible heat haze coming off the back of the pickup as well. Nice one, Perry. Okay, next up then, I believe it's Julian with split second. Yep, he's underneath the tower here. And we do have Martin Hill with Fire Force 5 around the corner as well. He'll be coming round afterwards to wrap up our second showcase of the day. And then we get ready for a Street Eliminator, put in their final qualifier, and then it is into the last cycle. Excuse me, got caught with the fumes from Perry there. The final session of qualifying for all of our race classes this weekend in the sportsman categories.
Well, that was fun. We have more side. I think, are they side by side or one by one?
One by one.
Actually, one by one. Okay. Yep. Split second underneath the tower with Julian Webb in the hot seat, and Martin Hill, Fire Force number 5. Have we seen him recently?
So just a little bit of track grooming going on up there before we continue. So we've got 2 jets to run, and then we're back into qualifying, the final session of qualifying. Street Eliminator will be the first class out, purely because they have to then get ready to go out on the cruise. And that will be followed by Pro ET. In case you didn't hear it, that is a call for Pro ET into the pairing lanes. But yeah, what a fantastic day once again.
You bet. Everything certainly... Oh, is that another moth? Certainly shakes all the moths out, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
I've got to go check that out, what I was talking about, by the way. If we had no one message in yet. Anyway, just need to know what the European best is over the 8th mile for a top fuel car. I'm pretty sure 4:03 is now it. If Simon can hear me, can he hear me? He can. You've got the run data from before, haven't you? When Maya Utian in 2019 went 3.80 in the last qualifying session. Can you, if you don't mind, if it's on there, can you check out what her 8th mile ET was? Would you mind, please? Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. That is warm by comparison to all the other cars.
Yes.
Why did I come back up here?
Because you wanted to be here for the Jets.
I missed it. That's what it was. Whoa. Deary me.
Toasty.
And there goes everything again. Whoop, we're about to lose one. That's why I come back up. We're going to have to wait a minute because we cannot see where Julian's going to be going. It's clearing a bit. Okay. There's a jet car out there somewhere. I presume
He can see where he's going. That's amazing.
Hopefully.
6:67 at 237 miles an hour. Good run there for Julian. The trouble is we didn't see it from the tower. We just saw the timing screen. But that's the thing with the tailwind. All the fumes and the smoke and the vapour that comes out of the back of the jet just blows itself forward onto the racetrack.
Well, big thanks to Mr. Simon Graves. Thank you very much for looking that up, Simon. Much appreciated. That was Europe's quickest 8th mile ET ever.
Wow. Wow. By much?
Admittedly not by much, only by only by 100th. The big difference though, he went, give them a round of applause please, if you don't mind smelling of diesel smoke. Maya, when she ran 3.80 to the 8th in 3.044 at 278.
Yeah.
Antti just did it in 3.03 at only 256.
Wow.
He'd already lifted before he got there.
So that was on course for an easy 3.7 then.
The thing is, Maya's was as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it was. But unfortunately, I remember being up the top end when I was up there, and Jamie, he didn't swear much, but he just said something that was a 3.7, and what he did was he just showed me one of the fuel lines, because a fuel line came off blew out towards the top end, which leaned it out a bit, and that was that just cost him that little bit of ET. That is the European record anyway, 3.80. But I know it's all lift and butts, but Antti was on course for first 3.7 in Europe, definitely that time around.
Wow.
But normally,
you've got another 2 goes tomorrow, I think.
You see, the other thing as well is that normally on a good run, on a storming run in a top fuel dragster, it takes around about 0.7 of a second for them to get from half track to the finish line. Just add them together.
Yeah.
I know it's a different thing getting it all the way through the finish line, but that was storming. Don't miss when those cars run tomorrow. Suzanne wasn't exactly far behind. My goodness me, she was 3.1 to the 8th mile.
Yeah.
I know there are probably lots of fuel racers tuning in from around Europe to watch those runs. And again, I know it doesn't mean anything because it's not a full run, but it's still pretty stout nonetheless. Everybody knows how difficult it is. Everybody knows how much hard work it is. So, impressive stuff from Antti. And of course, Runa.
Can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Thank you.
So we've got Martin Hill below us with the dragster, Fire Force number 5. You can also see poking round there actually Tony Betts with the Nostalgia Fuel Funny car. Now the only thing is Tony's going to be out of session if he does run, because obviously they ran their round a little bit earlier on.
Well, we're literally just waiting for Martin, I think. Actually, I'm sure he's in position. And here we go. You can hear the turbine being started.
Sorry. That's fabulous.
Crazy photographs.
You know what, that's the kind of photograph in like 20 years I'll look at and think, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway. I was about to do a really silly thing. I was about to have something to eat then, but I need my hands to hold on to stuff again.
So the afterburner pop springs Martin up into pre-stage. And we breathe a sigh of relief as we don't have to hold on to anything anymore, apart from when Martin lets it go.
Yeah, whose bright idea was it to have lots of jet cars?
Really building up the turbine now. Here we go, Martin Hill, fire. Wow, what a fantastic run that was. 5:22, 290 miles an hour. Outstanding. 0.94, 60 foot with a jet. And at the 8th mile, 3:55 at 228. Outstanding. So the Fire Force team going to collect Martin from the top end. Yeah, Richie and the gang, a nice round of applause as they go to collect Martin. So that's Martin's work for today done with regards to driving. He'll get the cars back into the pit bay. Obviously, he's got to service them both up ready for tomorrow. So well done to Martin, to Richie, and everybody else on the Fire Force team. Well done. So that's our second showcase of the day finished. Many, many thanks indeed. And a few people will be heading off now. Wish you a very safe journey home. And hopefully a lot of you will be coming back in again tomorrow, or you're just going to chill out, whichever way. Enjoy yourselves this evening. We're going to continue with qualifying, our final qualifying session for all of our sports and race classes. Going to be kicking things off with Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Head of the lanes for them, Ash Cooper and Tony Higgs. Unless Tony's running, I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see what happens. See the Venom team walking around, so yeah, could be Tony first. Hope so. So yeah, just doing a little bit of a clean-up in the Auto Glim lane after the Jets run. They do obviously kick up a lot of dust when they run. So just need to make sure everything is okay. I'll tell you what, whilst they're doing that, looks like there's going to be a little bit of a track grooming out there. Very, very briefly going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back very shortly when we continue here at the Festival of Power Unlocked. Okay, so we have Venom. Tony Betts Nostalgia Funny Car about to be started. And for the first time I'm asking as well. So debut of the 2021 edition of Venom. So second gen Camaro body. Fair to say they've had to do a lot of adaptations to get it to fit the chassis here. And a lot of tin work as well, all sorts of things.
So Tony Betts' first run in what is a brand new Venom Nostalgia 1970.5 Camaro. After the coming together with the concrete last September, Tony and the team weighed up their options, fixing it, what to do, and they've gone for the new option. And all the massive amount of work that entails, and there's a lot of it. So this is a checkout pass for Tony Betts. It's his first run of the year, so don't expect him to go too far down the racetrack. Probably to about 60 foot, maybe 100 foot out, just to check everything works. John Bright says, off you go, Tone. And there he is, Tony Betts. He brings Venom into stage for the first time in 2021. Well, so much for a 60-foot run. That's the quickest funny car run over 1,000 foot we've had this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about a good checkout run. 108 to 60 foot, 4.31 at 171 to the 8th. A little bit of piston smoke through the top end. Good to see Tony back.
Yeah, if it's one of those runs that, say, if it feels good, carry on.
It's Tony's car, it's Tony's
Yeah.
money, keep going.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, as I always say, winter is long, summer is short. Stand on it while you get the chance, eh? So, well done to Tony, well done to everybody. And as we can see from the screen, yeah, number one, that's the quickest Nitro funny car run we've had over 1,000 foot so far this weekend, and it's his first run in a brand new car.
Boom.
Well, he's cleared the
Fantastic.
racetrack. The race, it's all good to go. Well done, Johnny. Still, frankly, a little bit soft, but
It's
who
his
cares?
first run.
Yeah, it's his first run. It was never going to set the world on fire. However, he's made the quickest pass of the weekend.
So, final qualifying session then for Street Eliminator. It's Tony Higgs and Ash with a van. Ash Cooper, of course.
So, Andy Higgs, well done to the Venom crew. Congratulations, fellas and ladies.
Outstanding checkout
Yeah.
pass. Outstanding.
Just waiting for the final moment to be really dramatic, and they did it. Well done. So, Ash Cooper and Anthony Higgs.
So Ash so far, he's in the number 6 spot with a 9.99. Tony Higgs with Triggers Broom the Capri 8.63 in number 3 spot.
Still with tyre spin off the start line for Anthony Higgs. If you can just get it to move to 60, it'll be a lot quicker than the mid-8 that's going to pop up. Right, that one was 9.91 for Ash Cooper. Look at the speed, 141 miles an hour.
That's not exactly aerodynamic, that van, despite the fact that he's got a front splitter on it and everything.
Not exactly light either.
No.
That's the other thing that, yeah, everyone tends to forget. So, Nick Hale, Elliott Day. It's pretty wide open actually this weekend, Street Eliminator, for many, many reasons. The normal dominating cars are not dominating as per usual.
Yeah.
Well, until this round of qualifying, here he comes. Nick Hale and Elliott Day. Elliott's in the mid-9s, much to the delight of his dad, Dave. The car they
He's
built.
been outstanding this weekend, Elliott has.
The car they built in their garage at home. Not a better story, I don't think, in drag racing.
Blaze the tyres on this one, though. We just put a bit too much in it. 006 reaction time for Nick Hale. 10.67 on the run.
Elliott's slowest run of the weekend for obvious reasons. Okay, choose the ugliest car. I know the ugliest driver is. And he's up here. Just kidding.
Thank you.
Nigel Hale.
You got that one out early.
I was going to say me.
A meeting early.
Nigel, that's a good point, because you'll be alongside, won't you? Well, I'll tell you what a privilege that might be for him.
Well, I've already requested my 3 pairings. So,
have you?
Yeah.
I didn't know you could request them.
Well, I've tried.
You've had a go, okay.
Well, 2 of them asked me and I've asked one of them.
Okay, Andy Bond in the STP lane with a 6-second 200 miles an hour street car, taking on Nigel Hale, the Redneck Racing pickup. No tyre spin for Andy Bond. 122 to 60 foot. What will this be in the STP lane? 740. Look at the speed, monumental. 208 miles an hour. 1052 for Nigel Hale, 130. He's not hanging about either.
Yeah. In actual fact, I was just thinking, because I've got a camera mount inside the car,
Okay.
I might as well just have it facing forward.
If you race him, yeah, I'd do that.
Facing
for
forward
you.
in the other lane, sort of thing.
What
you
I'd
know?
ask, if you don't mind, is give you a 3-second head start, just to see.
Oh, watch them come breezing by.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, they had a race like that. He had a race like that at one of the practice days, test days, didn't he?
No, he had one actually in the round of eliminations with Jill Medley. If you
Okay.
know, she
Oh,
went
yes,
before
yeah,
the
yeah.
tree ran, and Andy still caught her. So Damien Halliwell and Joe Stevens. Joe's obviously got the starter motor fixed and in the car.
Oh, a bit of tie hop for Joe. He's
Not
best of
too
7.
much.
867.
Very early indeed. 114 at the stripe. Damien goes through with the 1052 at 128. When you have a torrid weekend and nothing seems to go right, and then one run comes along and banishes it, it was Al
That's
Williamson.
Al. He's at number 2.
Yeah, 819.
Well, unless Al McSweeney pulls a massive PB out the bag, he will be number 2 as well, going into race day. They've got the cruise to do tonight. I think this is their last session. Is that right?
It is, yeah. That's why they're early.
Now, Al McSweeney with the Volvo, the completely reworked Volvo in the STP lane. Both of these are proof. Both of these vehicles are proof you can race what the hell you like in Street Eliminator. But Al McSweeney's short times have been really, really good. Depends how far he goes down the track with the car, with the new combination. Well, Al Williamson's long gone. Nate 09 at 169 with the shootout before the finish line. At 1085. Look at the 60 foot. No. Look at the 60 foot for the truck.
Yeah,
127 for
Yeah,
Al
but
Williamson.
Al's got massive potential building there. Because when it launched, eventually it went.
Oh, yeah. It will do. I think he's just being cautious. You know, it's a new combination, new everything. Wants to make sure it survives. No point spending ages building it just to take itself apart as soon as you get it out the trailer. So, last qualifying session for Pro ET before we go into Illumination tomorrow. Do or die time for a couple of them, or get qualified or die. Dave Fulton against Simon Fulton. Bragging rights go to Simon off the line. Dave is long gone. 901. Oh my goodness me. Every time those two have raced each other, they put on a hell of a show. Simon Fulton goes to number 7. Dave is number 5. They're both within 100. You know, the worst of the pair of them is within 100. That's just incredible. So good. Simon Innes.
Ollie, 918. Simon Innes with Plum Crazy Racing, 1066. Well, they've had 5 goes at it so far. They know what they're all doing now. As I say, this is one of the tightest fields, certainly at the sharp end. I mean, that is just insane. The top 10.
009 gets you number 10.
016 gets you number 16.
With a 5 for Ollie. Number 15, Breakout. Oh, no, beg your pardon, not a Breakout. Simon Innes goes 1067 on a 1066 and is still number 17.
Both of them 100th of a second off. Wow.
They are just too good.
Yeah.
Oh, Cole, good to see John Turner back. The dial-in's been wound back a little bit further to a 1031. He's nervously close to the bump spot. And number 31, taking on John Giles. He's right.
31 the right side for John Turner. He moves up 2 spots with that one. 31 to 29.
Slightly safer than he was 10 seconds ago, but not much.
Amy Watkins in the number 6 spot. Mark Manning in at number 17.
Amy Watkins with that bird in the STP lane. Mark Manning, that gorgeous, gorgeous coupe. Dalt 917. I think he's out in front. He is with a 922. Amy Watkins goes too quick. Quite a bit too quick, actually.
Yeah, way too quick.
922 for Mark Manning, though. He's got a good, consistent race car going into tomorrow. So, Vic Parsons in the Auto Glim Lane, Dials 10.22. Taking on the new boy in Pro ET. Haha, Mr. Goff. He's been Super Pro champ, Mr. Goff has. Jester's Diner, Polytech Powder Coating, and a bunch of other good sponsors on board with Simon. An 051 light for the package. Can he take the number 1 spot back? This is his last chance. 893, pretty close. No improvement. Breakout for Vic Parsons.
That's a big old breakout for Vic.
The 10th. Yeah.
Right, Alan Schofield with the Dragster. Qualified number 8 in your first meeting, bang on your dial.
Do you know what you were saying about Alan Schofield? Because like you said, he's come from you know, road racing, that kind of thing. One thing that, I mean, my now wife said to me that she was a speedway racer, and the one thing she said that's very different about this to a lot of other forms of sport is the social side.
Yeah.
Because everybody stays for the whole weekend.
That's it.
Everybody helps each other, and obviously that is what Alan just got himself into. Al Medley. He's number 31. That's a bit of a nervy position to be in the last qualifying session. Obviously, Alan Schofield will get there first. 8:78 at 150. I think that's his quickest ever run.
Alan Medley breaks out by less than 100th.
Stays number 30. Now, who's behind him? I mean, the thing is, he might have the day off tomorrow. It depends who.
No, I think you're okay, because obviously Tig's out. That
doesn't
know who that one is, and there is one that's got to be removed.
I think it's been removed, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, I think that's the order. I think he'll be safe.
Oh no, yeah.
I think he'll be
see
safe.
Anybody else that shouldn't be there?
Well, the man who needs to improve is in the STP lane. That is Jeff Cowley with the Nova, going up against a friend from up in Wrexham, Mason Griffiths. Jeff Cowley will not be racing tomorrow unless he gets within at least half a tenth of 9:38. He goes too quick. He's broken out. 9:25 for Mason. Now, depending on who may or not be broken, Jeff Cowley is number 33. We'll have to wait and see if that other blank name disappears.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I think that blank name was someone else who dropped down into. Because Mark Turner dropped into Pro ET as well, and I think that might be Mark Turner.
I think you could be right. I can easily find out. Bear with me. You carry on.
So Darren Law with the Wicked Lady Dragster, 9.06 is what he's after. Against Tom Watkins with the little Purple Express down my neck of the woods from Wadhurst. Beautiful part of the world. Very close to Bedgebury. Great place to hang out if you like mountain biking or arboretums and that kind of thing. It's really cool. It really, really is cool. If you live in that neck of the woods, check it out. Well, it's going to be Tom Watkins going on his own by the looks of it. Not quite sure why. 27 is what he gets. No improvement. It's whoever's at number 13, mate. We shall see. Anyway.
Alfie Ratton, that is. 199.
Okay. That'll be interesting to see if his name pops up when he comes round. Okay. So, your number 4 qualifier, James Forster from just down the road in Rushton, and from over at the main gate when he's working here. Sponsored by ML Howe Fencing, with the duster that was new to him last year. Carl's been getting more consistent. Oh, he has. Runs 9:36 with 0.
Number 2.
Number 2 spot, and he's got the shootout as well, just to show off a little bit. 143 miles an hour, James and the team. Well done, lad.
Perfect ET.
It is, just not quite number 1.
Well done.
Well, he bumps Mr. Goff down 1 spot, actually. Yeah, we're just in a bit of a proper full-on track check in the STP lane. Will Clark, another man who just keeps missing with the little 4-cylinder rear-engine junior comp dragster. Dials 980 again. When he dialed 980 before, he went 979, obviously. So Will Clark looking at 980, goes 984. That's actually helped him. He goes from 30 up to 24 with that run. Still not where he normally is, though. So, in a different lane, it's Darren Law. He is currently on number 16 qualifier. So, if it stays the way it is, I think running on Sportsman Ladder, he would get whoever's number 32. Is that right? That is the way they run, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. One gets 17, and so on down. Still breathing a little heavy, actually. 912, 148. No improvement. Still a good run, though. So, Chloe Wilkins has the racetrack all to herself with the beautiful pink eye candy dragster put together by her dad, Butch, who was many time street eliminator racer, super street racer. He's worked on the fire crew as well, I think, for the last couple of years, didn't he? Yeah. Now Chloe's on with racing with this car. Obviously crew chief and for his little girl in Pro ET. Chloe's looking at 9.60. She's number 25 at the moment. Just do a quick couple of passes with the tractor in the STP lane, make sure everything's all good. Actually hear the tyres chirping as she goes down the track. 961.
Well done.
With an 8, with a 6, I beg your pardon. Unbelievably, she has a date with the number 3 qualifier in round 1. After that, 100th off, and you get the number 3 qualifier. 18, that is, for Chloe Wilkins. Just want to say as well, I did say hi earlier, but a big hi to Jenny, Ash, Matt, everybody up there. Around about half track, if you can hear me now. Hopefully you can. Sitting up on the bank, and hope you had a great day. I hope everyone had a great day, to be honest.
It's been a brilliant day.
I'm never ever going to look at that photograph and not laugh my head off, I don't think. Anyway, there we go. So well done, Butch and the team. 100th of a second off, and she qualifies number 18, would you believe?
And if everything stayed as it was, get Simon Goff.
That's a big if, though, I think, isn't it?
It is. It is. Look at those parade lanes, chock-a-block with race cars.
What we like to see.
Superb. Yeah, you've got Pro ET, Super Pro.
Basically, we've got everything to run through, haven't we? We've got the whole shebang, basically. Everybody. One more time.
Looks like we're going to run up right to 8 o'clock again this evening. but when the weather's this good and we've been missing it for this long, bring it on.
Yeah, soak it up while you can, eh?
Yeah.
Definitely. And again, if you're watching at home on the live stream, thank you very much indeed for tuning in. Please feel free to donate in any way you deem appropriate, either with likes, shares, Facebook stars. I'm not that good at this, I'm sorry. But yeah, the kindest thing you can do is like, share, and enjoy what you're watching. Also, if you like what you see, you fancy coming and have a watch in real life. Couple of weeks' time, Dragstalgia, which is going to sell out probably this week, maybe even this weekend with everybody watching in.
Yeah.
I've had a text from a couple of people saying, thank you for reminding me, we just booked in. Going to be a great show again. Week after that is the Summer Nationals. Loads and loads of stuff coming up, as well as Bug Jam, Ultimate Streetcar, everything, basically. So, Mark Turner is the number 34 qualifier. He's not in at the moment, looking for a 9.15. This will be his first actual race weekend. If he qualifies.
If he does, he's going to bump this man out.
He does exactly that. Lee Morris will not qualify for Pro ET. Unbelievable. 9.24, the new boy, Mark Turner, will be in it for race day. That is a major shot. Brett Featherstone, number 24, Chris Newsom, number 19, they're both pretty safe. Brett looking for 9.55 with Nova Scotia in the SDP lane. Very, very nicely turned out car. With some very nicely turned out help as well. Belinda Bull directing traffic with the Nova. Chris Newsom, great reaction time. 0-1 on the tree. Oh, 500 too quick. Brett goes 9.59 on a 9.55 and stays at 24. Have we mentioned before, this is quite a tough crowd.
Quite.
Oh.
Extremely tough this weekend.
Well, Dave Cherritt's 20, Mark Huckley is 30. I think they are safe. I don't think there's anyone else.
Oh, yeah, there's nobody else that can bump
There's
in
nobody
now.
else that can bump them now.
We'll just double check that. Tig, we know, is out. Leah's run.
They've run.
And Jeff has run.
So Al Medley's on the bump.
Yeah.
Wow. So, Dave Cherritt looking for 9.77. I know you said you ran a 9.5.
He has, yeah.
Is it Hot Rod Dragons or something?
It was.
But that's the quickest I think I've ever seen him dial in, if you see what I mean. Double 07 light to go. 9.18, 10.22. No help to Dave Cherritt. Mark Huxley moves up 5 spots. My God, yes. Go on.
300th on 25th. Insane.
Bracket racing is lethal. Is it not?
Well, whoever wins this weekend has earned it, without a shadow of a doubt. Right, your number 1 qualifier, and he ain't going to be budged from there. Gary Carr.
I was going to say whoever qualifies has earned it, let alone, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary Carr will be number 1. Lee Huxley, currently number 4. 4 thousandths off, and you're only 4th. Anyway, Lee with the white horse, 9.20, 8.83 for Gary Carr. You never know, this might be the 8.7. Might be.
Too light for Gary Carr as well. There goes red. That doesn't matter. He's on it this weekend, Gary. 8.86 on an 83. 0-2 light. Watch out. Gary's about. Lee Huxley goes 9.27.
He's deadly consistent as well, isn't he? So, Nick Mugridge keeps mentioning that the traction is potentially slowing the car down a bit. Just been very, very sticky.
Yeah.
Good suggestion, Mr. Gledo. Stage it out of the groove a little bit, maybe just to free it up a little bit. Looking for 10.68 this time. 9.59 for Bob Moulden. Nick Mugridge 28. The thing is, it's been consistent. It's just consistently slower than he wants it to be.
They've all practicing their lights as well now. So that's Bob with the 0. And a 9.62.
Oh,
Nick Mugridge, nice.
9.68 with the 2, left the best 4 last. He's actually bumped Simon Goff down to number 4 now. Now that's what we were waiting for him to do all weekend, let's put it that way. So Nick Mugridge.
So how many is that now that are on?
11, 12, 11.
Yeah, 11 of them.
Bob Moulden's number 11 with a 009. Flipping heck. Brian Huxley, the Dark Horse Mustang, the last car down the track.
He's only number 28.
Exactly. I was going to say the Huxleys have not had it their way. Well, Lee's done pretty good with the Chevy. I said that out loud, didn't I? Sorry. They're Ford people, in case you wondered. .955 is what Brian looks at. That bobble off the start line might mean it might be 57.
He moves up to number 20.
0.20 off dial, and he goes to number 20.
Can we please have Supergas to the pairing lanes, please? Supergas, come on down, please.
Yeah, they've been sitting at home practicing all winter for that, haven't they, I think? That was incredible.
So Gary Carr, James Forster, Nick Mugridge, Simon Goff, Lee Huxley, Dave Fulton, Amy Watkins, Simon Fulton, Alan Schofield, Mason Griffiths and Bob Moulden all rank bang on their dial. Ronnie Mercer.
We didn't see Ronnie Mercer that time, did we?
John Giles, Alfie Ratton, Simon Innes, Ollie, Darren Law, Mark Manning, Chloe Wilkins down to number 19 were only 0.01 off their dial. Brian Huxley, you just saw him go through.
Absolutely mad.
The field spread is...
few weeks back at the Greenlight Nationals in May, and it was the only weekend in May, I think, where I absolutely hammered it down for most of it. The weather was pretty rotten. We still got qualifying runs in. We nearly got to start eliminations, but sadly the weather got the better of everybody on that occasion. Came back a week later for EW Breakout, and there was not a cloud to be seen for quite a few days after that. So just to give you an idea of the run order, we're now on to Super Pro. After that we got Junior Dragster, Super Gas Sportsman ET, then we're into the bikes. Street Eliminator I think are going on their cruise. Outlaw Anglia, that last session's going to be fun, especially with the two of them now in the 7-1s. And then we run through our classes. We should finish up with Super Street Bike. However, well, that entirely depends. They have been one of the stars of the show again this weekend.
Well, as we temporarily get lost in the vapour of the jets.
If you notice, both tow cars have gone backwards instead of forwards for once. It's a bit brave. There we go, look at that. A full transit could withstand a jet blast. Who knew? So here we go then, they're about to get the thumbs up.
Tom Atkinson, team time is money. Shares the driving between his dad and himself. That's Tom Atkinson first with the burnout. Just want to say hi to Chris and Becky, who I'm sure are tuned in again. Sitting on the couch thinking too much, I'm sure, Chris. Just kidding, that's never possible. Dave Russell is your number 2 qualifier, went 8.7008, and he's only number 2 because it's Bob Doyle at number 1 with 8.7107. 1/10,000th of a second. So Tom Atkinson this time round dials an 892. Dave Russell. There's a very, 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 very tight window to get the number 1 spot. What did Tom Atkinson ever get? They don't break out. Big breakout though for Dave Russell. Yep.
That's a massive breakout for Dave Russell, actually. 865.
Yeah, that's a big one. I was just going to say, I wonder if Tom Atkinson ever gets fed up of being driven around with those matchups, because Dave Russell was always just that little bit quicker, isn't he? However, I think he controlled himself with he's normally first off the line in those matchups. Yeah. Okay, Laura Turbeville changes the dial into 775, which means one thing. This will be a 7.6. Against Phil Toppin, 8.70 with the supercharged Corvette, supercharged convertible Corvette. As you're saying that, can you class something without a roof as convertible?
Well, it's more of a roadster, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Can we have Sportsman ET to the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please.
So about a second between them in dialing. Again, if this was a race, I was going to say door car. It does have a door, actually. Whether he uses it or not, I don't know. But he would have about a second head start.
Yeah, if it hasn't got a door, could it enter door slammers, for example, because it originally was a door car? I know, it's lots of weird connotations, isn't it?
Yeah, good point. So Laura goes in first. They both go ready, it doesn't matter. So will Laura run at 7.7? Oh, wow. 8.71 though for Phil Toppin as well. He moves up to 13. Laura goes. Whoa! That was not just crew killer, that was timing crew killer and film crew killer. Nearly. That young lady on the start line with the camera nearly caught it big time. Anyway, 7.752 for Laura. She actually moves up 1 spot to the number 3 position. Well done, Ian, Laura, the whole team. Yeah, if you look at the tyre marks, look yeah, look what they are.
Nuts.
Right, I'm going to go on record as saying that's possibly the most aptly named car ever. I'm bound to say that because I named it, but my goodness me. Jesus. The one-man burnout competition. Who is John Tebenham? He is in the STP lane.
He must get through more tyres than anybody else, surely.
And gearboxes, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Funny, after driving the Pro Mod, this probably seems kind of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Tame.
Not tame, because it's a full pop, isn't it? But, you know. Will he get his 150 on this one out? Pel Norman. 8.10 with the Shogun. It's so undramatic, isn't it?
Yeah.
When it runs, that pop. 8.18. 897 and 148 for JZ. No improvement for either. Pel will be number 22. Ron Bartlett, making a much bigger cloud than he does a car.
I like that.
The car that Harry Potter should have had. In fact, I'm sure somewhere Daniel Radcliffe's sitting there going, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Why did I get to drive that around? What have I got this, puffy little Anglia for? Why have I got one of them? Anyway, Ron Bartlett with the sweet FA. I'll shut up before I offend anyone else. 8.22 in the Auto Glim Lane.
But he's done a Joe Stevens. He's managed to build a car and keep all the original body lines, and just everything is tucked in there somehow.
Somehow. I mean, yeah, monster engine in there. Hopefully he gets close to his 822 dial. He's currently number 8 qualifier with an 829, with an 8 actually. I think.
Yeah, so he ran his number.
He's just now changed the number because he wants to go a bit quick. So, Kieran Ashley, excuse me, from Stoke-on-Trent, looking for 839. These two are number 8 and 9 at the moment. Well, Ron's out in front. He goes quick as it should be. 821 with an 8. Just misses. Kieran Ashley breaks out 2 by a couple of hundredths of a second. I think that's one of Ron's quickest runs, actually, as well, isn't it?
You're right there.
Crew's still looking a bit nonplussed about it, but well done, Ron. Everything finally came together and went as it's, supposed to do. Pete Walters with the Cannon Reloaded dragster in the STP lane. That's after his dad's cars, which were always called Apple County Cannons because they came from the West Country. Although saying that, Pete lives in Maidstone according to the screen, but there we are. He's moved. STP side of the racetrack, 768, 763 for Al Dibwell. Al used to race a while back, didn't he? He's got a Cortina, I think, couldn't he? Do you remember?
Did he?
Yeah. He's been a bracket racer for a while, Alan Dibwell. Pretty sure it was or a Capri. It was a Capri, I think it was, actually. He raced in what would have been Pro ET or maybe even Sportsman in those days. So Pete Walters nudges it in. Pete's currently number 17, Alan 60. There shouldn't be anything really between them as they go down the racetrack, these two. Hardly anything for a while. Hardly anything at the finish line with 2 measly breakouts in both lanes. Pete goes 765. Alan Dibwell, though, with a minuscule breakout, 4,000th of a second. They were really trying to nail it down on that one. I mean, that really is just a simple case of if you staged an inch further forwards, that would have been it, wouldn't it? I think. Bob Doyle, number 1 qualifier. It's going to take a lot to knock him off as well. Went 871.07 on an 871 in the session before this. Taking on Brian Pateman, who's number 6. Fairly evenly matched, these two. 870 this time for Bob Doyle. 8.80 for Brian Pateman. Both wide to the tree as you expect from seasoned bracket racers. 870 with a 9. Wow, bang on again for Bob Doyle. He doesn't improve his specifics and he can't. Well, that that tells you, though, they're ready for race day.
They certainly are.
Same as Brian Payman. He was 0-2 on the tree, and he went 870 on an 870. That'll take you a long way.
That will.
883 for Brian Payman.
Yeah, a 700ths package just got beaten by 200ths package there.
That's quite incredible.
Unbelievable. Well, it is qualifying, but if that was a race, that would have been the result.
Own It Good, currently number 5. Doles to 747. Everyone's just knocking 100th off for this one. Up against Ashley Bell, who hopefully has got the right dialing on the car for what it's going to do this time. Keeps running really well, and he puts a more pessimistic dialing on. Nick Good went into stage without putting his visor down, so the chief starter held him on the start line, making sure he did. 9:15 for Ashley Bell, no improvement, stays at 21. You can't go into stage or launch a car with your visor up.
So observant is Ian, just doesn't miss anything.
Yeah, he didn't finish. Well, pick your yellow Andy Robinson built race car. One's brand new, one's not brand new. Jack Brewster's just mustered Pontiac in the Auto Glim lane. I like the little finishing touch on the bodywork as well, if you can see. Like where the bubble has been put for the mag, painted the MSD on it, which is really cool.
I saw that. Because when I initially looked at it, I thought, I've never seen
That's
a mag
funny
with a
shape
curve.
mag, yeah.
I realised it was...
it's a good look, isn't it,
Very
really?
clever.
So, 750 is Jack Starling. I'm not giving anything away. I think they've just had... It's a brand new car anyway. Had engine... The car's not quite running as it should just yet, but he will get there. Ian Brown, though, is definitely running as it should. 7:59. However, it's just a matter of time, I should think, for Jack Brewster and the team get that new car dialed in, and he will be in the 7s. So Ian's lad Harrison says, "Go get him, Dad." He's currently number 15. Jack, I think, he's 23. Well, Jack's car really went that time. That was a lot more like it. Ian goes 7:63. Jack goes 8:61. His quickest run with the new car. Really nice 108 to 60 foot. Actually, if you look at the times, he was a 10th quicker to 3:30 than Ian Brown was. He's getting there with the combination.
All right, Billy Gain and Mark Cousel.
So Mark is number 20, Billy is number 10. Wow, that's the lowest dial I think I've seen for Mark. Definitely this weekend, possibly ever actually, I think. Obviously stepping it up, 8.15. A little small block in that dragster's working its little backside off to get it going that quick. Mark's a pretty seasoned bracket racer with the Wild Bunch. Billy Gaines, very much the same in the door car world. 8.42 in the STP lane. The little front engine Nostalgia dragster. He'll be back here in just a couple of weeks for Dragstalgia. As will we, Mr. T.
Indeed, we will. Can't wait.
to red, just to show Harley is human. Well, bizarrely, Mark's car goes slower. I know they're trying to run quicker. 8:27 weren't what they're looking for.
Billy bang on though.
Yeah,
8:42 on 42.
No improvement for either. 10 and 20. 950 bike into the lanes, please. Could we have 950 bike into the pairing lanes, please?
But Billy sort of showing his race fame then, a 0.5 light, and he's bang on his dialing as well.
The kind of thing you
They're
need to go
all
around.
tough, aren't they?
Callum Ridgett with the altered in the Auto Gloom lane.
Kings Topolino from my hometown, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah. They're based in Kingsbury, Northwest 9, and that's where I was born.
Is that you?
Hence, that's why it's the Kings Topolino, short for Kingsbury. There we go. Little.
Not because it's where kings come from.
No. Well, those kings do. But that's one of the other reasons why they got a short wheelbase car. It's got a lot of space down there to keep a long wheelbase car.
Scotty Hauser off and running with the quickest dial I've ever seen for that car as well. 733. Oh, wow. 733 with a 9. Jeff just shrugs his shoulders and smiles.
And Callum breaks out by 7/10,000ths of a second. Oh, goodness me.
It might only be qualifying, but you never notice, would you?
Yeah. Look at the lights as well. 03, 04.
Let's see
it
how many.
Seems a while ago, but they're both former junior dragster racers as well, you know.
Let's see how many people bought 03 and 04 lights in eliminations tomorrow.
I don't think there'll be that many.
Trouble
Only the
is,
bravest.
that's the nervy time, isn't it? You got to be right. So the Banks nightclub Super Pro car with Mick Howling doing the tuning and the steering. Not the tuning, maybe. Sorry, definitely the steering. In the Auto Gloom lane, 8:42. He's number 18. Wow, 18? Seriously? I thought he was higher up than that before. 18. 8:45 he went, 8:48. Yeah, 300s off number 18. 400s off his Mark Coulsell at number 20.
Oh, by the way.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Go down again.
Go on.
Mark Bailey, unfortunately, a casualty of the weekend. I had a message from Jane to say that I'm very, very unfortunately they are out. The gearbox housing and converter in bits. Not sure what happened, but bits of gears, metal, and sheared off bolts everywhere. Hopefully they'll be back in September. If there is no damage to the block. We'll see you soon. Oh, sorry to hear that, Jane. And of course, Mark Bailey.
That sounds a bit spendy. Barry Giles, long gone. Looking for 7:35 this time. There we go. 9:15 for Mick Howling. 1.73 60 foot, I think, gives away what the issue was for Mick that time round. Still a good speed at 1:57. Okay, that is a wrap for Super Pro qualifying. Junior dragsters rolling around underneath the tower.
The tough kids.
Oh, definitely.
First up then is Katie Ellis. Where's she at the moment? Number 20, going alongside Harry Redshaw with the first of the two Odyssey battery cars.
Yeah, so Casey was briefly #1 qualifier until she went over the finish line and the run got scrubbed.
Yeah, the #1 spot lasted 7.8 seconds, didn't it?
Thereabouts, yeah. Yeah, what we're talking about is they are tagged, they are allowed to go a certain ET. Both of these cars are junior dragster modifieds. 790, they are not allowed to go any quicker than that. If they do, the run gets chucked out.
Wow, Harry Redshaw into #2 with that one.
008, my goodness me.
3 of them on 008 now.
Katie stays at number 20. However, you know she does have a 00 light in her locker. It just wasn't on legal run, you know.
Max Taylor, chilled to the max. Good to see Steve Taylor back down with us as well, racing with the youngsters.
I think this was Max, yeah, we were talking about earlier. One of our local police constabulary came up here, made friends with Max, wanted to say hi to him. She was wandering around chatting to all the junior drag racers. How cool is that? Local police, getting to know all the racers. And Max, she was very taken with Max, posted a couple of pictures of him on the local constabulary, not for a bad reason, obviously.
Is that for a lineup later on or
that's
something?
That's it, yeah. We know where you live. I want to work with you. Right. Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have Outlaw Anglia for your last qualifying session of the weekend, I think. Coming up shortly. 0.78 for Jake. That might help. Although not much. Look at that. Well,
don't think it will. Well, no, it might actually. It's number 23.
21. That's all right. Max Taylor stays put, number 26. What was so cool about that was that police lady that came up earlier. She was just so impressed about how excited he was.
Yeah.
Well, and I said that, you know, being sort of 8 or 9 years old, why would you not be excited out racing your dragster in front of lots of people on a weekend? It's got to be one of the best things you can do for your kids, get them into drag racing. Actually, I might say that. I hope none of my kids hear that. I've just realised what I said then. Whoops. Never mind. Daniel Weir, he's number 3, went 008 earlier today. Daniel's in the STP lane. Kai Cooper on the Autoglim side of the racetrack. Now, they've all been very, very close to the perfect TTs so far. I'm not sure a lot of shuffling's going to go on. Definitely not with that for Kai. Oh. Daniel went just as red as he went green last time then.
Yeah.
Both been a red light. Neither will improve. They've still got good positions going into race day tomorrow though. So Purdy Hadfield with Twister's sister putting a real couple of consistent runs today, both 0-2 lights. The first one was at 0-2-0, so she's number 9 qualifier at the moment. That's Dad, Andy Hadfield. Out front. The reason his car's called Twister's Sister, you may have heard of the slightly more famous bigger car, otherwise known as Twister, which is Andy's ride in Supercharged Outlaws. He will be here again in a couple of weeks' time for Dragstalgia.
VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please. VW Sportsman, come on down.
Birdie, well, quite a bit too quick actually. That was an 07 red that time, but she was trying. Jessica Bishop, I don't think that's going to improve her qualified position, 0.18. But still, a good day out for the Hatfields. Birdie going to go into race day in the top 10 by the looks of it. So, Chevy Checkit with the immaculately turned out Mike Boss Jr. Was that Bonnie Wallace's car at one point?
It was. It's
Bonnie Wallace, wasn't it?
I think it was Bonnie's, yeah.
Taking on Damien Redshaw. Damien's number 23. Now, the other Mr. Redshaw just made a big jump up the order, I think, to number 3. Both went red. 0.10 red for Chevy Checkit and Damien 03 red.
All right, Freddie Taylor, Frankie Taylor. Freddie in the Outlaw Anglia STP lane. Frankie's in the Banshee Junior. She's in the Autoglim lane. So Frankie is number 17. Freddie, number 4 in the 009 on the old reaction times. I mean, Frankie's only a 06, but way back in the 17th spot.
It's funny, isn't it? You think about your own reaction times and what we race. 1-0 red for Freddie. Frankie with a .13. I don't think that's going to improve. Well, it's never going to improve Freddie, but either of them. Caitlin Wilson, who was #1 qualifier at the beginning of the show yesterday from Scarborough with misdemeanor, the only misdemeanor left in junior dragster. They've all grown out of it. She's in the STP lane. Jack Taylor. Oh, that's where Dad's money's going. 2 juniors. That's what's going on, isn't it? Got no money left to run his own car. That was good from Caitlin, an 0-2. Red light 003 for Jack Taylor. That was very, very close. Very close. So no change, not much changing of the order going on in junior dragster in this session, but that's because they were pretty,
one big change and that was it.
Yeah, pretty damn good for you know, for the rest of the weekend.
The Slick Tricks team together on the start line. Even Mum's come down to have a look, stands in the middle. Jacqueline and Lara Bartlett. Jacqueline is in the STP lane, Lara in the Autoglim lane. That's a change.
Big change for Lara. 0.28. Up to number 12. That bumps her sister back by 1 spot. Number 16. They were both pretty good though.
Yep.
0.7 for Jacqueline. 0.28 for Lara.
Right, TCA then. Thomas Cook Abbott, the Tominator himself.
TCA? I used to have TCR. Do you remember that? You're into model cars.
Yeah, they were slot racing. TCR.
That's right.
Total Control Racing.
That's the one.
Way back when.
They were the ones that you could hang on, were they the ones that you could change lanes?
Yeah.
The only problem was with them is that every time you went round the left or right hand corner, they went to the outside, no matter what you did.
Well, 06 red for Thomas. Teddy the right side, but he's already a #1 qualifier. He could still get nipped. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I used to have those. They were really cool. The original ones, it would switch power from one wheel to the other. So if it was the right wheel, it would hug the left-hand side, and then vice versa. The later ones were a much worse design because the engine would spin in a different way when you changed, and there was a little steering mechanism for the front wheels, but it never worked. That's probably because I used to jump them out my bedroom window.
Ah, right.
That's the great thing about
I used to have a Scalextric set. Right?
Yeah.
And I used to put talcum powder on the start of the main straight and spin through it and make it look like burnout smoke.
You knew what you were going to do in later life,
yeah, I suppose I did actually, yeah. And then on the corners, I used to put, of all things, Swarfiga to make the cars drift around the corners and made it all slippery horrible. But the talcum powder was the best one, doing the burnouts.
Yeah, no, it was this last week by any chance.
Yeah.
001 red for Harley Corsell, trying to get a bit of bragging rights back from his dad after that one, I think. Harley J. Darby, 1.166. That's not going to be an improvement for him either. So young Mr. Oliver down there in the STP lane. Going against Lola Bell Kent. Mum, Dad and Grandad on the start line with Lola Bell. Good news for Kevin and Shelley, they've got Frankie not far behind as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm laughing for. Anyway, VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. VW Pro into the lanes, please. So George Oliver is 8, Lola Bell is number 6 at the moment.
Both of them 0.01 at the moment. Young Spartacus literally just tickling the beam there and goes 0-2. He's been on great form this weekend.
Lola Bell with a .16 red that time round.
Lovely pick.
Yeah, apart from the bloke in it, but what can you do? I'm always going to get in the way. That's what dads do, isn't it? So Luke Muggeridge, number 7 at the moment. See if he can climb up the order like his big brother did in the last qualifying session. Mackenzie Love at number 11. They're both pretty damn good so far anyway. Luke has got a 0-1, Mackenzie's got a 0-2.
Oh, 8 for Mackenzie, no help there. 0.1237 for Luke, no help either.
Yep, no improvement, but all good practice.
Ada Cassisi with the cherry bomb and Luke Fulton. It's very brave of Amy and Nikki to wear white trainers to a drag strip because you know they're going to be end up black at the end of the weekend.
Well, the soles are.
Yeah.
She's saying that. I think I've got white sole. Well, I had white sole trainers, look. You do tend to get stuck a bit. I try not to walk across the middle very much when I'm down there, for obvious reasons.
So if anybody's going to make a move, it'll be one of these two, or maybe both of them.
Well, they're 22 and 24 at the moment, and they're both definitely better than that. Luke is 0.81. It's not going to move him up much, though, to be fair. He's currently number 24. It might go up a couple of spots, but not many. Runs the right number 2. Ada goes .17. One spot for Luke Fulton with that reaction time of 0.8.
Right, Super Gas.
990 class, last qualifying session of the weekend. So it is one of the original Super Gas men, Tim Adam. I wonder if he has the original car, actually.
How many years has Tim Adam been racing now?
A while. Tim's in the Auto Glim Lane. I mean, I remember he used to tow the cars to Sweden to race in the 90s. John Turner with the Greenfish. Quickest he's been this weekend is a 10.2. The engine in the Greenfish not quite making the steam that the Pro Charger engine was. .993 for Tim Adam, that moves him up to number 6. Bumps John Turner back 1 spot. John goes 10.27, good speed, I mean speed's fine, 130, it's a little more ET. Andy Harrison, currently number 5, just been bumped back 1 spot. Been 992 so far. Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat. Off the trailer was number 1 qualifier. First run of the weekend in Supergas, went 990 with a 6. Five. Would you believe? Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please. Super Comp, please. Can we have you into the lanes?
Ooh, 05 light, 990 on the dial. Sorry, on the index. Bang on.
Unbelievable. So, Mark White with the FX Vega in the STP lane. Needs to get a bit closer to the number. 993 is not bad. So did Stu Hodgson as well. 9.77, way too quick for Mark White. Stu Hodson cruises through with the 13.64. Still a very welcome addition to Supergas. We wish him well for eliminations tomorrow. Simon Fulton. Yeah, number 2 qualifier. He qualifies just as well in Pro ET as he does in Super.
He does.
He runs like...
Well, he runs the same number in both, where Dave runs 9.0s in Pro ET and 9.90 in gas.
Against John Morton. John is hoping to get a run the right side. I think he's ran one run the right side of the number so far
He's
this
been
weekend.
like 9.2, 9.5.
Something like that. John Morton still with issues on the line. 9.86. Mr. Fulton didn't back out quite enough. Whatever the issues with John Morton that's been plaguing him a bit this weekend. I hope he's enjoyed himself being back out here again. And you're right, here comes Simon Fulton. I can't remember which one was the tall or the good looking one. Which way around was it?
Well, they'll each say it's the other one.
Right.
Well, the ugly one. Right, Dave Fulton, this is... as you see, he's got his 9 flat dial-in on the back of the window from Pro ET, but this is... I think it's not Sportsman ET. Long class.
What was that?
Yeah, it's got Sportsman ET, and yet you got Dave Fulton there. Wrong class. You put it as Sportsman ET, it should still be...
Supergas.
Supergas. That's it.
There we go. 9.90 back on the board. Dave Fulton's pointing. Oh no, he points himself exactly in the right direction. There we go. He'll bump himself into stage. Bring the rems up again, and let's see whether he can run a 9.90. 9.82. After all that, 1.46. He's still number 1 qualifier at the moment, though. Bob Malden. This is the last car in Supergas. Yeah, John Morton's unfortunately getting undressed. Well, very unfortunately getting undressed, not in that way. Taking his race stuff off. Bob Malden. And we're going to get to hear again the off and on the throttle. Oh, there wasn't really much on again. 9.91 with a 2. Bob Malden. With 9.91-2? Yeah, it stays at number 4. Still a great effort though, Bob. Well done. Well done, everybody down there on the team. That's a lot of walking backwards and forwards to the pits, that is.
It is.
All day. Double classing. You think about that logically, yeah? Quarter of a mile down here and back. That's a mile and a half just to watch your car run. Nothing else.
Well, Mort driving back to the pits.
So, Sportsman ET, last qualifying session of the weekend. We've still got a few classes to run through. Not many though, mind. A couple of bike classes too. Gary Lake with the Arabian Night Trans Am. Goes red, doesn't matter. It's all about dial-in time. Joe Kellett though, 16.58 for him with the Audi. And an 0.39. 14.04 for Gary Lake. He moves up to number 7. Joe Kellett goes 16.72 and a 58. He stays number 11.
Like the number plate actually on the Vauxhall there. FA57 could be read as fast, and then it's Connor Holt's car, so it's HLT. That's a DVLA select plate, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, fast halt is not too... Oh, Holt, not Halt.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Connor Holt.
I know.
Well, Andy Fensom's got the same plate. He's got FA57 Fen. So
really?
He's got fast Fen, yeah.
Wow. 57 plates were made for drag races, weren't they, really? Georgina Smith. Happy anniversary again. Current number 6 and 14. Connor is number 14. Georgina is 6, looking for 15.95. 15.92 with an 8, just that bit too quick. Connor goes. They both go 300s too quick, actually.
Well, Rob Cresswell resolutely sticking with that 1370 dial-in both VW Sportsman and Sportsman ET. It's serving him well in VW Sportsman, but in Sportsman ET he's in the number 13 spot. Because other times, I mean, he's done 14.06. The other times he's broken out. Debbie Taylor in the Seat cunningly disguised as a Mustang wannabe.
It says Mustang needs ECU on the back of it, which is probably the best explanation. So Rob Creswell is long gone. He's been oh so close to the perfect run all weekend. Number 13 says he's not there, and he's not there. Blimey, that's a big step. Where did that come from?
Missed it.
17.52 for Debbie Taylor. Nearly a second, actually, off the pace. Another man who has been unusually inconsistent, shall we say, is Carl Magera with Cookie the Tesla. This time, dials 12.55. However, he was winner of the Dial End Day, and very, very competitive chap indeed. He will get it dialed, and he will do well. Up against Kirsty Tram with another pinched race car, another pinched street car.
Well, he saw Carl flinch way before the green came on there.
Can we have Comp Bike into the lanes, please? Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please, for your last session. Yeah, Carl actually kind of stuttered off the start line. Yeah, it's not 12.55, 13.61. Kirsty goes 13.94 and a 13.90. That kind of thing will take her a long way on race day.
I've just reread the run order and just remembered what the last class of the day is.
Yeah, I know. That's going to be epic if it happens like that, isn't it?
I've forgotten
well,
about
that. Can you just point where we are? Sorry, I can't really see.
We're on Sportsman ET.
Okay.
Then we got 9.58.50 in ET bike.
So we're almost
Outlaw Anglia in the lanes. And then we just basically got VW Pro and VW Sportsman Super Comp. Did you just call them?
Yep.
And then we got 4 bike classes.
Rock and roll. We're about an hour behind, so we should finish almost bang on 8 o'clock, which means, well, that's going to happen, that last session, I think.
Right, Alan and Jill.
Imagine having your Mustang beat by a wagon.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's your wife's wagon and you get to borrow it, it's all right, isn't it?
12.53, the target for Jill. 13.19 for Alan. 46. 26. They stay put.
Al's only 700ths off. Look at that. He's still number 10. So, Felicity Gibbs, Little Miss Rampage. Your current number 1 qualifier went 16.99. Dials are 16.99 again. Can we have Funny Bike into the lanes, please? Funny Bike for your last session. And it is the last chance for one of them.
That's why, you know, as we get towards the close of the day, it's going to be quite exciting, actually. For more than that reason as well.
So if this is number 1, Dan Holloway even. Sorry, mate. Deary me. Long day, long year.
008 red. So come on, Truck Norris.
$16.10 with a 3.
Yes.
New number 1 qualifier is Dan Holloway. Felicity Gibbs have a perfect view of that. Felicity broke out by over a 1/10 of a second. Conditions are obviously quite good.
So that's bumped Holly Walters down to number 3 now.
Holly's been bang on the numbers every single run, actually, this weekend. Not just on the finish line, but on the start line too. Comp Eliminator as well into the lanes, please. Really?
Really?
Is that right? We need to check that because they're not on actually our run order. We'll find out. Hang on.
We'll just get clarification.
Yeah, no problem. You carry, you do that, and we'll keep going. So Holly looking for a 15.69. Goes 15.52. Quite a bit too quick.
That is right. Comp Eliminator, they need their 6th session, so Comp Eliminator into the pairing. It makes you wonder how many of them are going to come down, actually.
Well, they're probably barbecue time, I would have thought. But anyway, we don't mind. Welcome back.
Yeah.
So 950 bike now. Ian Shipton and Dave Hall with the artist. Dave in the Auto Glim Lane. All trying to run that magic 9.50 number.
Yeah, because their round 1 is eliminations, because there's what, 9 or 10 of them.
Oh, okay.
So so it's elimination 16. So yes, it would need their last qualifier.
I'm not sure 9 have qualified. Okay, anyway.
No, it's 7, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. So last chance to get close to 950. Dave Hall has actually run 950 already. Goes 983, 1002. No improvement for either. Martin Hallett from Yeovil with Morrison. It's Morrison invasion this weekend, isn't it? Against Rick Sawatsky, your numbers 2 and 4 qualifier respectively. Rick in the Auto Glim Lane and Martin in the SDB lane. Both have been virtually bang on the 950. Look at those qualifying times, 950 and 951 they've all been. 47.53, no help for either. Rick goes too quick. Still almost bang on, but you know, such is life and how competitive it is. Craig Wright, your number 1 qualifier at the moment, 9.50 with a 1. Taking on Stacey Reid, who's been oh so close to the magic 9.50 number. I think she went 9.49 last time round, didn't she? Can't get much closer than that without, being on the money. Craig, though, did it perfectly. 9.50 with a 1. He's actually done that a few times, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's very, very good on that bike.
Well, they both are. 51, 0. Well, would you believe Stacey Reid runs 9.510 and stays number 5.
Unbelievable.
Ridiculously tough crowd. Okay, last qualifying session 4, 8.50 bike. Good to see Scott Collier down there helping out as well. Evening, Scott.
How you doing, mate?
Good to see you, pal. Steve Howe in the STP lane and Al Morrison. How many Morrison bikes are there? About 5 at my count, I think.
3 of them. We've got senior and 2 juniors, basically.
They've already run 50 and 52. That will not help. Isn't it incredible just how damn good they are? Really, really amazing. Joe Elliott, a little bit quick Buell. Taking on
J Rowe. That is.
Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes. We're going to see it. We're going to have it. Super Street Bike, last qualifying session. It'll be a barn burner. Don't go anywhere.
Now, has Jay got the problem sorted?
He's getting outrun a little bit, but that's better. Yeah, 8.75. Joe stays 3. That's his quickest run, actually, for J Rowe. Stays number 4, but that was his quickest run of the weekend. Okay, ET Bike, final qualifying session. Yeah. What me and Colin were skirting round but wanted confirmation of was we've got one more session of Super Street Bike to go.
Yeah.
They were pretty damn good last time. However, the track is still hot. The air is very, very cool.
That tailwind is still there.
Their tailwind is still there, and it's straight down the racetrack as well. Absolutely optimum conditions for running any bike like that. So, Blake King with on the Blade Runner from Yeovil. Looking for that 8-second run with an 8.98. If he breaks out, I don't think Ollie will care. Up against Bill Marsh, looking for 9.20 on the SDP side of the racetrack. Looks a lot cleaner for Blade that time. Until that point. Until I said it, actually, wasn't it, really? Sits up on 9.43. I don't think that's improved Bill Marsh's time. No, he stays 13. Doesn't matter, he's still qualified, but would have been nice to put in an 8-second run to finish the day. So, Mike Gooding with the Hobo in the SDP lane.
I like the fact that the Hobo Racing squad, you know, have all got their full leathers on, but always wear a hoodie on the top of that.
Extra aerodynamicism, I think that's what's known as. Looking for 9.30 to finish out the day.
So I think he's going to get it though.
9.81. 10.57 for Dave Grundy. No help for either. Phil Pratt dials an 8.93, which I think is his quickest dial of the weekend, actually. Against 8.86. Who's that down there? Now, Paul Adams. Phil's number 3. Paul's number 5. We've had 13 bikes qualify in ET Bike. I guess Street Eliminator is scrubbed because they're going on the cruise or they come in the air. Okay. So it's possibly Outlaw Anglia after the bikes then, yeah. 9 flat, 8.93, no help for either. In fact, Paul Adams nicked his opponent's number.
Yeah, that's true.
Gary Hester, your number 1 qualifier at the moment. SDP lane, 8.85 against Robbie. They seem to pair up quite often, actually. Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin.
It always takes Robbie ages to get his legs on the pegs. Look at this, they're still hanging
Thinking about it.
That's actually quite early.
6 for Gary Hester, that's got a way off actually for him. 10.82, no help for Robbie Dobby either. So last couple of bikes before we go to the Outlaw Anglias. Who I'm sure aren't too excited about running at this time of day on this sort of racetrack, in this sort of weather. So Pete Harrison and Justin Moulton. I think going to be the last pair of bikes actually. No, beg your pardon. We've got Johnny coming round.
Desperate for his 9.
Oh yeah. Pete Harrison off and away. He's number 4 at the moment this time round. On to 10.95. 10.76.
That's a massive breakup.
Same for Justin as well. Look at that, 0.3 of a second.
11.65 on an 11.97 dial-in. So that's really confusing for eliminations tomorrow now, isn't it?
Only a lot. So Johnny down there on the Harley. We need the board. Yeah, we need the board. Dial in. Dial in.
That's the one. 980. Oh, we'll have that.
Is that 980 or 90?
80. Is it?
I think it's 980. Yeah.
Couldn't see. Can we hold it up again, please?
Can't see it. Yep. 980. It is 980. Well, yeah, if he gets to the finish line under power, there's a very good chance he'll do that, frankly. I don't think he...
Yeah. Matt Jones dials in 10 flat as well. Well, they're both going for it.
Not entirely sure he gives a monkeys about breaking out, frankly, Johnny. Slowing up at the top end again. 10.15.
It's Matt Jones that gets the 9. Matt Jones goes 9.91 at 136. Johnny Young goes 10.15 on 128. But well done. 9.91, 136.
My goodness me.
The Beelzebub machine, well done.
Maybe should have just dialed the right number. I think that's probably what it was. If he'd dialed 10 flat, he would have broken out.
Yeah.
So Mick Taylor, number 3 qualifier, been as quick as 7.96 was what I was looking for. The final matchup could be a goodie.
Oh, yeah.
4 Outlaw Angus entered this weekend. There's an awful lot more than that in a couple of weeks' time for Dragstalgia.
Yeah. That's when John Willard would really wish he was here. I mean, yeah, we've only got a limited field this weekend, but Outlaw Angus and Dragstalgia, epic.
Mick Taylor with tyre shake off the line. That won't be a 7, no. Just kind of clicked it off a little bit. 881 at 144.
Loaded it for Bear, though, off the line.
Yeah, the thing is, the track is, even though it's track's still really good, it's just getting that little bit colder compared to what they've been used to running. No Jed Guy this time round. He's getting out the car. It's going to be Colin Miller on a bye run. Jed actually... and Ray, they're all... For all you folks left, that's Mr. Colin Miller all the way from Kinross in Scotland, the Flying Fifer. The
back
world
at a fair old
famous,
rate of knots as well.
The world famous Flying Fifer as well. He's been out to California, Vegas to race as well with this car. I think he mentioned how much it cost him. Yeah. Which got a bit.
Well, so Colin Miller is going to end up number 1 qualifier with that 7.12, unless you can go quicker in this session. But Jed Guy just pushing around the corner. And I no doubt Jed will have a look just to see how Cole gets on.
Yeah, kind of with interest or not, maybe.
No, they're all keen as anything to support each other as well as their own.
Of course, Colin over 190 miles an hour on that last run as well. That one being
the tyres and crosses the centre line.
Yeah, does the decent thing and doesn't punt the block out the way. There was no one in the other lane. No harm, no foul, I think is the phrase. Still did 110 to 60 foot. He probably backed off it by then too. Unfortunately, not quite the finale we were hoping for Outlaw Anglia today, but they still did a great job earlier on.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, Jed Guy pushing the monster motored Anglia out the way.
Right, VW Sportsman. The dial-in for...
Jack Gooding?
Yeah, 6.47-ish.
16, hopefully. Not 6.47.
He's put an ish on the end. Justin Foley, Red Dwarf Audi TT for 1475. Right, so we've basically got VW Sports and VW Pro, Super Comp, then Junior Drag Bike, Comp Bike, Funny Bike, Super Street Bike, and Comp Eliminator to go.
Nice light from Jack as well. Yeah, we don't do ish on the timing system, do we?
No.
If we did, we'd all win. You'd be great.
Yeah, I'd be going 10-ish.
And hoping to break out.
Yeah.
1477 for Justin Foley. Breakout for Jack Gooding. When he said ish, does that mean like give 0.2 of a second leeway or not really?
Who knows? Right, the Thunderbug. Lawrence Clark going alongside Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf. Unfortunately, Jed going back to the pits, but hopefully all A-OK for eliminations tomorrow. Probably something daft like a flat battery or the pesky little problem that prevented him from taking the run. 13.33 breakout there for Lawrence, no help for him, and a 15 flat and a 14.90 dial. Bruce Harvey moves up from 12 to 7. Right, Polly with the Audi TT, 16.27 dial in. Going alongside Steve Stone. Dial in 15.68 with the Golf. So Steve Stone looking for 15.68, Polly looking for 16.27, 15.83, Polly goes 16.30, only 300ths off. I've only just seen this message and I missed it when Outlaw Anglia are running. Belinda Bull message and say, can I please give a shout out to Kevin Crisell, and that's from Jeff, and of course Belinda and all of us here watching online. I hope you're still watching after our Anglia. It's been a phenomenal day here. So we're wishing you all the best there, Kevin. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Santa Pod Raceway. Ethan Lyle with a roll-in P, looking for 20 seconds flat. And Laurie Anslow looking for 17.40. Ooh, not far off, 17.43, moves up from 8 to 7, but how about Ethan Lyle? Bang on, perfect, 20.000 on a 20 flat dial, #1 qualifier, and yet another perfect ET. Unbelievable. Ethan, well done. That takes the #1 and probably sews that up completely. All right, Phil Jones, #5, looking for 14.80. And John Crawford looking for 15.60. I can't believe Ethan just did that. 20 seconds dial in and he hit it right on the head. But it was 3 zeros as well. Simon, did you catch that? Unbelievable run. 15.44, 16.08. No help there. All right, Rob Cresswell, 13.71 is his best so far. Darling stays at 13.70. He's only 100th off here. And Morgan Wilson with a Havoc Misdemeanor Beetle, 18.20, her best run, or closest to her Darling. Darling 18 flat this time round. Breakout there from Rob. And a breakout there for Morgan. All over the place. Yeah, Duncan, shake your head, mate. I don't know if you heard that, but Ethan Lyle dialed in 20 flat and went 20 flat, 3 zeros. Unbelievable with a rolling P.
Everybody's going to be going out and buying VW, closer bracket racing, I think, then.
Right, this is James Gould and Dave Crowhurst.
Straight up, that's amazing.
Unbelievable.
What are you doing with the Camaro, mate? I know, it runs tense. I get it. Dave Crowhurst actually winds the dial-in back.
Oh, this is where he goes in the 9s then.
Yeah, probably an aerodynamic effect of Luke's hair getting in the way down there on the line. James Gould with 11 flat. 9 slows up a bit, actually. No help for either. James stays number 5 with 11.28. I'd like to know what Luke's excuse is as well. He's obviously waiting for some sort of big moment to cut his hair, because there's no excuse. Lockdown's over, pal. It's, yeah, anyway. Maybe he's just being mean to a furry animal that's been stuck on.
Perhaps he's growing it to make a wig for later on in life.
I'm just surprised his wife hasn't shaved it off while he's asleep, you know.
He could visit the Williams Brothers barbershop.
That would be a good thing. However, he needs a race car to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Although he's not far away by the sounds of it. Anyway, Tom Herbert looking for 11.95. 11.73, too quick. Lee Calderoy stays 4th. 47. Oh, it's 12th. Oh, beg your pardon. Anyway, no help for either. So Graham Fairhead finally got the car down the racetrack and broke out of the number he thought he was going to run. So Dahls 11 flat this time. Paul Jackson with a Lupo from Bristol. Lots of tyre hop off the start line for Paul Jackson. That won't be a 10-second run. See what Graham Fairhead can do. That was a lot more like it again. 11.33, 1.19. Not sure he's going to move up much, to be honest.
2 spots.
Yeah, 11. Paul Jackson. Yeah, Paul Jackson stays at 14. Same again for James Hodgson. I'm not sure. Something must have packed up on the car. 12.20 is his dialing. I can only think maybe the turbo's not connected or similar. Taking on Late Goose of Adrian Sully. 10.95 is Adrian's dialing. That'll be a nice number to finish the day with in the 10s. Nice launch raid in Sully, but that was about as far as it went. Meanwhile, James Hodgson goes 7/10 too quick with 11.5.
That had to happen, didn't it?
Well, yeah. So the Late Goose stops, just looking at it. I think he's still rolling, actually. Yeah, just goes through the finish line. The team checking the racetrack, making sure it's all okay. Rob Carter down here in the STP lane with Rowdy the Audi. That is the very definition of a sleeper, that car, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Apart from the roll cage, that's the only thing that gives it away. Apart from the back on, look, if you look at what's written on the back, look, I'm Percy Nater. Seagulls, that is not the best place to land. Check it out. We've got seagulls on the track.
Oh, yeah.
Around about the 8th mile.
Get off.
Probably not the best place to try and pick up a snack, otherwise you will be one for a turbo.
Yeah, but they're rubbery.
Yeah. They're flying off going, oh, you said that looked nice.
Yeah,
it was rubbery.
Yeah, this racetrack's rubbery.
It's horrible. Anyway, so Adrian Sully is hooked up and moving at the top end. Still got a few more classes to go. We've got Super Comp up next. I think Junior Drag Bike as well to go.
Yeah.
Go on.
Comp Bike, Funny Bike, Comp Eliminator and Super Street Bike.
And then we're done, I think, for the day.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock.
Caught up pretty well, actually,
Yeah,
until now. Famous last words, as you know. You know that actually, seeing all those birds up there at the top end, it reminds me of. You must have stayed over to the Monday afternoon event plenty of times, have you?
Only European finals.
You've only done it, have
Yeah.
you? Yeah. Honestly, the amount of birds seriously outpopulate people after the event. The other thing that happens as well, not a lot of people know about, is that after a big event like the European finals or whatever, when we've had tens of thousands of people here, and Bug Jam and all the other big events, the team that turn up to clear up on the Monday are just unbelievable. They just walk in a wave across the field and everything magically disappears into their hands. It's incredible. Rob Carter, Jacob Bailey. Jacob still looking for his 9-second run. He dials a 10.4 though. Nice bit of wheel speed off the start line, 176 to 60. Won't get him close to his goal. In fact, the Audi was quicker. 10.69, 138 and 12.01. Rob Carter actually moves up to number 8 with that run. That's odd. Look at the screen. Jacob Bailey was 12 and he stayed 12, but Rob Carter was 13 and he goes up to 8. So surely by default, Rob should have moved back.
Yeah, but Jacob Bailey could have got a bit
closer.
Make an improvement. Yeah.
So last car in VW Pro is going to be
Abby Tether. I do like those Golf R's, I must admit.
Well, 1276 is really stout for a production car.
Yeah, just need a remap. Basically, that's all
Is
it
that
needs.
it, yeah?
A good remap, obviously, but
very serious remap that is. My goodness.
And that is not changing the sat nav, by the way. It's
1284 at 106. No improvement. Stays at number 3. Okay, we've just got the Bluebird going out there very quickly, and then we're going to crack on through our final few classes and qualifying runs of the day.
Yep, 6 classes to go.
Mick Taylor with tyre shake off the line. That won't be a 7, no. Just kind of clicked it off a little bit. 881.
Jet going back to the pits, but hopefully all A-OK for eliminations tomorrow. Probably something daft like a flat battery or the pesky little problem that prevented him from taking the run. So Steve Stone looking for 15.68, Polly looking for 16.27. Pod Raceway. Ethan Lyle with a roll-in P looking for 20 seconds flat, and Laurie Anslow looking for 17.40. Ooh, not far off. In the nines then.
Yeah, probably an aerodynamic effect of Luke's hair getting in the way down there on the line. James Gould with 11 flat. Nine slows up a bit actually. Both from Bristol. Lots of tyre hop off the start line for Paul Jackson. That won't be a 10-second run. See what Graham Fairhead can do. That was a lot more like it again. 11.33, 1.19. Not sure he's going to move up much, to be honest. Rob Carter, Jacob Bailey. Jacob still looking for his 9-second run. He dials a 10.4 though. Nice bit of wheel speed off the start line, 176 to 60. Won't get him close to his goal. In fact, the Audi was quicker. 10.69, 138 and 12 loop. Very serious remap that is, my goodness.
And that is not changing the sat nav, by the way. It's the
chap who actually I think I can remember it, who Spence bought his car from, who was tuned in.
Oh,
he's actually watching, probably sitting there sweltering in Florida. Can I borrow a pen, please, actually, just very quickly? I'm going to spell it wrong. I'm going to spell it how it's said. There we go.
Right.
So, Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream. Taking on Steve Field with, well, that indecently quick slingshot. What was his last run? Was it an 8.0? Look at that, that's how it should be done. Lovely rolling burnout as well. So old against new, and I don't mean the drivers, I think. I mean the cars, obviously. The funny thing is, Steve Field's car is actually probably newer than the one that Leah Kellett's driving, actually. Because I know it's been, it was built only a few years ago by Steve and the team. I don't know whether he's going to try and run 890. Yeah, I think he's having lots of fun going quicker and quicker.
Well, I think he's trying to, well, he set his new benchmark for the updated notes we're going to get for Dragstalgia from Claire.
Claire, yeah, he's got a lot of updating to do. Lots of red pen and a new number and a red pen and a new number every time. That's Steve Field with the slingshot in the STP lane.
No, he's going for it.
Yeah, he's not backing off, is he?
No.
At all. 8.17 at 163. Overjoyed again. Leah goes 8.95. That makes her the number 4 qualifier. I've had a really silly thought, like I do most of the day. And the only reason they're called slingshots is because the Americans named it. We'd have called it a catapult.
Catapult, yeah. I think slingshot actually does sound better. All right, your number 1 qualifier, Gary Carr. He's having a great time with this Chevelle.
Yeah, catapult shootout wouldn't sound quite as good, would it?
No.
Sound like a bit dangerous, frankly. Sounds like something the Castor Circus would do when they had a few after their barbecue on a Saturday night. Anyway, Gary Carr, number 7 with a 9.29. I think that's one of the only.
Oh yeah, sorry, wrong way round.
Yeah, wrong class.
Yeah,
it's all right.
He's number 1 in this other class, isn't he?
I think that's probably the only time he's run the right side of the number. That's why. Paul Hudson, number 1, went 8.900. Good to see the numbers swelling again in Super Comp.
Right, lift now, Gary.
No. Oh, wow. Look at that. Actually goes up to number 5. Still went through at 143 miles an hour. 896. Too quick for Paul Hudson.
He definitely lifted because he's normally going through at 150 odd, so 143. But a little lift at the end. Well done, Gary.
Oh, Daryl Howes with Chemical Reaction. And Steve Hudson, Steve number 2 at the moment, where he ran an 8.90.
So that means Gary Carr is going to be racing Laird Cullet.
Is that right?
Yeah, because these two aren't going to slip any further down, and these are the last 2 cars. Because I think in 8-car field, 1 race is 8, 2 races.
That's it. Yeah,
7.
it goes that way.
Yeah.
Well, Daryl Howes is doing quite well to scrub off some speed. Still needs to go 890. 884, 918, no help for either. Big old breakout actually for Steve Hudson. Okay, we're done with Super Comp. We've just got a few more classes to go. I can see Funny Bike, I can see Comp Eliminator around there for their last qualifying session. And we're on to Junior Drag Bike. We have Holly King from Yeovil in the STP lane against Lyra Humber, little Lyra from Southampton. Lyra's doing a good job of learning. And Lyra's off and running, and so is Holly. 11:33 goes.
39.
11:39 for Holly, not bad at all. Lyra's looking for 17:50 and goes 18:44. Holly actually stays number 3, Lyra stays number 4. I'm sure Lyra's enjoyed herself there.
Yeah.
Okay, Meg Talbot in the Auto Glim lane. The Rise Racing Aprilia. Go on.
Yeah, nice to see Blades come down to support the juniors that he obviously used to race in.
Why not? Casey Holgate at the moment is your number 1 qualifier. Casey's in the STP lane, look at 989.
Sorry, not Blade, Jordan.
Kenway, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Maggie's out in front, as it should be with a quicker bike. Goes 929, no help I don't think. Casey Holgate stays put with a 1019. It's one of those things like Junior Dragster actually, is they can actually look at the scoreboard as they go over the finish line and see what they've done. It's pretty instant. It's about as instant as it gets anyway. So that's Junior Drag Bike done. Qualifying. We're on to Comp Bike. The last session. Now, I haven't seen Goose since earlier on today. Hopefully they're just saving it for race day. Well, the scary thing for the ET freaks is Stu Crane is actually round to run the last qualifying session for Funny Bike. Hold on to your everythings.
We've only got 1 Comp Bike.
That's actually Jordan Kenway.
Well, there's only 4 of them. It's not going to
Possibly not
change
going to change
the
the
order
order.
as such.
Well, it's going to be a huge PB. Who's playing
Don't
with the
think
buttons?
so.
Yeah, someone's playing with the screen updates.
Do you know what? I think that tailwind's got stronger. Those turbines
It
are
does,
moving a
yeah.
lot faster now, and the flags are fluttering even more.
So Jordan Kenway so far has been 950. That might be another 9-second run. Get better and better. Even quicker. 937, 140. Final qualifying session for Funny Bike. This could be outstanding. Right behind them are Super Street Bike. Leaks Landscapes, Funny Bike. Now, I know I say this a lot, however, right now are the conditions they spend all winter in the workshop working to get out in. The racetrack's still warm, got a lot of heat in it. They've got a really nice tailwind. Really nice tailwind.
Right, well, this is Lorcan Parnell's one-shot qualifier, basically.
Well, the last run would have been it, but he didn't wait for the green light. And obviously the air's got cooler, which means more horsepower. So provided they get it to stick, this is like personal best territory, left, right and centre. This is Lorcan Parnell. That is a 6-second machine. The 6.49 number one spot at the moment of Stu Crane. If it goes well for Lorcan, is in danger. However, he hasn't put in a timed run yet. Up against Dave Peters with the Rigaboot Express. Lorcan just needs to make it to the finish line. Dave Peters long gone. 8:27, his quickest run.
Lorcan's not going to make it.
I don't think he is actually, because what is the time out at? What is the timing system?
About 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's still cruising, but he gets to the 8th in 20, only 20 miles an hour. And if the bike's quit, I don't think he's going to make it. I'm not sure what the rule is actually. I'm not sure if you have to take the green light, and he's going to get to the finish line, I think. He's still moving. That's definitely going to be over 30 seconds.
Well, he's actually just declared it already now, so...
No, that's it. He's got over the finish line, so we just have to wait and see whether that will count as a qualifying run or not after all the grief. Sorry, fellas. We thought that was going to be the one. If it had just repeated what it did earlier, that would have been it. Ah, okay. My apologies. I thought that was Stu Crane. It's because their bikes look the same. However, Stu Crane's in the other lane. Carl?
Even better.
Yep. Side-by-side warp speed racing machines underneath the tower. Hold your breath if this sticks and goes, frankly. Stu Crane is going to be in the Auto Glim lane. Went 6:49 earlier on today. Great to see Mark Smith out as well. It's a one-shot qualifier for him as well. Mark hasn't got a number on the board. His first run earlier on today, the bike shut itself off on the start line, if you remember, so he hasn't got a number either. Now, Stu Crane, this is one of the quickest funny bikes in Europe, and someone's going to correct me if I'm wrong. I think other than Rickard Gustafsson, actually, how quick has Phil been on a funny bike? I'm just trying to think. I think Phil might have been 6.5. I don't think anyone else has been 6.4 or quicker on a funny bike. However, if Stu Crane goes any quicker, it'll be for nothing anyway, because he'll be the quickest. He's currently number one qualifier. Mark Smith squirting the crew with nitrous. That's nice. At least they're laughing about it. Boom, boom.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Okay, so STP side of the racetrack is Mark Smith. Now, Mark needs to get an ET, otherwise he won't be in the field for tomorrow. Stu Crane, however, number one qualifier. 6:49 was what he ran earlier. What can he do in the gloom? Mark Smith didn't move. 4:19 to the 8th. 6:50 at 2:07 for Stu Crane. Backs up that terrific run from earlier. Quite a bit of smoke past the finish line. Hopefully that's just the overrun on the turbo or something.
Yeah, it's just clearing very quickly.
Now, earlier on, at 6:50 at 2:07, they'd be doing handstands. Nothing. Zip. Well done, though. He backs up a terrific run from earlier with a 6:50. Commiserations to Mark Smith. Great shame for the whole team. He won't be in either. So, Kev Osman, he's currently number 4, went 7:90. Do you know what? Stu Crane's in his own postcode.
Yeah.
Lovely tyre chirp every time he changes gear for Kevin Osman. 8:06, look at the speed as well, 183.
Yeah, it sounded quicker. Right, party time. Super Street Bike.
That is just summed it up perfectly, mate. That really has. So, who is on the outside looking in at the moment? The bump spot is 7:35. Oh,
that's when the screen goes blank.
Yeah, we're just having a reboot of the timing system.
I think it's one of the Morrisons.
Could well be. Right, we just had a quick...
Tough crowd, though.
That's going to take a little bit longer. They're going to get pushed back. They'll run at the end of the session anyway.
Yeah, it'd be Ross Morrison sitting on the number 9 spot at the moment.
So Al Morrison Jr., though, that's not the most up-to-date.
No, that's the one before.
It is, yeah.
But I do know that...
yeah, of course, you're right. Yeah,
that was that.
There we go. So they'll push back and cool down for a couple of minutes as we get ready to go with the next pair.
I've got to say, fantastic that the Morrisons have stepped up into Super Street Bike this season. But even more outstanding how quick they're going.
And how instantaneous it is as well.
Guess who's racing side by side again?
Well, I did say that earlier, didn't I?
Yeah.
He's got a new sparring partner. So Jake Michelle has run his personal best by some margin, 7.32, and he's second. He's just inside the bump. Steve Venables, though, on the other side of the racetrack. Oh dear. The crew telling Steve to shut off in the STP lane. Not sure what the issue is. Very, very unusual for Steve to have any sort of problem. He's going to be saying damn and blast after that, especially because prime conditions. So Jake Michelle has the quarter mile here at Santa Pod all to himself.
It is stripping something.
It is stripping something, yeah. If he can keep the front end down, yep. Still goes, 777 on and off it all the way through, 169 miles an hour. I think that's because the front was going up instead of forwards.
Yeah, every time the front wheel started to come up, he short shifted the bike. So what you can hear, it wasn't hitting the rev limiter as such.
Well, Steve Venables pushed off to the side. The good thing about street tyre bikes is it's quite a narrow groove they run in.
Right, this is your number 2 qualifier at the moment, Alan Morrison Jr., 7:02. Is this his ticket to the 6 Second Club?
Now, Rick Stubbins is out there guiding him in. Is that Rick's old bike? It would make a lot of sense if it was. We don't know though. Anyway, 7:02 was what he ran earlier on today. Stage is set for your first 6 second run, sir. Go out and enjoy yourself.
123 to 60.
It won't be that time round, no. The bike just came up a little bit. That's the problem with these bikes. Being on a street tyre is very, very difficult to tune them so that you get off the line well, but then don't either overpower the track or just give it too much boost, basically, so the front end starts coming up. When they run well, they're a joy to watch. They're so easy and smooth, but that doesn't always happen.
Right, so this is Ross Morrison. Now, in all the circumstances, 7:68 would be good, but he's 3/10 away from qualifying.
Well, he's got to run a personal best by a huge margin to get in the field. The bump spot of 7:35, excuse me, I think it's Graham Dance, is that right? Sorry, I should have looked instead of guessing.
Yeah, it is.
It is Graham Dance, yeah. That won't be... Still a good try, 8:07 at 1:81, however, had slight shift issues.
We've got a drone above the track, it's about literally at the start line.
Right, Steve Mead on the booster.
Drone, just above the track.
Oh, yeah.
Shall we do? Please, if you don't mind it.
Right, very quickly, one of the more unusual announcements ever. Up towards past the finish line, someone is operating a drone over the racetrack. If you can hear this, please could you move it out of the way of the racetrack as soon as you possibly can. Otherwise we will have to stop the racing. Steve Mead in the meantime goes 123 to 60 foot. No, not going to make it all the way through, unfortunately. 790 at 142. I'll say it again, please. If you could, whoever's operating the drone over the top end of the racetrack, if you could please remove it from the vicinity of the racing surface. Otherwise, we will have to stop the racing very, very shortly until you do. Having flying objects that can potentially fall into someone's path when they're going that fast is not particularly safe. Anyway, Mark Hope on his own. I'm sure security are out there looking for whoever is responsible as well. So if you can hear this, please move the drone ASAP. Mark Hope, 7:18. His quickest run of the weekend too, 105 miles an hour. Dad does the happy dance down on the start line. At least I think that's what that was. Okay, I think the last bike for Super Street. Had a couple of quick runs, that was one of them. 7:32 is Alex's quickest run. Yeah, I do know security are out there looking for whoever's flying that drone. And it'd be handy if you removed it before they get hold of you. Alex Hope is bid to move up from the number 6 spot. 7:36, good speed though, 201 miles an hour. Apologies, the last bike is Mark Dainty.
All going in the right-hand lane apart from Ven, but obviously because he dropped wherever it was on there, they're all switching into the right-hand lane.
Good stuff. I see the drone is scalpering back off over towards the campering field. Can you see it up there? It's all right. It's going over there. Look, zipping across that way behind the bank now. Over there. It's all right. You probably won't be able to see it because it's so small. Mark Dainty, 126 to 60 foot. He's already been 7:28 so far this weekend. The last run is 7:28, 196 miles an hour. Very consistent, very, very good indeed. Super Street bike, entertaining as always. Yeah, everyone's going in the right-hand lane just to give everyone a chance to get through. And so I think we have one more class to go.
Yeah, which is Comp Eliminator.
Well, we caught up quite nicely, approaching 7:30 in the evening. Robin Orthodoxy won't be around because he's wandering around in a t-shirt. So a couple of passes by the tractor. And the last session for Comp. Highlight of the day, Colin? I would say
Nick Davis.
Yeah, I'd go with that. First ever 5-second run for him in a door car.
Yeah, and
anything.
And Rob afterwards, cool as a cucumber, yet underneath the cool exterior was a man that was like, yes,
we did it. The funny thing is though, with someone like Rob, they never say what they're going to do. They just get on with it. And Rob is one of the top engine builders on the planet, frankly. He's a UK Drag Racing Hall of Fame member for very, very good reason. And what a lot of people don't know is he used to tune a lot of the nitrous cars in the States as well. He used to fly in and tune a lot of the front-running pro mods in the early days as well. So Rob knows his stuff.
The other highlight of the day, I didn't see it because I was on a break, was when Stu Crane
with 6:49.
6:49. That was outstanding.
Well, you caught the encore, which was a 6:50.
Yeah, I did.
That they didn't seem that fussed about.
But no, there's been some fantastic runs. I mean, Tony Betts'
that was good.
checkout pass was pretty good.
Antti Horto, quickest to the 8th in Europe with a top fuel car too. So the last few cars of the day. Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. Pretty sure Kev used to run back in. Someone will know. He used to run in Pro Rover when Pro Rover was a class, if you remember that.
Wow, that is going back.
That is a while ago. Yeah, that's what I said. His name's been. He's been around a long, long time. I'm pretty sure he had the. He actually had a Rover, like a modern-bodied Rover. He ran in Pro Rover. Now with the Fraudster, 758 is the index for the little turbo car in the STP lane. Slowly but surely turning it up. Taking on the man who just turned up and ran quick. Jordan Payne with the family Corvettes. Jordan's quickest run of the weekend so far, actually in his racing career too, 7:37. Long way under his index. So in the perfect conditions of the early evening here in June in England, let's see what they can do this time. Well, Kev Jenkins won't improve. The car just kind of falters off the start line. What's Jordan got for him? 743, 183 miles an hour. I think that little wiggle off the line probably cost him a few hundredths, and that was the difference. Still incredibly good.
Light though, he's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, Kev Jenkins takes the first turn off. And without sounding too much like saying not a lot of people know that, his son is Kieran, obviously. Everyone enjoys Mark 1 Kieran's videos on YouTube. Exactly, there we go. So Williams, this time it's Dan Williams in the STP lane, taking on Spencer Tram, and tuned in from the States, hopefully in Florida, is Merrill Shrimster. Hope I've said your name right, sir. Hope you're enjoying watching the racing from the UK, and your previous ride going down the track with Spencer Tram at the wheel in the Auto Glim lane. 11:55 is his index, 10:70 for Dan in the Chevelle. Wheels up launches for both. .1070 goes, 10:23. 11:17 for Spencer Tram. No improvement on qualified order, but still very good runs nonetheless.
Last car of the day.
Almost fittingly, it's a Williams.
Well, we got 3 Williams because Spencer is part of Williams Brothers Racing now.
Should have their own series.
So Nick is guaranteed #1 qualifier then. Let's see how he gets on this time. That's better.
So he ran 10.70 before. He will be #1 qualifier, but backed out of it. Half track, strangely. Yeah? Okay. Not wanting to tip his hand, maybe. That was one of those yes-no moments. Still goes 12:50. And that's a wrap for the Saturday of the Festival of Power. We've got all our field set, I think, for tomorrow's racing. Yeah. What a day it's been.
Absolutely fantastic day. Thoroughly enjoyable. Some standout runs. And not only that, I would say Santa Pod is back. Live Action Arena running today. That was a highlight. It's good to see so many people about. Good to see people smiling and having a good time at the drags. And for me, that's been the highlight of the day.
I think you're dead right. Just seeing the place with people about.
Yeah.
Still under restrictions, but a sellout day nonetheless.
Yeah.
Under restrictions. Thank you all from the bottom of our hearts. We've had a wonderful time. Enjoy your evening. Good night. Thank you for the wave. It's very kind of you.
Magic.
Yeah, go enjoy yourselves, everybody.
Go to the Santa Pub Garden. Go watch the football on the big screen.
It might have finished by now, actually. I think it was kick-off at 5, wasn't it? Anyway, we'll shut up. Leave you to enjoy your evening. Nitro FM, please take over from us weary souls up here. We'll see you bright and early in the morning for eliminations for all of our classes.